afraid to disappear and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me.
Got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first at every party, and you think tequila is your friend. Say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. Chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me, won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roads? me get 'em out.
You know I'm always worried about if I told you
That we could have a better life. Would you bring me old you?
Or is that person still alive?
If you took him off the shelf,
Would she even be herself if I told you that we could have a better life? I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had it down. And so now, from the moment you came over, I'll be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible.
Just take me for a ride.
Paris, the city of art, culture, and now freestyle chess. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. I'm your host, James Dash, and over the next 8 days, we will watch 12 of the world's top-rated grandmasters will compete at the highest level. Freestyle chess is unlike anything the world has ever seen. And who better to bring in this fantastic event than my incredible friends, David Howell and Tanya Sachna.
James, it's great to be back with you boys. Paris is the perfect city for the second leg of the Grand Slam Tour. Of course, Paris has emblematic architecture and incredible art. But the city is also home to iconic chess history, from casual matches in Jardin de Luxembourg to 3 global chess tournaments in the 19th century, to chess cafes that have attracted the likes of Voltaire, Roger, Ben Franklin, and even a young Napoleon.
You're absolutely right, Tanya. Paris has been the setting for some thrilling chess tournaments throughout history, from famous artists like Eugene Delacroix to legendary chess players like La Bourdonnaise and Alexander Alekhine. Freestyle chess is now going to write the next chapter in Paris's chess legacy. What makes freestyle so unique is how we play chess. The players will compete in Chess 960, which randomizes the pieces on the back rank to level the playing field. Before each game, we will pull one of 960 positions, which the players will then have 10 minutes to discuss.
Which forces players to rely on their intuition and adaptability. Every move is crucial. And as we know from the Weissenhaus Slam, drama is guaranteed.
With the best players, creators, and commentators in the world, get ready for the second leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Paris.
And welcome everyone to Paris, to the Grand Slam event. Everybody is very excited. I'm Judith Polgar, Grandmaster, and alongside me I have Peter Leko, who is a fantastic player and coach, and he's going to be one of the experts who is joining me for the whole event. What do you think about this special location? It will be very different than from Weissenhaus, where it was very cozy, and here in the vibrant city in Paris. What do you think about the players? How do they feel to have such a change?
Yeah, thank you, Judith. Welcome, everyone. Super excited to be here. It's a fantastic event, and Paris, yeah, it's a mega metropole. I'm so excited to be here and see all the action. The players are getting ready. I feel like they have settled in. They are really feeling the vibe of the event. It's also the second leg of the Grand Slam Tour. There is so much at stake.
Thank you. And of course, again, we have another expert, and we are very happy to have Nicholas Huschenberg. And you're going to be the expert of looking what the engine is going to be telling us. So what do you think? What are your feelings? We have 4 Indians in the tournament and the top 7 world best players playing here. What are your expectations?
Thank you, Judith. I'm so happy to be back commentating along 2 chess legends here, the second Grand Slam of the Freestyle Chess Tour here in wonderful Paris. And like you said, we have a quite different field. From Weissenhaus, we have 6 returning players, but we have 6 also new players in the tour who have not competed yet. And as you said, 4 Indian players, which really showcases the dominance or the rise of the Indian players. Gukesh, of course, spearheading the field, or the Indian players being the world champion. And they're all so strong. So I think, Judith, they will really leave their mark in this tournament.
So let's see now. Who are the players? Because there is a change compared to the first leg in Weissenhaus, because we have not 10 players, but 12 players. So let's see the field. And also we had a last-minute change, not 1 player, but actually 2 players. Hans Niemann was one of the players who got out. He cancelled, and Alireza Firuze as well. So we have Rapport and Nodirbek Abdusattorov in replacement. So it's so beautiful to see this lineup. Well, Keimer won the first event. But what do you think, Peter, about who would you be thinking that wins or qualifies? Or does any of the player really think, like Magnus, that, okay, I'm just going to be qualifying. This is the warm-up, but I'm going to be in the top 8, of course, and we move on to the knockout.
Well, my feeling is that the experienced guys like Magnus Carlsen, of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, those are the 4 guys who I somehow feel that they will get in. Yeah, they have so much experience. They're also so fast with all this time control. Then Maxim Vasilaglav, the local hero, he will get all the energy, all the support from the local fans, and we know that he's a fantastic blitz player and rapid player. Yeah, he was the Blitz World Champion in 2021. And the youngsters will bring all the energy, all the freshness. It's all about surviving the first 2 days.
So we can say that the first 2 days, the preliminary phase, it's a surviving time. And of course, now it's going to be tough because only 2/3 of the players are going to be going forward. Okay, so let's see what is the tournament in Paris, some more details about that. We are going to see what is the time control and what are the dates. So the date is going to be 8 days. It's going to be a tough fight, not for all the players, but for most of them. Every day we start at 1 p.m. local time, and it's a round robin, this first phase, so 11 games will be played. And then we move on to the knockout part, which is going to be the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals after that. And now we can move on to see the tour. Let's see, because in the Grand Slam, it's planned to have 5 locations. We've seen in Weissenhaus, Vincent Keimer, your student, Peter, who won unexpectedly for the chess world. I believe that he's extremely talented, but still, the big shots are here. So, but I have to say that he won it deservingly because he played incredibly well. And we are at the second leg here in Paris. With the follow-up, is going to be 3 other events planned to be in New York, in the US, in India, and the final stage, South Africa, where everything can change still because there will be double points, possibility to win. And here we see the time control, so the round-robin phase, today and tomorrow in the round-robin part, the players are going to be playing 10 minutes, receiving 10 seconds per move. And the first 8 placed players advance to the knockout. 9th to the 12th placed play their final final rankings. And then the next phase will be from then on a knockout system where they play the classical way of time control, 90 minutes and 30 seconds for the players, which is quite a shift. But definitely after these 2 days, I think everybody will be warmed up and then they can calm down for the classical game. For us, it will be also easier to commentate. And now let's see the prize pool. What are the players playing for? And here we see the prize pool of this special event in Paris. First prize, $200,000. So there's a lot at stake. And you see 140,000 follows up on third with 100. And you see all the prizes. So there are a lot at stake. Of course, prestige is also a lot here. Of course, everybody comes here to win. But I think at this stage, still everybody wants to get in the top 8, and they don't really care where exactly within that frame. So let's move on and go for the Grand Slam points. Here we see the Grand Slam points as well, but here we see clearly only the points. So Vincent won the event with 25 points, Fabiano 18, and Magnus only third with 15, and Sindarov, who was the star for a long time in the previous event, he has 12 points in the Grand Slam. So we see that we have 16 players, because of the new players entered into the Grand Slam. So that's why we see Rapport and the bottom from 11 to all the way with 0 points, because they are new players of the Grand Slam. So it's going to be very exciting. And what do you think? Can Keimer do his follow-up after Weissenhaus?
Well, I think that one has to go step by step. Yeah, one thing is clear, that Vincent has shown in Weissenhaus that once he gets into a knockout stage with the classical time control, then this also Magnus and Fabi highlighted in their interviews, that they feel like Vincent got the feeling for it, that how to use the time, how to get the maximum accuracy out of the game, and that's why we're so impressed that he played fantastic event there. But first, in order to get there, you have to survive the 10 minutes portion. Yeah, and the 10 minutes rapid portion in freestyle, I think, is a completely different game, completely different dynamic, because you simply cannot establish the control. So due to the time factor, you have to let go. You can't play your precise chess. And once it gets chaotic, or at the starting position is chaotic enough, then it adds up, and of course it's dramatic.
Absolutely, it's a dramatic game. I think we have a graphic about Keimer, as he's the star for the moment, because he's the first winner of the first leg. And here we have some stats. What do you think, Peter, about this? We have what percentage he's good at attacking, defending, calculating, strategy, initiative, and time. What's your thoughts on first impressions?
Yeah, first impression is kind of interesting, because I don't know exactly based on what are all these statistics done. Yeah, that's a very big question. Is it freestyle or classical? We did here, I think we were asking David Havel, the mastermind behind it, that it combines all the events from 2024, and also the blitz games, rapid games, classical, and so on. I don't think that you get the full picture. Yeah, for example, in freestyle, Vincent has won the event with stunning play, and then we see suddenly that none of his numbers are really that high. What's going on?
Well, but I'm asking you as his coach, that probably you can X-ray yes. It, right? Exactly that. Is it really realistic, those numbers, what we see on the screen? Or maybe I can ask you, how would you say, what is Vincent's most strength?
Yes, exactly. I want to highlight, and in this regard, the statistics is correct. It's written 93 for strategy. If I think about Vincent, then I think about a strategist. Yeah, and he is fantastic in this. The intuition with 86, well, in Weissenhaus, he showed that actually his intuition for freestyle chess was fantastic, yeah, for all this opening phase, how to get the maximum accuracy in the early stage of the game. That's really impressive. And time management, that's true. time management has been the weak spot for Vincent, and that's why I'm also worried for the 10 minutes games, yeah, because you don't have time to think and to play precisely. You have to let go and rely on your intuition. But in freestyle, what is intuition? That's another topic.
Well, intuition enters in move one, right? So that's definitely we are about to start very shortly the opening ceremony, but until then, I want to ask one more question about still Vincent, because he was the star there, and let's keep it that way for a short time, because we are going to see shortly the new position and also the new games. What do you think, how well prepared he is for this event? Is he having expectations for him that he wants to win again, or he doesn't care about the result? How did he prepare for this event?
Yeah, very good question, and I don't know if it's understandable, yeah, because to Weissenhorst he came from Weikanzee, and it was a very unfortunate tournament because he was very motivated. He wanted to do great in Weikanzee, and then everything worked against him. And then we just would enjoy the event, just forget about the result, and he was sleeping. He did not even open his laptop during the whole Weissenhorst, and he played brilliantly. Yeah, now he won that event with fantastic play. Now he comes here, and maybe he feels the expectations. Also that the other players are not underestimating him anymore. I did remember the players meeting when they said that, yes, the number one, Alireza Firuza from the rapid stage, had the right to choose a player, and he picked Vincent Keimer as his opponent, and the whole tournament started because of this. Who knows if Alireza would have picked, for example, someone else, maybe we would have seen a completely different dynamic in the tournament. Yeah, it also adds the fantastic excitement for the event that we are in the dark. We don't know what to expect. I'm just loving it.
Well, I was meeting with some of the players in the hotel at breakfast, and I see those smile on the faces that they don't have to prepare in the opening. At the same time, of course, they have to be prepared mentally very well, because in a normal game, you have harmony, you have your own strategy, you have your routine, you have your opening preparation, you know where you put your pieces, right? But this is, I think, one of the biggest challenge in freestyle, that just few minutes before the game, you get to know which position you're going to receive out of the 959, because not 160, because the 518 number is taken with the classical position, right? So what do you think generally the players? I know that they are extremely happy not to work on the opening preparation. At the same time, they know already that maybe they are going to receive a position where after move one, they are in big advantage or already in trouble.
Yeah, actually, it's a very nice point, and I wanted to experience it myself, yeah, because talking about it, it's one thing, and how does it feel? And I did play 4 training games in freestyle with 10 minutes, yeah, just to know exactly, and with this extra 10 minutes time to think about the position. And I was in such stress. I looked at the new position, everything was strange, and I knew that in 10 minutes the game will start. Where do I start? This piece should be improved, that doesn't belong there. What will be my strategy? And I was completely shocked. By the way, you might expect a move from your opponent that you think that this is the most dangerous move, and in fact you are panicking. Your opponent makes another move. You first relax, then while you are relaxing, you realize, no, actually, it's a stronger move. What am I going to do? It's amazing challenge. And after the 4 games, I told Vincent that, no, I'm out of it. Thank you very much. I'm not young enough. You know, it's your territory. Go on. I see that you are doing fine. I'm happy. But yes, once you do it yourself, and 4 games after another without any breaks, it's crazy.
Yeah, I think mentally you have to be extremely strong, agile, to understand, to be able to shift from one position to another, not to talking today about the fact that in the first game, let's say you have a strange position, everything is developing very fast, let's say you lose, and again you get some position from nowhere, which you don't understand. My question is always, already these days, that there are more and more freestyle events, and some players have pretty lot of experience. do they remember any of the position that, let's say, it's 222, or let's say if you're going to see any number, the position, same position as they played in Weissenhaus before? Can they recall anything?
Well, I think that they are working with general patterns, yeah, that, in this type of structure, but just one small minor detail, yeah, that something is in a different place. Everything else is so-called at the place where you think that it is, and it changes everything. So I don't really believe that you can memorize anything, or you can just rely that, I know that if my queen is in the corner, then how do I play? If my knight is in the corner, how do I play? Because all the other pieces are connected as well. And it also depends how your opponent is reacting. One thing I noticed that because the players have been working so hard in all those 10 minutes together discussing the ideas, and I really believe that you have to be part of this group. You cannot sit at your own board. Actually, I can tell you, we were speculating last time about Hikaru, that why is he looking from the other side? That was my only remedy, my only medicine that I find, that I can only think if I turn the board, that what I'm afraid of, that was the only way how I could really make progress in my thinking. And finally, I somehow in one game knew that Vincent definitely will play those 3 first moves, because those were the moves that looked to me so logical, so human, tempting. It's kind of mind-blowing that how tricky it is.
Okay, so now let's move on and see the opening ceremony. So the stage, let's see the stage.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our gorgeous playing hall here in Paris, France, for the second leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. But what is a tournament without our competitors? So it is time now for us to introduce the 12 players who will be doing battle over the next 8 days to see who will become the champion of our Paris leg of this Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Without further ado, let's get into it. First up, he's the winner of the Chess.com Freestyle Qualifier for Paris, recently married, and we will give him many congratulations on that. He's making his first appearance in the Freestyle Grand Slam Tour here in this stage, winning Team Gold in the Chess Olympiad. It's none other than India's own Vidit Gujarathy.
Well done.
Vidit, best of luck to you. You may take your seat. Next up, he's the hometown hero for France in the beautiful capital city, with a peak ELO of 28.19, making his first appearance in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, often known by his moniker MVL. It's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maxime, thank you. Best of luck. You may take your seat. From here, we go to one of our last-minute replacements. Hungary's strongest Grandmaster, making his first appearance in our Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in 2025. He was the runner-up in the Chess.com Qualifier for Paris, earning his spot here. It is Richard Rapport. Stylish to boot, my friend. Thank you so much. Please take your seat as we introduce our fourth competitor at this event. He is the current World Blitz co-champion, second place winner in the Chess.com Fisher Random Chess Championship, and two-time candidates winner. It's none other than Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, best of luck to you in the tournament. Please take your seat. From here, we return to India for our next contestant. Recently winning the Tata Steel in 2025, he's the world number 7 at only 19 years old and making his first appearance in the Freestyle Grand Slam Tour here in Paris, France. It's Ramesh Babu Pragnananda. Prague, best of luck to you. Please take your seat. We'll stay in India for our next player. 3-time Freestyle Friday champion. The only player to do so far and to do it in consecutive fashion. Just taking the world number 4 spot and making his first appearance in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Give it up for Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun, best of luck to you. You may take your seat. From here, we go to the players making their second appearance here in the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. But we will start with the current world champion and world number 3 by rating. At 18 years old, one of the youngest players here. It's Gukesh Domaraju. Thank you so much, Gukesh. Best of luck to you. Next up, our second last minute replacement stepping onto a plane less than 48 hours ago to attend this event. He's the world number 6. He became a grandmaster at a mere 13 years old and making his second appearance in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour with his appearance here. From Uzbekistan, it's Nurirbek Abdusatorov. Thank you so much for making the trip out here to join us. Best of luck to you, my friend. And from here, we go to the world number 2. He's the 2025 winner of the America Cup, winner of the last 2 Freestyle Fridays. So challenging for that coveted title that Arjun has managed to take for himself. It's none other than Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, best of luck. Thank you so much. Remaining in the U.S., world number 5 and the second place finisher in the Wiesenhouse event of 2025. He's the 4-time U.S. chess champion and looking to take the top spot this time around. It's Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck to you, my friend. A couple more to get to. And next up is somebody that I believe is many a fan favorite. He's the winner of Wiesenhouse 2025 at 20 years old and Germany's strongest GM. Looking to do the back-to-back, it's Vincent Keimer. Pleasure to see you again, my friend. Best of luck in the tournament as you try to do the unthinkable. You may take your seat. Our final player, number 1 in the world. I think it's no secret who I'm talking about. 5-time world champion and winner of the 2024 Freestyle Tournament. It is the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. And there you have it, our 12 players that will be doing battle over the next 8 days of competition here in Paris, France. There's only one thing left to do, and that, of course, is to draw the initial starting position of the first of our 6 round-robin games to be played today. And in order to do that, I'm going to ask for the help of one Fiona to please come up onto the stage, where we will draw our first position. at your leisure.
Position 828.
Position 828. We can go ahead and throw that on the stand over here. But with the starting position known, I will excuse all 12 players to their respective warm-up areas or their playing tables to both discuss and to strategize. And as the players make their way to do just that, we are going to go ahead and reset ourselves as we wait on bated breath for the action across the board. Stay tuned for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam 25 here in Paris, France.
So we have seen a nice opening ceremony introducing all the players, and right now, of course, everybody is eager to go to the area where the players can analyze and get some ideas from each other and get familiar with the position. Gukesh is on his knee, getting closer to the chessboard. So we see that this group is going to be playing with the white color. And the number of the position is 828. And we're going to see also the other group of players who are on the other side playing with the black pieces. But for the moment, everybody's just looking at it. But let's listen in to them.
Yeah. Similar to the first game in the last time.
This doesn't look good already.
This is a team of youngsters.
Oh yeah.
Plus Hikaru.
Yes.
Then we just have to play
Yeah.
slow game.
Yeah. What about d4?
E5 or E5?
But e5 maybe no, I take and then I go e4. Oh wait, sorry, we got pawns enough to. No, bro, can't you take and play f4 like this?
Queen E4 probably is too risky.
Queen e4, knight g3, just play.
Yeah, it's too much. Okay. Well, then
Maybe
E4,
not. Yeah, exactly.
F5, but then we kind of threaten E5, right?
But this is hard because e4, bishop c4 already, we lose. No, d4 is probably just bad. If you don't have e4, then we'll...
Yeah, d4 also
Yeah, d4
doesn't
is
open
strong.
up in.
Okay, but if we
F4,
don't-
F5, knight g3, something slow. C6.
Yeah, this makes sense. Knight g3.
C6, C3. C3, yeah.
Okay, knight G6.
No, but I like knight g3. I think knight g3 makes sense.
Knight g3, knight g6. E4. Take F5. Yeah, take F5.
And then you knight G3, E5?
e4.
Because we're in F4.
Are we so sure about this stuff?
No, knight G4.
I've seen bishop c5 first. Like bishop c5, rook f7, knight e4, something like that.
Bishop D6.
D6, takes, yeah.
d6?
Yeah, take.
And you have nothing? Ah, you have nothing. Yeah, you got But knight e4?
Take, I guess.
What, c3 maybe?
Okay, we get another hit, right? D5 at some point.
But bishop d4?
Okay, with pawn pieces, I'm like knight G6. Knight G6.
Which move?
Knight G6.
G6. Yeah,
Knight,
yeah.
I don't think.
It's knight on e4, it's not stable.
If we want this pawn, why do we not start with C3 second move?
Yeah.
And then we could go knight G3 with already tempo attacking us.
This makes more sense.
No, knight g6, e4, yeah.
I'm just worried that at some moment we have to think about some c6, knight g3, g5. Yeah, that's the only thing that I don't want to do such things.
It's okay, we listen.
Knight g3, g.
But fg, f4, knight f5.
We should be happy with this.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. 5 is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks black of other moves here.
Okay, but c6 is very natural.
Yeah, I mean...
But c6, knight g3, also after g6 we need some idea. So f4 is...
G6 here?
e4.
What, f4? How do you think? I mean, take, then...
Yeah, I can't defend,
I
yeah.
don't know, somehow this feels very dubious.
Bishop d4.
Ah, but there's bishop c4 here.
E5
bishop
also.
c4 though.
Yeah, bishop c4.
Bishop e4 first, yeah.
Okay, but
e5.
well, bishop d4 is weird, right? Even knight f7, knight e6.
Knight f7, bishop g7.
G7.
But take on e4.
Yeah, that's the whole point, yeah.
Take on d4.
Take here, yeah, e4, exactly. This should be good for white. I mean, d4, knight e3, I mean, very fast. This should be good, I think.
What do you think first move e4 is not
f4,
great?
is it so bad?
f4, take,
G7, G5 matches.
Oh, but it's taking some direct f5. So
To go back here with the knight.
or c6, f5, then I feel like we this...
yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting position, but I don't know what's happening.
Also, it's very safe, yeah, in the sense that we don't...
And c6, knight g3, knight g6 is possible.
Sorry,
Knight f5, knight f4.
Okay, but this is for hugely risky for black, so...
yeah, knight f5, maybe also bishop c5. Bishop c5. Alright.
This feels dangerous, no?
This feels really dangerous for black.
And yeah, you have to go rook f5, queen h5 or something and pray, but I don't believe
Queen
g4
h5,
and rook f2.
yeah.
Oh, but okay, this is
This
too
is
risky.
way too much.
Yeah, I like this.
I mean, this looks very good for white.
Okay, G6, bishop d4, let's say bishop d5.
Okay.
e4.
Still our f4.
f4 is still hanging, no?
fe4, knight
How do you do bishop?
f4, knight e4, I don't think you can take. Right?
Some knight f6. Yeah.
Rook f4, I take and go knight f6. Bishop f4, I just take.
Knight e6.
Knight e6.
Knight e6.
But even bishop h8, g3.
Yeah, I'm not sure how good this is. G3. Knight e3 next one.
Yeah, this is very safe for us.
Yeah, this
Also,
is
maybe
very
you can start with knight e3 instead of e4.
Knight e3.
In general, already, you know, for black playing g6, if you haven't targeted everything, is quite risky.
So what's but also knight e3, right?
Yeah, knight e3.
But why don't we want to play e5 like Scandinavia here?
Take an f4.
Okay, rotate the queen somehow, like.
A lot of time. Scandinavia.
Yeah, maybe.
Not dangerous for white.
C3, yeah.
I mean, unless white is trying to play e4.
Yeah.
I don't see the bishop c4 always.
But we can also go d4, we can try maybe f6, c6, and then e5.
But this feels wrong.
Yeah,
it feels wrong, yes.
Yeah. But d4 we can also like play maybe...
f4 or e4.
Maybe we can play this one. And let's say e4 maybe...
No, but bishop c4.
I think e4... Well, even not, I mean like c6 and then e5, and like somehow we cannot play d5, yeah, so just channeling the center pawn.
So for e4, do we go f5 or e4?
E4, okay, e5 if you want to be very solid.
But f5 is very committal, yeah? I mean,
Yeah.
Create some
5
chances.
looks, I don't know, like...
Okay, but
So
anyway,
capture
nobody
with the
will play
rook.
this because it's too boring.
And
You
f5
won't
with
know.
g6 maybe fine, but rook f5.
I mean, people will play f4.
Of course, like 4 by 5 with our best move.
By the way, we can also play f6. I mean, just very typical, right?
but this is bad, yeah?
What?
But this is what I mean, like...
Yeah.
I don't think, because we get d5 quickly.
You have knight f7 also.
Bishop control e4 square.
But
We
then
had
you think
this,
bishop e7, knight c6.
sort of position, yeah. I mean,
But how, can you show me how it's fair? Take a knight c3. No,
take
take
knight.
take
Why do you rush with d5?
And why is it bad? Bishop c6?
Because
like I just want to. Okay, knight e3 and knight g3. I mean,
first of all we had the bishop c5, yeah, after d5.
no, you're right. Yeah, d5 is
Yeah.
bad.
I mean, rook f7.
Okay, so f6.
What?
You don't want to go e3.
So f4
d7?
or 5, yeah?
Rook d7,
Yes.
knight e3.
Maybe
Yeah.
this.
Bishop d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine. I don't think it's
like
so bad.
C6
Actually,
and-
because your
I think
bishop is
c3 is quite like.
I guess the queen side, so
Yeah,
it wouldn't maybe
it looks reasonable.
It should play knight g3. Now knight g3.
Yeah, so this is critical, right? But what's wrong with g6?
d5, but d5 we somehow abandoned.
Ah,
Yeah,
wait,
that's
bishop
d5
d4
move.
maybe.
Hang on.
G6,
E5?
bishop d4?
E5?
G6, bishop d4,
E5?
right?
Knight h7. Ah, bishop
What's wrong with E5? I don't
No,
know.
bishop d4, bishop d5.
Bishop take everything in e4. I'm just scared because e4,
Bishop
d4
c4.
comes.
Bishop d4,
yes.
e5.
Bishop c4, big
Hang on,
deal.
bishop d4 and go e5, right?
But E4, rook E8,
Yeah,
maybe.
at this position I'm not.
but yeah.
I don't know. I guess take
Yeah.
the bishop.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
e4 and d4.
Oh yeah, this this is just bad.
Why?
I think it's maybe just like I don't know, dubious position. Maybe. Or
Yeah, I feel like this knight is misplaced.
Yeah.
like
and
knight
it's
e3
through
is
this
always,
knight also, yeah.
or dubious.
Some nice
Yeah.
combination. Oh,
Well, knight is I could take
No,
knight.
take
Knight
e4,
takes because
take
knight.
on
Oh,
e4.
it's check on e3.
Take on e4, then go d5.
Yeah. No,
I mean,
but
so how like this is very good
but
because
queen
we
d2 is
restrict
good,
knight
yeah.
forever.
Maybe queen d2 is good.
We restrict knight forever.
yeah.
Dark squares are very
Too
good.
many, yeah.
But it was. What do you play after knight g3 then?
Move what?
Well, first of all, can we
Yeah.
play d5 in that case?
d5, I'm a bit afraid that it's.
Also, wait, bishop d4 now.
But also bishop d5 at 96.
96.
Yeah, I always had 96.
No, I mean after d5, bishop d4, 96, bishop e5. It's not scary.
96?
Yeah, just like d4 or something. Because your pieces are completely.
Why?
I
Little
mean,
bit.
just tell me like. How?
My piece is for sure Albert, not completely.
I mean, first of all, knight e3 is already like.
Yeah, I like
pawn. I don't
d4.
know.
d4 looks good.
What will you pawn? Why
Knight.
d4 is good, no?
93?
But okay.
Ah, it's 4, yeah. Ah, yeah.
Yeah, just d4 and e3.
Yeah.
But this is very scary. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, this I don't like.
Yeah.
Somehow, like, I have seen the worst in the Dutch. I mean, take 25 and g66, I mean, why it's wrong? You don't lose any materials, you slow
No,
it
it's not
down.
like losing, but it's very.
No, but I mean-
positionally
Feels
dubious.
bad.
This is fine,
I feel.
no? Seriously.
Okay.
I mean, not gonna lie. Given c6. But what's the big, I mean, it's,
I mean,
I thought
think maybe
c5 you
not
play.
so-
Okay, just bishop c2, long castle, no?
okay, I did the same, let's say. So bishop c7, castles, king b8.
But
I mean,
somehow it feels a
no,
bit
it's hard for
slightly
black to
worse.
play on, like, for something, yeah, unless fights. I mean,
Maybe not so bad, but it's yeah. I'm just worried that like it's g4 and then
I don't
e4.
think, I mean, even one penny worse here. Okay, maybe go g44, that's it now. So what? Why everyone is left? Ah, people already started kicking. Jesus.
What would be so? No?
Yeah, they will call, right?
Yeah. Okay, so c3. I don't know. Maybe so. What was sort of
Knight g3.
Knight g3. Okay. So g5 we didn't like in general. We just take f4, knight e4, or did we like it? It's not.
Unfortunately, we had sad news reaching us from Iceland yesterday as we heard of the passing of Friedrich Olason, Iceland's first grandmaster and former FIDE president. So I'm going to ask all the players to stand up for a minute of silence, please. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. We're ready now to start the tournament. So at the tip of the gong, you may start.
Best of luck to the players, to the spectators. Please enjoy the show.
So it was quite exciting to follow the players, to analyze for the first round game. And I've seen that Rapport was missing out from the analyzing area, and also Magnus did not show up for analyzing. He's playing with the white pieces, and Rapport is playing with the black pieces. What was very interesting for me that somehow they got there, right? That f4 seems to be the best move or the most advised, or that's how they thought. So what do you think? Which game would you like to pick, Peter? It's your choice first.
Well, I don't know even if to pick anything immediately or just to enjoy, to see that how many games we have, for example, f4, f5, c3 on the board. And we see that black has reacted already with c6. We did speak about this, that Rapport was not in the team. He was not participating in the team analysis. However, he still reacts exactly the same way how the teams were actually discussing. And we also see in Gukesh Maxim Vasila graph this f4, f5, c3, c6, knight g3, targeting the f5 pawn. There is a debate that do you jump out with the knight so quickly? Yes, it's a tempo hitting that pawn, but maybe that knight on g3 can be misplaced in the long run. A lot of questions. Jan Nepomniachtchi on move 2 goes for d5 with some kind of a stop wall strategy. Wow. A lot of excitement. And Magnus Carlsen has played 1 e4. It's the only game where we see 1 e4 played by the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen.
Let's go for a short time to start with Magnus's game, and then we come back to the bird's eye view. Just to get a little close-up from the position. Interesting that in many of the positions, 5 of the positions, they have c3 move on the...
Yes, it's e4, e5, c3, f6. That's the position. I'm trying to get the game up. So somehow I have the overview with all the 6 games, but I can't really pick just one game. How to do it?
Some technical issues, but we are going to be fixing it shortly. So anyway, which is really engaging for me, that why c3 is so important according to all the players, to open up the diagonal of the b1 bishop. And first I would have thought maybe knight c3, a3, bishop a2, and then castle long, bring out all the pieces. That would have been kind of a logical continuation for me.
But it's too slow. I think it's too slow. Yeah, with c3 open up the bishop immediately. We also kind of hope that they can hit that f5 pawn, yeah, so that the knight g6 came in the tempo. Black had to react. Now Rapport, for example, played the move g6. And now we see it should be some kind of preparation still. Prague blitzed out the move bishop d4. Yeah, you can't play a move like... And look at this. If black plays knight f7, then bishop g7 traps the rook. Yeah, so watch out. Which kind of invites e5, and then we're going to have some crazy confrontation in the center right away. The reason why my voice disappeared, because I suddenly can't tabulate. Where does this lead? e5, fe, bishop takes e5. Who is benefiting? Very intense. The first couple of moves are always so intense.
So we have the board. And this is Magnus's game. It's kind of a funny King's Gambit. I'm used to different kinds. But at first it seems to be an interesting setup.
Well, first of all, I'm loving it because it's different than the other games. Yeah, we see all this f4, f5 symmetrical debate. Magnus wants to go his own way. I feel like Vidit is very unlucky in a sense that every team member was analyzing f4, so he's a newcomer. Yeah, he won the qualification and then plays the black pieces in the very first round against Magnus Carlsen. And Magnus, typically Magnus, he comes up with a surprise. Yeah, he goes e4. He gets a completely different structure than what the players were debating. And now your move f4 on the board. I know that you love moves like this. Judith, what are your first thoughts?
Well, I have a great feeling about it. Having the queen on e1 on the center line, having the rook on f1. I mean, you can't have a better support for playing f4. And from h1, the knight will come to g3 very fast, I believe. The other knight, I don't know. It will end up coming to e3 probably, and then and then somehow consolidate the position with the bishop moving to c2 castle. At the same time, the a2 can be under attack still. But for the first impression of me that white has the initiative. And with c3, also d4 at some point, when it shows up, it's a clear space advantage for white.
Yes, I already highlighted all the arrows for white. Yes, so those are the ideas. I think it would be very nice to include now Nicholas into the show because he has already all the insights. I have seen him working really hard behind the scenes. So, Nicholas, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Peter. So Magnus being the only one who goes 1 e4, but e4 is actually objectively the strongest move in the position. I believe I heard Fabiano saying, e4 is just too boring, let's not look at it too much, but actually the boring approach is the right one here. And as Peter, as you highlighted, white has these breaks in the center, f4, d4, and getting the first break in freestyle chess is usually very important, and it is here as well, because now black is posed with a question. Do you take the pawn on f4, but then you give up the center? White takes back with the rook. Well, you can play c6, open up the bishop. The rook would just drop back to the first rank, and white can build up a very strong center here, supported by the queen and the bishop. And this looks fantastic for white. But if you don't take on f4, for example, if you play a move like c6, mirroring white, then white can grab more space, can advance the pawn further, going f5, and this is also a bit better for white, restricting the knight on h8. And let's see what Vidit decided to play. He went for knight g6. This is actually the best move, developing the knight, hitting the pawn on f4, and if the pawn now advances, then at least you have the knight in a bit of a better position here on e7 than would be on f7, where it can support the move d5. Also here, white is a bit better, but at least it feels like the play is a bit clearer for black, even though you still have a question what to do with this knight on d8. Either case, it looks like it was a good decision by Magnus to not join the others, to think on his own, and we see him going f5 now after knight g6, and he is a bit better here, but so far, of course, it's early. However, what I would point out, Judith, is that already has a time advantage of 3 minutes, which, of course, in a rapid game like this, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds per move is quite important. And we see Magnus still playing quickly here. Knight e7, g4 has been played. He has more space on the king side, or the right side of the board, I should say. As in freestyle chess, it is not traditional king side and queen side, obviously. And now after g4, black should probably play in the center, going d5. So what is your impression so far, Judith? Is Magnus doing well here in the opening?
Well, I believe that he's kind of happy here, because he plays very fast. This is a very good sign for him, I believe. Mm-hmm. And so far, he played only pawn moves in the first 5 moves, preparing all the possibilities to bring out his knight to g3. I think that we are going to be witnessing very shortly. But time is a very important element in freestyle. We can say maybe it's more important than in classical game, because here we also see that if white will be able to bring out the knights to g3 and the bishop development from b1, but that maybe is not going to be too fast happening, then white can have a very strong position by having these pawns, which he pushed e4, f5, g4, and later on probably on the right side of the board, as we call it in this freestyle chess, white can later even play h4 and g5 and get really serious initiative on the right-hand side. And the question will be whether is black going to play a5 or a6, going bishop a7 castle, so bring the rook to d8 and play in the center with d5, or what is black up to? Black can also play g5, for example, trying to close the position a little bit on the right-hand side of the board. So a lot of excitement, but I think the time element for the moment is the biggest issue for Vidit. What do you think, Peter, about this position?
Well, I just came back because I had a technical problem with my microphone, and I'm completely shocked Yeah, because I somehow feel that this knight g6 inviting f5, knight g7 was wrong. You couldn't allow white to get f4, f5 with the tempo in. Now white grabs space. That's my intuition telling me. a6 followed by bishop a7. We do see a question mark by computer, but it's a very human kind of reaction. Yeah, you want to develop that bishop from b8, but that already brings the question that why did you place that knight from d8 to c6? Well, because the white pawn got all the way to f5. You were running out of space on the e6 square. After bishop a7, for example, if after bishop takes a, if black takes with the rook, then you can't castle anymore. Yeah, that's another headache. I believe that Magnus is super happy with his position. This is exactly a dream kind of start for white. Of course, what he will do with his advantage or his promising position, that's already another question. Black is maybe setting up some d7, d5 break at some point. What was your evaluation, Judith?
I don't know. At first, it seems to me that white has a great initiative. At the same time, I'm not sure if with black side, I think maybe I would be going for g5 at some point, trying to close the position, because f8 rook is standing very well, defending the f6 pawn for later. But somehow I would like to go d5 at some point. That's what I want to do with the black side. But for me, it's a big question how the players will consolidate the left side of the board. Are they going to be castling, or like Magnus prepared completely to go the direction from b1 bishop to c2, right? And to cover the squares d4 and b4, while black is trying to play with a6 and bishop a7. This is the two-way to bring out the very strangely placed bishop on b1 and b8. So at first, it has a very good impression at first glance that white has a good position. And wow, look at that b4.
Yeah, he grabs more space on the queen side. Yeah, he opted for b4. One thing, yeah, he does not want to place the knight from d1 to e3 too quickly, because that would allow black to play bishop a7 and then solve all these problems that we talked about. Now, Magnus is inviting bishop a7. Please try to trade that bishop. Then I'm going to take, and as we highlighted, if black takes with the rook, then there won't be any communication anymore between the rook and the king, so black won't be able to castle. That will lead to very uncomfortable long-term problems for black. And if you have to take back with the knight to a7, then again you think twice that do I want to trade those bishop on that term? So in this regard, I feel like b2, b4 psychologically a very good move by Magnus. He might be also saying, you know what, if I get a chance, I will push a4 and d5 on the board. This probably will be met by e d5 and then knight e4, landing, cementing that knight on e4, or even maybe the bishop. What are the thoughts? Those are at least the first intuitive thing. But the knight h5, wow, completely different direction, hitting the weak spot on g7.
Somehow, for a moment, it came to my mind that it seems like they are playing two different games. Like they are not really paying attention what the opponent is doing. What do you think, Nicholas, about it? I mean, b4, I'm still like trying to recover.
Yeah, first Magnus plays a move on the left side of the board, and then suddenly on the other side of the board. But knight h5 was the best move, and it would have been already a best move before. And now setting up the bishop to go to a2 and line it up here on this diagonal, the a2 g8 diagonal. And this is quite unpleasant for black. So actually, Vidit should have stopped this from happening. This is a good setup, and also b5, of course, always in the air at some point. So Magnus in the driver's seat here, 2.5 minutes ahead, but still such a complicated position. Rook d8 now played, but bishop a2, really uncomfortable pin here, Peter, for Vidit.
Yeah, I think that Vidit in a lot of trouble. I also see that we have a lot of developments in the other boards as well. Maybe should we have a bird's eye view just to see, and then we come back to Magnus or to one of the other positions?
That's a great idea. At the same time, I'm really enjoying this Magnus game, because it's incredible that basically Magnus was playing only with one piece, with the knight to h5, g3, h5, and all the other moves is pawn. So space advantage is a priority for Magnus. That's very clear in this game. So what are going on the other boards? Compared to this one, what we've looked, they are pretty calm.
Wait, is
Well,
there a king on c4? There's a king on c4 in Pragnananda report. What?
Let's go to that game.
Yeah,
that we have to see in bigger size.
I thought there was some error in the display.
Definitely. So basically, black has sacrificed the piece. How did we get here at all? Yeah, so queen d5, check, king d3, c5. Black is taking back the material.
He could have done a perpetual already, but he wants more.
Wow. Of course he wants more, yeah, with this white king on d3. On the other hand, there are not so many attacking pieces. But this queen, okay, white can play the move queen f3. Is that a solid way of...
With queen f3, queen e4.
Wow. And then I'm ending up in a bad endgame, yeah, queen
what
e4.
What do you mean bad? It's just a piece down, no? Or
no, you are winning back the piece.
I'm just winning back the piece.
Yeah, you are winning back the piece. Yeah, but this is, okay, let's just put it on the board, yeah? So queen f3 runs into queen e4 check. What a sensational intermezzo spotted by you, Judith, but takes, king e2, rook takes f1.
Yeah.
What is going on? It's good for black.
Is there any other move for white than queen f3? This is the first question, if we just observe the position right now. Is c4 something to take an account from white side? Also quite funny position, I must say. I mean, for rapport, these kind of positions could arise very easily from classical chess also. But here we have this position, c4, queen f3. And, well, these are the two moves which comes to mind for me.
Yeah, I think, Nicholas, we should ask you, what is happening? Please tell us something.
Yes, so after c5, Pragnananda is still thinking, and he is getting low on time. He only has 2 minutes, 40 seconds left. Of course, the players receive 10 seconds per move, but this is not a lot of time. And he has played queen f3, and in fact, queen e4 check can be answered by the very cool, let's just point this out, by the very cool king c4.
King c4.
So you can actually avoid it in this way. And now there's the threat to take the queen and take the rook. So black cannot take on d4, but would need to play queen e5. Rapport spotted all this and quickly replied queen to d6, keeping the pin alive, and is ready to recapture, to take back the material next move. Knight e3 was played. Now c takes d4. And yes, the king on d3 is, of course, the big problem here for white, especially with the queen still on the board. Knight c4 should be played now to gain a tempo against the queen. And apparently it is still roughly equal, maybe a bit better for black, but with the time situation being down 3 minutes here in this difficult position, Pragnananda is definitely feeling the pressure. Here he goes, knight c4, queen a6, queen d5. The moves are, of course, coming in quickly now. Knight to e6. The knight is developed. And the king, let's not forget, the black king can still castle in both directions here. It can go to this side of the board, to the right side, and can also castle to the left side of the board when just the rook would jump over the king. And here I think it would make a lot of sense to bring the king to g8. Then you can put a rook on c8, try to do something against this pinned knight on c4. This seems so difficult to defend in any kind of time control, but with 2 minutes on the clock, this will probably be very, very hard to hold, Judith.
Well, it is an amazing happenings, what's going on between Pragnananda and Rapport at the moment. And again, what I can say, time matters quite a bit, and there's a significant time advantage for Rapport. At the same time, we can see a simplification, and we enter into an endgame in a second. B4 also, look at that.
Yes, b4, b5, trying to trap black's queen. But as you highlighted, yeah, queen c6 could be played.
Yeah, and somehow simplifying and get the end game, right?
Yeah, because black is a pawn up. Yeah, let's not forget. And as Nicholas highlighted, black still has the luxury to be able to castle, depending on the situation, to the short side, to the king side, or to the long side. The long side would mean that the rook from a8 jumps to d8, then the king remains on c8. Right now, with the pawn on d7, this doesn't look so interesting, but imagine the trade on c6, queen c6, d takes, queen takes c6, d takes c6, and then white takes cd, and then black castles long and already hits the d4 pawn.
He couldn't resist and castle, showing off, like king g8, short castle.
Of course.
Couldn't resist.
Of course, it's such a pleasing move. So basically, it means that after b5, he has the move queen a4. We also know that Ricci has extremely good nerves, and he likes to be provocative. If we tell him that, no, you have to do this, definitely we will do exactly the opposite. And yeah, it fits. This fits perfectly into his plan.
But Pragnananda played a4 with an idea to trap Rapport's queen with b5. What can he do against this?
Well, he always has queen c6.
But now the question is the king really stands better on g8? Wouldn't it be better to be having it on c7?
Yes, exactly. Those were my thoughts back then.
There is no way back.
Yeah, no way back. But the good news for black is that black is pawn up after all, so it is white who has to somehow prove enough compensation to survive the game. I still believe that black is calling the shots. Things have also slowed down. It's an endgame. It's probably a good moment to move around to another game for sure. We have tons of excitement somewhere. Gukesh against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. At least looking at the bar, there is a clear advantage for Gukesh, and we known that he had been suffering last time in Weissenhaus because he never managed to really win a game. If he would start with a win, that would be a big game changer for him psychologically.
And if I see it correctly, Vidit has sacrificed a piece as well against Magnus to open up Magnus's king. So this is also definitely very exciting and sharp.
Let's try to pick that game if we can.
Yeah.
Between Magnus and Vidit. Let's see what's going on.
The clock situation, only 48 seconds for Vidit. Yes, and 3 minutes for Magnus. Nicholas, what are your thoughts? Yeah, there was a piece sacrifice, and who is benefiting from it?
I think Vidit is benefiting because his position is much easier to play now with little time on the clock. Of course, still very complicated, but at least if you're down on time, you want to be the one attacking and not defending. You want to have some clear moves, and here it's very clear he wants to castle long, bring the rook over from a8 to d8, then get out of this pin and start an attack against the white king. And you see the white pieces, they're all shuffled around across the board. There's not a lot of harmony right now. And in fact, the computer is saying g5 is an only move to keep a clear advantage after any other move. Actually, black is clearly better, and g5, at least to my eyes, is not an obvious move at all. So Magnus is feeling the pressure here, going also low on time, and this is really everybody's game here. Vidit with a really interesting sacrifice, opening the white king, and right now he has 2 pawns foot already, if I'm not mistaken, and he has a safe king. He will get the rook over, and he will put some heat on the white king. So Magnus here under pressure. Will he find the only move, g5, to not be worse? He has 1 minute 45 seconds left right now. We see him thinking, and this is a very important moment for him, and reminds me of the last round robin in Weissenhaus where he played against Hikaru, and Hikaru also, well, it was also a wild first game with sacrifices, and he once again, this is freestyle chess, and the action already starts in the very first round. Magnus down to 1 minute 20. Can he solve the problems? And he goes bishop f2. This is definitely a mistake. Now black is clearly better. Immediately long castle.
But he wants to play short castle.
Yes.
On the king side.
Yes, he escapes at least. But still.
Wow.
King b8, then putting the pressure on the pawn on d2, and black has a lot of harmony here and is better, in fact.
Well, now Magnus is not very happy, I guess, having the pawn on g4. He had different thoughts, probably keeping his king on c1 still.
And that bishop on a7 became a monster, right? And yeah, black just needs to play king b8. I think that just get out of the pin, free up the rook. Yeah, then the rook suddenly will be able to just put the king on b8. He goes back knight c6. Okay, it's a strategical move. He wants to land that knight on d4, kick the queen out. But then suddenly the d pawn will not feel so weak. Actually, it's not about the pawn. It's much more that if black is able to hit with the rook on d2, then there will be tactical threats along the second rank as well.
And also the knight could be very powerful on d3 if king b8. That
exactly
could be quite unpleasant for white because the f2 bishop is either captured or forced to move away.
But okay, black has played the move knight c6, so it's now Magnus to move.
And maybe we can zoom in on the players as they're so low on time. The moves will come in very quickly now. They do get 10 seconds per move increment, but this is not a lot of time. So this will be a wild time scramble now as rook d3 has been played to trade a pair of rooks, but knight d4. And Magnus gives the exchange on d4. He gives the exchange, bishop takes. I think a good practical decision, maybe rook b1, good move.
Yes, and now he stops king b8. Black cannot unpin anymore because of queen takes a6. Fantastic.
Genius.
Unbelievable. And we did it under a lot of time pressure, and in such situations you would love to make the natural move. King b8, get out of the pin, and things are easy. You know what to do. Without this, it will be so difficult. He will need to try to trade the queen somehow. Queen f7, queen e7. Is that a possibility? We go c6?
c6 looks wrong somehow. Knight g3.
The knight heads back to e4, to the lovely e4 square.
And now it feels it's a bit easier for white to play, which is very important, especially with seconds on the clock.
Queen a3, nice move, because queen d3 might be very unpleasant. Coming if knight e4.
Yes, it was a very good practical move. Queen c4, Magnus falls back with the queen.
Defends the a4 and the d3 square covered. Once he gets knight on e4,
exactly.
It'll be beautiful. Maybe bishop should go back to a7.
Yeah, just to free up the d file. Yeah, on the board.
Best move.
Yeah. Now we see that the rooks are again active. Also with rook d4 you can fight for the e4 square. Yeah, knight e4. Rook d4, queen c2 or queen e6 check.
He's inviting a, well, maybe a move repetition, but no, queen d3.
Yeah.
Trading queens. Good choice.
Very good choice.
That would be good for black. Yeah, then suddenly he's running no risk.
But can white do anything else to avoid the exchange?
No.
Queen b4, a5. b1 rook is attacked, e4 knight is attacked.
He needs to go into the endgame and try to hold it. Objectively, it's not so bad, but of course it's only black who's pressing here.
Vidit has 13 seconds with 10 seconds per move increment.
Yeah, but if he manages to trade queens, then suddenly all his moves will be very natural.
Yeah, then definitely it becomes very dangerous for white.
Yes, and Magnus also himself down to 14 seconds. He trades the queens. Takes, and what next? And already with it up on the clock.
Wow. What a nerve-wracking situation. Time is ticking. He has to make a decision.
He needs to trade bishops here. I'm not sure
Grab
what he's
bishop.
thinking about. He does. Vidit seems very calm. A bit too calm for my taste, honestly.
So what about rook 3 to d4? What white wants to play? Knight b6 check and knight c5. So too many knights.
Both knights are attacked. You have to go knight b6 or d3 here.
Yes, somehow I'm more for d3 intuitively, but what does it mean? I don't have to play the game. so I can give a pawn just for my...
But after d3, maybe b5 will be the most powerful.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Sure. This is why White should have played knight b6 first. Now b5 is strong, but he takes on d3.
And now knight c5. And the knights are jumping. And with it down to 6 seconds.
3,
b5.
2.
Wow.
Whoops.
The best move, actually. He gives back material, but he has a lot of pawns and an active rook.
And he thinks like, give me a king c7 tempo, yeah? If that king is on c7, black will be so much more happy.
Already black is happy.
Yes, black
I
is
believe.
happy. How do you recapture now? That's the big question.
A.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, you want to keep the center control.
Where's the center?
No, he takes c takes b5.
He takes cb, yeah.
Also
Okay,
interesting.
Yeah, it was a tough call.
Okay, so the black brings the king, I guess. No, check first. King f3. Activity is always useful in endgames.
When Arjun actually has beaten Fabiano Caruana, that's a big sensation because Fabiano is a very experienced freestyle player. Also, Hikaru Nakamura had a lot of problem against Jan Yapunmachi, so much action.
Wow, look at this attack by Magnus. g5, rook g1.
Yeah, he wants to create counterplay. And this f-pawn will give him the
So I guess
counterplay.
on h6, h4.
Yes.
That's the plan.
Close your eyes and go. Is
Very unpleasant, having
B4.
4 seconds.
4 seconds. He needs to move. He needs to move.
Yeah, he
2
plays
seconds.
a5 and rook g5, rook d7. Yeah, that's the idea. Protecting the g7 pawn and pushing a4 next.
Magnus can still win this.
And lose it as well.
Yes, all
Anything
3
can
results are
be.
possible.
But now he's back to 1 minute.
And b4 is not possible because knight d5. So king still has to waste time. Knight d5 check, king a5 probably the next
Yes,
move.
because king c5, rook c2 check doesn't feel
Though
right.
after king a5 probably rook c2 wants to enter to c8. No, grabbing the pawn, go forward.
Wow.
Peter, which color would you like to play this if we could choose?
Good question, yeah. I think it might change after every move. Yeah? Because black pushes now b4. However, I do feel like white is kind of safe, but watch out for some b3 and then, for example, king d4, king c4, rook takes d5, king d5, a3, and then the 2 pawns are moving too quickly.
b3, I think.
And then rook c5 check.
King a6.
Yes, but at least there is some harmony. There rook c6 check, inviting king a5, and then I can repeat if I want.
But I go king b5.
And the rook b6 check. Okay.
Yeah, there was not much of a choice for black, I think.
Yeah, it goes on. Yeah, it's so difficult, so complex.
Okay, they raised in time, both of them. Magnus is above a minute again. Those 2 passed pawns, a4, b3, they are running.
Yeah, they are. I think white should force a repetition.
Well, if he can, how can he do it?
Well, rook c4 is inviting king a5.
But then knight
rook
c3.
No, you need to go king b5.
Ah,
he does
wow.
so.
Okay, yeah.
Now rook c8 only move.
And then thanks to, on the board, thanks to this rook on d7, that whenever black pushes a3 and then rook b8 check, king moves to a4, c4, there is a fork with knight b6 check. That might be important, but also rook b4 check and then collecting the b3 pawn is there.
But a3, king, rook b8, king c6.
Rook b7. Nice move.
Prophylactical move, not allowing white to give a check on b8 with the rook. Nice move.
But now this monster knight on d5, yeah, always whenever you push b2, there will be knight c3 check, still holding on against the b pawn.
Very unpleasant move for white, this last move, rook b7.
Yes.
And Hikaru has lost against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Gukesh, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave has ended in a draw.
And Vincent in a lot of trouble against Abdusattorov.
And so is Pragnananda against Rapport. So we're going to stick with this game, of course, here. Carlsen against Vidit. B2. What now?
Getting very close to queen.
Yes.
Though it's not a real threat yet.
Because of knight c3, check the fork. So white can play a move like rook c4, rook a8, actually.
But you need good nerves.
Well, you need good nerves for sure in this tournament, in this round robin. Very good nerves.
Wow, only seconds on the clock to have
He
this
goes
rook
rook
c4.
Yeah, once you mentioned it, it sounded like a super cool move, yeah, because b1 queen, knight c3 check, king
But what do
e5,
you
rook
play on
takes
a3?
a4 check.
On a3. Knight
Well,
c3
knight c3
check, king
check.
b6.
Yeah, and then, okay.
Rook a4.
Probably rook a4, yeah. We will see same
What about rook
motifs.
b4 now?
Rook b4 is possible, yeah.
Of course, has to be played, I guess.
King c5. Oops. Knight b1. For a moment, everything, all the pawns stopped. Not.
This looks so dangerous for white.
King b5, knight a3.
Going after the f5 pawn.
Well, king c3.
Or also, well, knight c3 is kind of going for draw, but king c3 is the ambitious. If we lose the f5 pawn, we cannot really be so ambitious. It will be a draw. Yeah, and Magnus goes for rook h4. It shows that he still wants something from the game. Yeah, he wants to protect his last remaining pawn on h2, collect the b2 pawn, and once the b2 pawn is falling,
He has to make a move.
With
On
1 second.
1 second he had. He
How
made
did
a
he
move
play this
h6.
move so calmly? Oh my goodness.
yeah, he felt he has things under control.
Well, but if you play a move with 1 second, you can't really speak of so much control.
But okay, now Magnus is definitely not someone who has to worry in this game. So it's only he who can win this game with white. He's out of danger.
He goes king c4, yeah, and then a3, knight c3. It's kind of frustrating for black now. All the dynamics disappeared from the position.
Maybe I would go king b6. Start going back.
First he pushes a3, okay.
Okay, maybe rook f2, king b3, rook f3 back. He starts going back with the king. Well,
Yeah, Richard won. So Rapport has beaten Pragnananda.
there are 2 games running. Vincent against Nodirbak. And this one, which we are following for quite some time already. Magnus against Vidit. Rook h5, good move. I like that.
King b4, yeah, not getting into the pin.
So what is the master plan of Magnus? That after king d6, knight b5 and grabbing the pawn.
Yes. So he just waits with rook d3.
Well, there's not much for white to do. King and knight are tied down to the a pawn, and the rook is tied down to the h pawn. So it seems really difficult to make progress here for white.
But Magnus will try.
He will try as long as he can.
At least he knows that he's super safe, but now he's frustrated that he doesn't really have winning chances.
Rook f3 back. Maybe he will go rook e5 and trying to defend his pawn from e2. No, rook a5. So now he's giving up his pawn on h2 after rook h3.
Yeah, rook h3, how he wants to continue. Rook a6 check. But okay, this will be rook knight versus rook. He goes rook a3, rook takes h2.
So we are in for a long ride here. So rook and knight against rook is a draw and a fairly easy one, but you still try it, especially with seconds on the clock.
And I'm not sure there is too much benefit having those 2 pawns on the board for black.
Maybe not, yes. Maybe they're just distractions. Maybe they're even blocking some pathways to give a check at some
You know
point.
what Magnus going to do. Knight c5 check. Somehow if he can put on the back rank the black king, then I think it can be more of a problem than a use.
Yeah, sometimes you are missing checks and so on. Yeah.
Or you should put your rook later on f2 so you have all kind of checks.
Also, you don't have some stalemate defenses that you sometimes do with just rook against rook and knight. So he goes to b8. And this is definitely uncomfortable
It's
with
a bit
10
shaky.
seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's mating net everywhere.
And right now you don't have checks from the H file because your own pawn is blocking it. But you have checks from the C file or D file.
Yeah, all the other games finished. Abdusatov has beaten Vincent, so actually there were 3 black wins in this first round.
But I'm not sure actually that is there any advantage with either color.
Well, in 10 minutes games,
In
not.
10 minutes.
In classical,
In
yes.
classical, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, white is chasing the black king. Knight e6. Okay, king c8. Probably king c6 will show up.
Yeah, it's so fun. If we would be talking about rook knight versus rook, we would be sure that we would never lose it. But with his 2 extra pawns, yeah, because we also see that he never really activated the rook from h2. Yeah, he never started checking or doing this pinning the knight kind of defense. He was relying on pushing his pawns. King b7, okay.
Well, now black has more space. Before he was on the side, on the a file. Now he got to go one line closer to the center.
Yeah, it seems Carlsen's not really able to make progress so far.
How far is he going to be trying?
Until the end.
But
Most likely.
which point is the end?
Until the 50-move rule is applied.
That will be another 200 moves if we look at the 50 move, we're having those 2 pawns there.
Yes.
Of course, he thinks he has to try.
Well, but now the trick is that nothing is threatening. Yeah, so maybe now it can still push the h5.
No, but for example, there are ways of losing. If king b7 now, going knight c5 check, and let's say you go king b6 and then rook b3, and then king a5, king c6.
Yes.
So
no,
we see the
of
problem
course.
having the pawn on h6, rook on h2, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
He goes king b7.
probably the best would have been to go rook f2, you know?
Just give up everything.
No, I mean, just get out of there, so on the side at least you have all kind of checks if necessary.
It is now very nervous, but yeah, he goes king b8.
And after king c6, rook c2.
Rook c2, yeah. This is the defense
Barely.
that... Yeah, this is the defense that we know, yeah, that you have to pin that knight. So after king c6, rook c2 is just in time. Otherwise, knight d7, check, king c8, rook a8, mate would be a threat.
So this game may be long and pushing away the start of round 2.
However, for example, for the players who lost, maybe it's not so bad to have a little more time to
Try to recover.
calm down. Yeah, exactly. Rook e3, yeah. So maybe Magnus will try to pick those 2 pawns up and then start rook knight versus rook.
And it's only round 1.
Yes, exactly. But okay, h5 is pushed. Rook e8 check. Rook e7 check will be played, yes.
King b8.
Yeah, and then rook h7. Do you protect the pawn or do you give it?
I give it. I want to get rid of it, at least of one. G3 I go and I
yes,
put
and then
pawn
I
on
pick
G2.
up, then rook g5, then I'm coming back with the king with the knight, I'm collecting the pawn. if you know Magnus wants to enjoy himself, then he can. Yes. He picks up the pawn. Do the same mechanism, yeah, get behind.
Yeah, this is also a question, like this is game 1, right? So, you know you have another 5 games to play today. Like, are you really spending energy now trying to win a drawish endgame? Or you say, okay, it's a draw, and I move on next game and
I don't think that Magnus thinks about the next games, yeah? He just wants to get the maximum out of this. If he can call, by the way, black is in Zugzwang. Well, he played rook b2, okay, so he still hangs on to his g2 pawn, but this case, the pin has been abandoned against the knight.
King a8 only move now. King a8 only move.
Yes, but king b8, knight d7 was kind of the problem, yeah?
Or knight a6, apparently.
Or knight a6?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. All right, but anyway, yeah, king a8, now knight b6, king b8, rook b7, checkmate is a threat. So black has to react. Also, the rook is hanging.
Close already, it feels like, right?
Yeah, he's in the corner.
Okay,
rook c2 check.
King b6.
And king b8.
Yes.
And okay, rook g8, rook g2.
Exactly.
So the pawn is off.
Okay. Well,
so the countdown starts there.
And this is horrible because losing all the pawns and being boxed in with the black king in the corner, that's the only way to lose it.
You see, this is why I'm saying, get rid of, just give as a present to your opponent and then look what's going on. Because it happens so many times that you're defending your pawns, kind of, and then they are going to win it anyway.
Yes.
With a very good circumstances.
Yes, of course.
Rook h8, great move.
Okay, it's still a draw, of course, but...
But yeah, rook g6, yeah, avoiding any rook h6, then we activate the knight. Yeah, king c8.
And you run.
And you run. But where do you run? Knight c5, king d8, rook e8. I'm kind of blocking you there. Okay, you have rook e8 just maybe in time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's very happy.
I
very
got the
satisfied.
maximum. Yes.
Is he? I'm not sure.
I think so. I mean, now that there is no pawn, so those... I mean, it was plus and minus, but now king on b8, so maybe he goes... What will he go? Well, I think he has to go rook g6, by the way.
Yeah, what else to do? Otherwise, the check comes from h6, pushing the king back. So now, 50 more moves to go for Vidit. Then the 50-move rule can be claimed, which is in chess, if for 50 moves no pawn has moved or no piece has been taken, you can call the arbiter and claim a draw. Of course, they're not writing down moves, so Vidit does not really know when the 50 moves have been played, but he can just try at some point to claim.
Well, also I feel like because now black's king is in so much danger, yeah, king d8, this is the line we discussed, that after rook e6, blocking the king, then there is rook e8, very important, and if black king gets to e7, I'm not exactly sure if Magnus really wants to play 50 moves, or he just wants to try to get the maximum out of this construction, and if black's king escapes, then he calls it a day. Judith, any thoughts? Or this is not the Magnus?
No way. I mean, if he was fighting already this long, let's go around 3 more times and chase the black king.
Yeah, but now, of course, black is out of any danger.
Because the thing is that in such a position, you have the upper hand, right? It's you who is the cat. And the other one is the mouse.
Yes. Okay, rook a8. Go rook a8 so that against knight e4 you have rook a7 check, because Magnus is trying to set up now some knight b7, knight d6. Knight e4 runs into rook d8 check. That would be lovely. Yeah,
Yes.
rook a8, perfect.
So rook e2.
Okay, but then king f6.
He wants to go knight b7.
Yes.
No, rook a7.
And then rook b6. At least to show off, yeah?
Yeah, rook b6. This is
And
nice.
actually, it's tricky because it's a zugzwang, right? If you
Yes.
move it there, king to g7, king e7, king h7, king f7.
Well, I can go rook a1 and...
Then knight d8 check.
Yes,
the knight
yes,
comes
I
from
understand.
behind.
You're making progress. But what to do at this point?
King f8.
Oh.
Super cool. King e6.
Yeah, and actually, they are playing it out. If it's a draw, okay, they played long, the round is postponed a little bit, the round two. But if, let's say, Magnus wins,
It would be
it
huge.
gives him wings, right?
Yes.
If Vidit is going to be losing this, he's going to be suffering in the next few
Exactly.
rounds, probably. So it's a psychological matter right now for both of them.
Well, I can tell you that I'm rooting for a draw. Because I want Vidit.
That would be a fair result.
Yes, that Vidit with his first game and then he sacrificed. He was under pressure on the position. He was under pressure on the clock. Then he had this fantastic piece sacrifice and he was driving Magnus crazy. He deserves a draw.
Well, and after all, he's on his honeymoon. It's not nice to lose your first game.
And then to explain to your wife, yeah, what happened, yes?
When the bar is always equal, or you were winning even.
Yes. Well, I think playing such a game by now, maybe Vidit has forgotten that he's on honeymoon. Yeah, he doesn't have the chance to think about this. Magnus is squeezing, rook e2 check, yeah, and then king f5.
And they are playing already for 50 minutes, this 10 plus 10 game.
Yeah. Yes, 10 plus 10 is brutal. Vidit down to 6 seconds.
And this is when the mistakes can happen. When he's down to a few seconds, then one wrong move and can be all over. But so
But generally, the way, I mean, I haven't experienced how to lose this. The thing is, you go inaccuracies, one after another, and when there is a moment you have to do the only move,
yes,
then when you have 3 seconds, you don't make the only move.
Yes.
But he's not there yet that he needs only to play the only move. For Vidit, it's still that basically anything is good. Rook
Yes.
a2, rook h2, rook b2, rook c2, basically anything. King f7.
Yeah, the king is not even on the last rank.
But okay, rook a1, the king cannot run away. You don't have rook f2 check, exactly. And then you're going to hit him with rook a7 check, and black's king will be forced to the h file or to the back rank, to the 8th rank. Good move, rook e2 already. Setting up rook a7, king e8.
King e8 or king f8? King e8.
He's
he
running
wants to-
away.
Yeah, he's now running back to b8, yeah, where he came from.
Yeah, king is making quite a journey in this game.
That's so hard for white to really make progress. Vidit is defending as well.
Yeah, the rook behind the knight, setting up this if white plays king e5. White can't play king e6, that's the point behind this rook e2 defense. And if king e5, then there is still no next move for white. So you can just play with rook e1, you can just wait.
Similar to how you defend rook and bishop against the rook. If the knight was the bishop here, you would do the same kind of defense. Just
Yeah, it's
like
very
the-
funny that he's doing this, and probably he will go king f8,
Yeah.
as you mentioned.
After king d5, king
Yeah.
f8, goodbye. Yeah. It was a nice try, I'm going the opposite direction, yes. Professional, it's very frustrating from white's perspective. And Judith, you did mention your loss against Kasparov, but I
Yes.
would also like to highlight that you were very impressive against saving the game against Nisipian in the World Cup against
That
Rook
is Rook
Bishop.
Bishop, yes.
Yes, which is the much tougher one, but that you saved with
Yeah.
perfect play. I was truly impressed in the tiebreak. And
Yeah,
then you
that
went on to play a fantastic World Cup. How important it is to defend such
Yes.
positions.
Yeah, I qualified for the next stage.
Yeah, so Magnus is now shuffling back, knight to c4.
Well, it's getting quite far away, but now he's back in the center, which means not much. But with it again, 5, 4, 3, back in business.
And the body language of Magnus, yeah, he somehow got closer to the board. Yeah, he.
I'm just warming up.
Exactly, like the game is only beginning. Don't think, my friend, that you are out of the woods yet. No, no.
Oh, some hesitation there. First to f8, now to g7.
Yeah, rook g1 check. The king will have to move
to f8. No?
Or to h6. This is a tough call. Where do you go?
It's not that it matters right now too much.
Yes, but with 5 seconds the clock, you have to make a decision. Yeah, it's never nice.
King h6 makes sense. You have a check on f2 if the king steps closer.
Maybe a move like rook g3, trying to set up king f6 and rook f2 check knight f3 exactly on the board. Magnus thinks the same way.
Yeah, he can lose now, yeah?
Yeah, it's
if king h5,
at least it
king
gets tricky.
f5.
Yeah, it's...
no, it's still not losing.
But be careful.
Checkmate threat.
And look at this. Vidit is nervous. He is a little bit moving up and down on his chair. Very unpleasant.
Knight f3.
King h6 back. And look at this. Magnus, like, am I not
King h5,
winning?
only move now. King h5, only move.
Nerve-wracking.
He will go king
Does he
f7.
play it? No.
No.
King h7, it's lost. King f7. King f7, king h6, and then...
Rook h3 mate.
Checkmate.
Oh, king f7. Oh my
And look at this, the way how he
Oh my
plays.
goodness. Oh no. Oh no.
And Vidit
he
will
should-
claim the draw, but for 50 moves through.
No,
but I
it's
don't
not
think
enough.
it's not enough. Yeah.
Not enough. No, I checked already. It's like 30
Oh.
moves. Yes. It's 30 moves. Ah. Did he miss that the knight covers h2?
No, he means that the knight covers g5.
G5.
Yeah, he
The
thought
knight
he could
covers
go back.
everything. Yeah, this rook g3 move. That's why it hit me also. Like, wait a second. Rook g3 with this knight f3 idea. And this is a heartbreak for Vidit and for all his fans. The game has to progress. Yeah, it was not 50 moves, and then
And then he has to resign. Yes.
he has to design.
Well, that's why Magnus tries until the end, because in some of the games he does win it ultimately, and this is one of them.
Oh.
The pressure got to Vidit in the end, and
Wow.
It's very frustrating.
Very first. This is crazy. Chess is brutal. And with these 10 seconds, he never was able to accumulate like a minute on the clock so that he can little bit relax. Always under
But it's
pressure.
interesting, you know, that what is really the technique to make a draw in this position? You know it's a draw. So, because the way I made the draw with Nisipiano, Rook Bishop, first of all, I made a serious training before that, exactly before the World Cup. And I just knew, so I was just playing instantly. I knew what position I have to pay attention, and then I knew exactly how to sneak out with my king all the time. So I think here also, you just have to go and understand what is the point where you really have to think. Because if you think in every move, where you have 15
Yes.
different moves to make and it's a dead draw,
yes,
eventually you get tired and you fail.
yes, that was Vidit's problem. He was
Yeah.
always down to 5, 6, 7
Yeah,
seconds.
he always made rook c2, rook b2, rook a2, rook this, rook that, it doesn't matter.
And look at this, the players are discussing. Probably they are discussing the game because it was so fascinating. I don't really believe psychologically you will torture yourself with how should I have defended this.
Let's listen what they have to tell us.
Yeah, in the end, I mean, I could always play b2 and make a draw instead of b5.
Yeah.
Like, I thought rook b8, king c5, rook c8 is your point.
Yeah, of course.
You wrote rook b7 and I didn't see how you defend.
Yeah, I didn't see that either. Yeah, I think it was maybe lost at that point.
And then it's pity to get like that.
Yeah. This is like the most dangerous setup for sure.
Well, it's
Yeah,
incredible what has been happening in this round. We've been seeing an amazing fighting spirit by Magnus. What a game! How is it possible to recover after such a game to be ready to play a completely different position in 15 minutes' time?
Very tough, but I think this is very nice to see that Vidit was discussing with Magnus the game. Yeah, he was not running out of frustration, because sometimes it can help you calm down. You discuss what I have seen, and then you realize that actually I played a good game. I have seen a lot. Yeah, it can sometimes be a therapy.
Yeah, and I think by now the players know that it's rook knight versus rook. It's a theoretical draw. Everybody knows it. Magnus knows it. Everybody knows it. It's not that he plays because he thinks he's winning. He's just looking at it from the sportive point of view, that if I play on, I might get a chance one moment. And this is what happened right now. The king was on the side in several situations, but somehow it sneaked out all the time. But when you really have to have the nerves to play on. So maybe we can see the highlights of the first round. Okay, this is the standing.
It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. To reality, all of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can.
And let's see the standings, how we are after game one. So we've seen a lot of decisive games, only one draw. Has been played between Gukesh and Vasily Graf, and Gukesh had a huge advantage at some point. So there is one draw, and there are 5 decisive games. But we've seen that some of them we were analyzing, and they were those kind of games.
And I would like to highlight that the 2 last-minute replacements, Rapport and Abdusatov, they both won their game with the black pieces. It's just another psychological effect, yeah, that how happy you are to be invited in the last minute to such an event, and you don't need preparation. You can just show up, and all your positive energy can give you wings. Very interesting to follow the road of both players.
Well, yeah, there are a lot of examples of that when there's a last replacement in a tournament and those players can play extremely well, even win the event. But I think this was especially a very interesting round. And some of the key favorite players lost their first game, like Caruana, Nakamura. Keimer lost, unfortunately.
Yes, but I don't want to call Vincent a favorite or whatever, because he's very good in the classical portion. He needs to just show his best and see where it goes. Don't feel any pressure. That's kind of my advice. It's really more about Hikaru and Fabiano, the 2 heavyweights, the 2 very experienced players starting with a loss. It's not ideal. We have seen Vidit's heartbreak. He was fighting brilliantly against Magnus and then losing in more than 100 moves. And Pragnananda's debut in the freestyle event didn't go according plans. He lost with the white pieces. And Arjun Erigaisi, the player who has won 3 freestyle blitz events online, continues his run. Yeah, he beat Fabiano Caruana. Is he maybe one of the secret favorites, Judith Niklas?
I would say so. I mean, Arjun has been really impressive over the last year. He had a rise up to 2,810 ELO. Virtually at some point he had such a high rating, which is absolutely incredible. And he has been, as you pointed out, really successful in the Freestyle Fridays, the weekly tournament on chess.com, where he won 3 times in a row. And now he has also shown that he can play over the board in the rapid portion. So Arjun definitely could be, I don't even want to call him a dark horse, because I feel like he should be among the favorites here in the field, and he has shown why that is the case. So good start for him, but the tournament is long, still 10 more rounds to go. And this is only the beginning, Judith.
Oh, absolutely. This is only the beginning. But what a beginning we were witnessing, right? I mean, this was a game. I mean, can our hearts stand this for another 5 games for today? I mean, it must be really something. It is a sportive event, we can say that. Like, they're just sitting there at the board, people might think. They're just pushing pieces. And okay, they're playing games. But actually, incredible tension. And what kind of tension? I think this game, I don't know how many moves did we have, like 70, 80 moves or something. It was absolutely like a classical game. Having
I think
only
probably over 100, no?
Yes, 116.
116 moves from a starting position what we had, and what kind of strategy Magnus had. You can see that he's very much into ready to play, right? That he's not saving his energy for later rounds. No, I want to play. I want to warm up. I want to get every half a point in this tournament. So we can see the fighting spirit is there for the players, which is extremely nice to see. I must say that, I mean, sometimes you can say, okay, it's a draw, a long tournament. For Magnus, why to waste so much energy? I will be qualifying anyway for the top 8, right?
Well, but in order to qualify, you have to win some games. And he felt like, okay, if I can do that in the first round, if I'm getting a chance. And whenever I look at this final position, and maybe we can bring up the Nicholas, your board, because we talked about that black skiing in that game was non-stop in dire straits. It was always under pressure. And then suddenly, at the moment when it looks like white's pieces are as far as possible from black skiing, that's when he got checkmated. Yeah, what a paradox. And I think that's the reason why the sense of danger led with it done, that thinking like the knight is moving away from my king, what can happen to me? Well, what can happen? Chess is a brutal game. Please let's just show the last couple of moves. How did this checkmate really happen?
Yes, so it started here. Here, black would like to maybe go rook f2 to stop white from bringing the king closer, but this is running into an unfortunate fork. So also something, of course, you always have to watch out for. So instead, we did play king h5. And as Jude pointed out, in every move there are several moves, but you still want to play in such a way where you don't get into a situation where you have to find only moves. And this is exactly what Magnus created, going king to f5. Now there's the checkmate threat. So rook f2 check, trying to push the king back, but knight f3 is blocking the check. Now there's again the checkmate threat. And the problem is the rook on f2 is just not ideally placed. Otherwise, you would also have maybe a move like rook h1, but also there could be something like rook g8 already. So the rook should be on this side of the board now, being able to give checks, but now it is stuck on f2. So king h6 was necessary, king f6 to again threaten a checkmate, and here it was absolutely the only move to go forward once again to h5. Now it would still be a draw. Actually, I don't really see a lot of ways for white to make progress. Do you see something that Vida disliked?
And now we go, I think, already for the drawing of
it's continuing
on the stage.
We're ready now for round 2. And to help me with the draw, I would like to welcome to the stage Eric Olivest, the CEO of chess.com. Thank you, Eric. Give him a round of applause. Ready?
Yeah.
Well spotted.
591.
591. Thank you so much, Eric. The next position, 591. The players will have 10 minutes, as usual, to prepare. So good luck. And back to studio.
And we have the next position already that the players will be starting to get familiar with. In a few seconds, we're going to see what is the 591, this number of position of freestyle. And of course, the players has to be very agile, resilient, how to handle this change, such a fast change. I think it's the biggest challenge for the players because, and we see already, this what we see, the black players who is going to be playing the next round with the black. So let's listen into them, what are the best ideas.
Not a problem. Take a 96.
Otherwise, of course,
But it could, yeah, I mean, you have to go A4 or E4 or F4, basically. That's one option.
A4?
Takes.
Queen A4.
Maybe 6.
Are you sure that might be 6?
Yeah, I'm not
I mean,
Yeah, maybe
something
G-
else first.
G
G6
something.
first.
And because white is okay.
somewhere.
But E4, maybe even A5.
Oh, so now we are starting A5.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay. It's not way for white.
Maybe E4 here.
Can you play something like knight d6 with black?
Move one?
I mean, the plan is to go
Knight
this
d6
and then g5.
Wait, what?
Probably more jokes. Yeah.
No, but if you can
Oh,
get
okay.
in, if you can get in g5, I think it's very nice. No?
E5?
Für Peter bitte auch nochmal
Too much gold.
How do we get g5?
Yeah, how do you get G5?
Queen H at F6.
Queen h and f6.
But if I go 96 G4, 96 knight D3 or something. Like this, yeah? Yeah.
And then you got no, and then you got knight
95 or 90.
Yeah, okay.
So E5, yeah?
Why not E5? Yeah.
E5 also.
But e5, what are we trying to?
I guess G6.
Yes,
Yeah, but
E5 G6.
But then we still have problems with the queen, right? G3. Yeah. Or even g5.
Or maybe G4. Yeah, that's a bit next.
Yeah, but then. So basically,
B5.
against G4, we got G6 and G5.
P6 we are happy now. Yeah, why not P6?
b6. And if one b3, we could go b5.
What if white tries the same?
So weird, yeah, this
Yeah, this is very, very hard to play.
F5, bishop D5.
F5 93.
Yeah.
96.
G3.
No,
C4 doesn't.
Because B3 first, then?
Maybe B3, yeah?
Yeah.
Because
I
maybe
think it's very
B4
natural to play B4 first
maybe
move if you're
more
not
weak.
like to play B3 in order to prevent knight C4 with this plan is maybe a bit deep here.
Also, it's not like
Okay, but let's try and.
I would say if you go knight G3 here.
No, but wait, I like this. What's wrong with 96? Bishop F2. Big deal. Ah,
So
wait,
let's
you
say
can take. You can
96.
take.
No, knight e6 or what? 96, I think I just take on 5. Who cares? I can also go knight g3. Why not just go knight g3? Because, like, maybe...
Yes, then you keep bishop d4.
But I want to play. I want
G3.
to play bishop f2, g4 very quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the response here? I mean, e6 bishop f2 is probably just like borderline winning for white or something.
Yeah.
And like bishop d4, knight e6, bishop e5.
So what's the answer here? I just want to try to understand. Like, what,
Okay, let's say so knight d6.
okay.
Like, okay, no matter what, you're going for g4, yeah? Okay, this.
I don't know, knight e4?
This looks sweet. Okay, knight e4.
Maybe castle.
Well,
Oh.
yeah, that's what I was scared about. I mean,
Knight
it's-
e2 and g4, maybe, okay, so
Yeah.
c6.
Yeah, it's very hard to judge this.
Okay, but that's fun, at least. Ah.
Well, you won your first game, it's okay. Yeah, you can,
Yeah.
Knight e4, knight d3. What's the big deal?
maybe not. No big deal. But bishop h4, knight g6, yeah?
But couldn't we start with bishop f2 just in case? So if knight d6, we play maybe something else? So if knight d6 here,
d3, yeah.
maybe d3. But here, let's say... like
Maybe
that's
after
the
knight
same,
d6 we can go d3 anyway.
Let's say okay, knight d6 now.
I really did like your plan, though. I don't really see what's Black's response here.
Yeah.
So g4 no matter what, yeah?
Bishop c4,
So
I guess.
d3, bishop c4, challenging the knight.
Oh, bishop c4. Bishop c4.
Maybe bishop g1? No. Oh, whoa. Okay, then g5 is coming quickly.
Okay, maybe it's two
So
double
a
actions.
bit.
Okay, so we start.
Was it like castling, by the way? Bishop f2? Just 1 second. You played knight e4.
Knight d6.
You go castle.
Okay, so Black should
So let's
take.
say if you take, I go let's say rook d1, because it looks like super scary.
So
Or I
first
start
G4.
with, okay, no matter what, I start with g4. Let's say I go like rook d1, and b1, okay, I take f5. I mean, okay, maybe not so
But
scary.
things are defended.
Yeah,
D5,
d7 is
I
defended,
could
yeah.
just be losing also.
D7 is defended, yeah. Okay. But this is a bit sophisticated. Knight d6 is too logical. That's my small concern.
Please come to your tables.
Okay, it's an interesting position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are ready for round 2. Players, you may start your games.
Okay, so we see the boards already, the bird's eye view, and we'll also have the...
Well, unfortunately, we only see the correct positions on the top 3 boards. The last 3 boards all have the classical starting position. This should be fixed pretty soon.
Exactly. But
And again, F4, yeah? In 2 games, F4, and in 1
it's interesting that they are so harmonious somehow, the way the players are thinking. They trust each other, they trust their intuition. I mean, in the first game, it was also F4 in most of the games, right?
Yes,
And
in a different...
C3 was on the board in move 2 already. And look at that the players are getting more aggressive. It seems like the pawn play first, it has a strong meaning. I saw an interview with Arigaisi, and he said that, well, it seems like in freestyle, the center, the controlling of the center, it's just at least as important as in a classical. game. That's what, as much as he understands it.
Well, of course, it depends. Yeah, what your opponent also allows you. Yeah, if you can occupy the center unpunished, it's nice. I'm really loving this fact that we see on the board between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Pragnananda, this b4, b6, and then suddenly this queen from a8 is pinning the bishop from h1. Yeah, you would love to play the move g3, opening up the bishop, but you actually can't. Yeah, there is all kind of psychological game. The computer doesn't like it, but humanly speaking, it can also be very irritating in a rapid game.
But it's I like it when I saw the first moment, this position, number 591. It's quite appealing, having the queen on a1 on the long diagonal and having a bishop on h1. And of course, if white would be making a move, two moves, probably white would make b4 and g3. So there is pressure on both long diagonals, right? But chess is only one move at a time, right?
Exactly.
Still, we have this rule. And we have two boards where we have the same position. Caruana plays the same way as Nepo did, with b4 and f4. But Nepomniachtchi is bringing out his knight already to e3.
And also Caruana Abdusattorov has the same position. Yes, it's very interesting. Completely different dynamic in the rapport chimera game. Yeah, it's some f4, b6, e4, f5 craziness.
A gambit.
Yes.
Parisian gambit, we can call it, in freestyle. What do you think? f5. Why didn't he take it simply? Well, king on d1, actually, it's kind of tricky.
Well, I just would like to highlight that, yeah, we need a fix because we have problems, technical problems on these three last games. We have the wrong starting position and nothing moves. And also in the rapport chimera game, I have a completely different dynamic. So, yeah, this has to be fixed. Nicholas, do you have everything ready? Then maybe we can jump to you.
I do also have the first three games as we see them correctly. I believe the last three, they're not on chess.com yet, but we can go into one of these games. Let's maybe just do the game between Caruana and Abdusattorov, because here we also have the dynamic that Caruana, he lost the first round and Abdusattorov won the first round. And it is quite a challenging starting position for black. Actually, I was checking a bit before the game. The variation is around 0.60 for white in the starting position, where the best move, by the way, was the a bit more humble, let's say, move b3. But b4 was the second best move chosen by Caruana, opening up the queen, pinning the pawn on g7 so that the bishop cannot be developed for the moment. This pawn cannot move. And now b6 was played in a similar spirit, opening the queen and putting pressure on this diagonal. Now f4 was played, very reasonable, controlling the center, opening up the bishop. So that's usually what you want to do in the opening moves. You want to, with every pawn move, you want to achieve something. You want to control some squares, of course, but most importantly, you want to open up your pieces, and that's what the top players do here. So now knight d6 was played. Maybe a bit unusual to develop the knight so early, but I think here Abdusattorov want to stop any e4. The knight is controlling the square now. And now knight d3 in a similar fashion, the knight was developed as well. And we see knight e6, now putting both knights here in front of the pawns. And this was a mistake, apparently, because white has some interesting options. Both f5 and e4, both are pawn sacrifices, but knight e3 was played, missing this opportunity, also a mistake. And now there's actually a very interesting moment, which I think Abdusattorov might have set up. He can play the genius move, g6, because if white takes the bishop on h8, there's f6, and knight f7 cannot be stopped, and the queen is trapped. Actually, I've seen this motive before when I was preparing for this event. in another starting position. It's very unusual, and I believe that Caruana missed it. Now the big question is, can Abdusattorov spot this very unusual idea? Then he would be already better, because of course g6 is a dream move to be played opening up this bishop. So critical moment now in this game, Judith, and just shows how much depth and how many unusual tactical motives there are in freestyle chess.
Absolutely, it's absolutely amazing to see that basically there are inaccuracies and serious mistakes just as much, I think, already in a very early stage of the game. Move 2, move 3. This is move 4 right now, and it just unexpectedly g6 and everything is changing, right? Because you can sacrifice. Unconsciously, intuitively, we just know that there is this pin and we don't start calculating. So this must have been happening also with Fabiano, and actually I have the feeling that he realized it immediately when he played knight e3, that, oh my God,
and also look
G6.
at that Abdusattorov, like he's really calculating, yeah, that like he really spotted something that he wants to make sure that it works. Yeah, because otherwise, why would you focus like this? You could make any random move.
I'm not sure, you know. I'm not sure, because you can also think about it that, okay, what should I do against f5? Should I go f5?
Yes.
Because actually, if it doesn't come to your mind,
you
like
eliminate
this,
it, that it's not possible.
You don't,
yeah.
right? It just goes, no, g6 is an impossible move, so you're just not going forward.
And he goes h5, yeah, he misses the chance, and Fabi is kind of eased. I think he spotted, just like you highlighted, that normally when you blunder things like this, you immediately spot it once you made your move, when you have no right to change it. Abdusattorov goes h5, he wants to activate that bishop from g8 to h7, get access to the e4 square. Just imagine bishop h7 and then bishop lands on e4.
But you know, the funny thing is that still g6 is a threat. Because after h5, white can only come out to h6, but with knight f7, you cover everything.
But you can't play f6 because the g6 pawn is hanging or not.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, yes. So probably now it's not a threat anymore. One thing I would like to add, because Nicholas highlighted that the starting position was some 0-60 advantage for white. Often what I encountered, I didn't really analyze so deeply things, but I had this feeling that often positions where the computer was excited, I did not understand why the computer is excited. And when the computer said that there is nothing in the position, I thought that there are troubles. Yes? So that the human mind works completely differently than the computers. And this b4, b6, the reason that you are not allowed to play g3 or g6 like in this game, it has such a big impact on the human mind.
Yeah. And it's interesting, white cannot go g3 because there is taking the bishop and goes back with the queens. So it's quite a funny setup with the knights, having d3, e3, and d6, e6.
That's also the reason why I'm calling it the ultimate challenge. It's really so intense right from the beginning, right during those 10 minutes. The players, from very little information, they are trying to make some conclusions. Yeah, and those conclusions might be also wrong. But when you are playing a 10 minutes game, you simply have no chance to get it right.
Another mistake, it seems.
Yes, another mistake, queen e5 was played. Actually, in this position, instead of queen e5, apparently f5 was very strong. And to me, it is also tempting. You are gaining some space, you hit the knight on e6, which has to move, so the knight has to go to g5. But now the probably quite difficult move was to go knight f2. It does make sense because you protect the bishop on h1, so you are preparing a move like g3 or g4, and here white would be in excellent shape, because once you play this move g4, it's really uncomfortable for black hitting the queen, and you have to put something in front of the queen, and that's just not what you really want to do. So queen e5, another mistake. Now, again, black is better, and he can follow up with bishop h7, which was his idea.
And he did it already.
And he played it already, and after bishop h7, now probably Caruana want to take this pawn on h5, so it is a pawn sacrifice, but now the bishop is very strong on e4, and this is definitely worth a pawn, because this bishop is now locking in the bishop on h1. It's beautifully placed on this long diagonal. Black is ready to go g6 in the next move, has great harmony here with his pieces, and a wonderful pawn sacrifice by Abdusattorov. And after bishop h7, it is now Fabi to move. Only 5 moves have been played, and a lot of mistakes on both sides. Just goes to show how difficult freestyle chess is, especially playing with 10 minutes only, plus 10 seconds per move. And I believe at this point we also have all the other boards ready. So let's maybe go back to the bird's eye view and just have an overview what is happening on the other boards as well.
Absolutely. I just want to point out at this position that Abdusattorov played bishop h7 instantly, giving up the pawn, right?
He was ready for it.
He was ready for it, but also it's more of a classical way of thinking, that you give up the pawn in order to have activity for your pieces.
Well, it seems I misspoke because then the boards are not quite ready yet, but we can see what is happening on the other boards, at least between Rapport and Keimer and Nepomniachtchi and Pragnananda. Rapport put his king on d2, Peter.
Wow. Okay, in the first game, his strategy was not to castle for a very long time. And now his king got to d2. Did they trade on d2? Probably. Probably they traded something. Otherwise, I can't really imagine that king getting to d2. Well, since the bird's eye view is not really working, maybe, Nicholas, I think if it works for you, then let's jump into it to see where this king came from and how it landed on d2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to say that it's such a different game and position also from what we've seen in the first round. The first round was maybe a bit more strategic maneuvering, also depend on the game. But now it feels like every game is a complete mess in this round. So let's just take it from the top. f4, b6, e4 is what Rapport opted for. f5, great move by Vincent. Let's just see until you guys can also see what is happening.
Yeah, maybe we will show your board, Nicholas.
Yes, that would be amazing. So I can just take the viewers through the first few moves and how the king ended up on d2. And if I'm not mistaken, Vincent is already down to 2 minutes. This is quite worrying. Rapport is playing very quickly also in the last game. So let's just see the first few moves here. g3 was actually not the best move. g6. Just goes to show how difficult it is to play this freestyle chess. Both players making some inaccuracies. Now the knight came out. Knight c4, trying to trade knights, but knight d3, inviting the trade on d2. Probably having the idea to develop the rook in this manner and then put the king on c1. And now c5 was played by Vincent. This is not the current position yet. a4, a5. And this is the current position. It's white to move. We see a big time difference here. Rapport is up 5 minutes on the clock. He's ready to activate the queen maybe via a3. Rook bd1 followed by king c1 makes a lot of sense. He's a bit better here. But the most important factor for sure in this position or in this game is the time situation. Just like in the first game, Peter, Vincent is a bit too slow, it seems like.
Yeah, he also got these two guys, who just entered the tournament, Abdusattorov and Rapport. Yeah, they are so happy. They got so much energy. I believe I did talk to Richie, of course, yesterday, and like in typical Richie's manner, he was saying, "No, I'm not ready. I'm exhausted," and so on. Well, what we see in his games so far has been very impressive. He brings this freshness, this energy, this kind of I don't care kind of style, but actually he really cares and his moves make so much sense. He's a very unpleasant opponent.
Yes, Richie is a very special personality and chess player, of course. He has this fantastic image of being probably the most creative player out there, and he was in the world top 10 for a long time. He was playing in the candidates tournament, qualified there, and at the same time when he gives interviews, usually he is extremely pessimistic about his play, his knowledge, his performance. And I think it's also psychological that he wants to put all the pressure off his shoulder. At the same time, he's an amazing player, and if I have to name someone who the freestyle chess fits very well, I think he would be one of the first one who comes to mind. And this is what it shows, that his creativity, the grounds for that is he doesn't have to go crazy in brackets, right, to play G5, H5, going out with the kings as in a classical game, because here it's given that you can, you can fly, you can do anything you want, and anything is possibly working, actually. So he's very much on his home court from this perspective. He feels very comfortable, I think, no matter where the pieces are standing. The more chaotic it is, the more happy it can be. So
wait a second. Arjun against Magnus. The computer says that white is kind of winning. Is that true? Nicholas, do we have that game? Can we pull that off? We talked about Eric Garcia being a monster in the freestyle format as well.
Yes, we have the game here. So if we go over to my board, we can take a look through it. So this is the current position. And Magnus is playing with the black pieces, Arjun with the white pieces. Let's just orient ourselves. What is going on? If I do see it correctly, white is just up a piece. White is just up a piece. White has 3 minor pieces. Black has just 2. And unlike the last game where Videt sacrificed a piece and got great compensation for it, there's no compensation here really. The white pieces are well placed. Black has 2 pawns, but this is not enough. And there's even bishop b6 possible right now. Bishop b6 just crushing through. The rook is pinning this pawn. The queen is pinning this pawn. What do you even play? You have still knight b5, but the tactics work out for white here. Let's say queen b4, and then I can take on e4. It seems Arjun is just completely crushing the number 1 here, and it once again reminds me of the last round robin in Weissenhaus, where Magnus was crushed twice with the black pieces, once against Caruana and once against Fedoseev, and it seems he will feel a blow here to his tournament a bit. But it's not over yet, of course. But this is just a whole piece for white, more or less.
But it's interesting that Arjun did not take on b6, and
yes.
I don't think he missed it, or he played too fast, or well, knight f6 seems to be a quite convincing move, collecting the e4 pawn, right? But still, bishop b6 looked killing on the spot.
Yeah, but okay, his idea is I'm a piece up, let me activate the remaining knight. Yeah, it was on h5. Let's just bring it on g4. Yeah, so that's why knight f6, targeting the e4 pawn. If from h5, then it would have moved to g7, not to f4, of course. And it's basically game over. There are no practical chances. Body language indicates, look at this, Arjun leaning forward, super happy, Magnus going knight b5, queen b2 blitzed out. Nothing is changed. Yeah, d5 has to be played on the board. Giving up the b5 knight because the knight on f6 is hanging. Trying to change the character of the game, but look at that queen on a8. It's stuck in the corner. There are no practical chances.
Well, I think now the typical problem when you have a winning position, everything wins. Which win do you want to play? But now it's
he played
rook
g4, yeah, exactly. He provoked the rook sacrifice, and now you say, okay, I'm a rook up, what do you have for it? And I still see the main problem for black is that queen on a8. If that queen could jump out to c4 and then black plays bishop takes g4 check, then we feel like maybe there is something. Even then objective probably it's lost, but then there is some intrigue with the queen stuck on a8. It's just resignable.
And speaking about resignable, it looks like Nordebeck is also completely winning against Fabiano Caruana, just like Vincent is against Rapport. What is happening?
King on c3 of Rapport gets checkmated.
My goodness.
What is happening? This is freestyle chess. It's pure madness.
It is pure madness everywhere. We don't even know where to go. But it seems that Arjun is going to win this game. So if you guys want to go to another board, we can do that.
By the way, now the bird's eye view is working. That's fantastic. Let's just very quickly realize that, Vincent is winning from a bad position and little time on the clock. What a turn of events. White's king on c3, bishop on h8, and Richard resigns. He's shaking his head.
Wow.
Wow, sensational comeback from Vincent.
Well, unusual situation that the bishop on h8 did not make a single move, and actually it was giving the checkmate piece, right? Because the next move it would be...
And the bishop never moved from h8 and delivers checkmate. That's also freestyle. Yeah. But I also feel like it's the curse of commentators. We are praising Richard too much, so I take responsibility for this.
Well, he played too quickly.
Too quickly, yes.
It's important to play quickly, but not too quickly, and then he made a really big mistake and couldn't recover from that.
Wow.
All right, we have more games going on. Where do you guys want to go?
There's so much action.
Let's see what's going on with Nodirbek, because that seems to be...
Absolutely.
That h1 bishop also did not make a move. We've been there before. But
wow, but yeah, he's also a piece up. That's the problem.
That's
only one of the problems, I think.
Yeah, the pawn structure, yeah, many problems, but that's the main one. So, Nicholas, I think if you have the board, you can just bring it up.
Yes, I do have the board. This is the current position here. And, well, there's not much to say, honestly. It is just a whole piece, and White has no compensation for it. I mean, even material-wise, you actually have two pawns, but these two pawns don't really amount to much because it's one double pawn and the other one is far back here. Black has perfect harmony with his pieces. The king is castled. The king is super safe. You know, even if White had another piece somewhere, you would still feel like Black has an amazing attack with the open or half-open files here against the White king. But on top of all of that, Black is just up a minor piece. So this is completely lost for Caruana, and it seems like he will have to deal with a second loss in a row, which of course is not an ideal start to the tournament, and Abdusattorov starting really strongly into this event. Well, it seems like this will not last so much longer. Judith?
Well, I don't see any scenario where White can save the game. Because, well, when one move before you said that if White has an extra piece, it would be still very good for Black. I had the idea to say that usually Black is sacrificing a piece to get these open files for the rook on g8 and h8. I mean, not to talk about the h1 desperate bishop there, right? So, of course, White a little bit improved, blocking the Black bishop on the long diagonal on b7 and the queen on a8. But still, I think the knight and the rooks will do the job. So it's hard to see how the White queen will be escaping from all the dangers. What the two knights will coast to it, and the two rooks. So maybe we can go on for next game, because
we should, I think, go to Vidit against Gukesh, because we have seen the heartbreak what happened to Vidit before, and he's down to 7 seconds. He just made a move with 5 seconds on the clock. The computer was saying that he has a great position, but exactly with his last move, things are maybe turning. Let's just catch up. What's happening here? Craziness. White is done in exchange, but has very nice compensation. Black plays the move c6, hitting the knight. The 18-year-old Gukesh, the current world champion, fighting back c6, knight d6. Judith, any thoughts in this craziness? Whom do you prefer?
I think I would pick White, to be honest. I love those connected pass pawn on g4, f5. And I can visualize it very well, my f2 knight to come to e4, exchanging even the queens. And then it's beautiful for White, if White can reach that point. I don't know, probably Black should be playing e4 in this point or something very concrete, because if White can stabilize, then the f5 pawn is completely keeping paralyzed the f8 knight.
And can I play a move like king c7, hitting that knight on d6, because that also disturbs... Wow, queen h6 played. Also targeting the knight like this, an unexpected move.
And also hitting the h2 pawn. So Black has to be active and concrete, I think, not allowing White to stabilize himself.
But Vidit is down to 3 seconds on the clock in this position.
Yes.
Isn't it like you need a correspondence game to navigate the jungle?
But look how quietly he makes his move. It's not like he's, you know, when you have 3 seconds, you're like...
Okay, I would be panicking like crazy, yes, that's for sure. But knight c4, the computer dislikes it. I'm also a little bit worried that white is losing the grip on the position. Yeah, you highlighted the e4 square was kind of vital, but now white is giving up that control.
d5 is possible now, very strong.
This is what I wanted to say. If d5 is possible, then it's very bad news for white. But the question is...
And how does it work? d5, knight takes e5?
Yeah, that's my question also.
And I'm threatening to cement it with d4.
I have the feeling that knight d7 first.
Yes, knight d7.
d4.
Yes, knight
takes,
d7.
Takes, and queen h2 or queen f4?
Queen h2 looks very good.
On the
pinning
board.
The knight also on f2.
Powerful move.
d5 on the board. I did not want to play all these moves because we don't have time to... We might be seeing it. Knight takes e5, knight d7 will be played. No doubt about it.
Gukesh played very well the first game. He just couldn't convert it properly.
Queen takes h2, the pawn is gone, the pressure is on the e5 pawn, and it was so important not to trade on e5 because then white could push e6. But like this, the e5 square is lost. And due to the pin on the second rank, it has no time to protect the e5 pawn. And has no time as well.
Oh, but now is he blundering? Knight e5, queen d6 check, knight d7 check.
Check, counter check.
Oof. Yes, now it's all over. Rook c8 even is even stronger than taking on e5.
But he was in a very difficult situation.
Yes, no time at all.
The time is the main problem here, yeah, for him. Just like in the first game. And he takes on e5.
Queen e5.
Queen e5, and then rook c8 will hit the queen, and the c2 pawn is falling.
Everything is falling, yeah?
Everything is falling.
Maybe we can zoom in on the players at this point.
Yeah, let's zoom in. King f1, rook c8. And the thing that was missing from Gukesh in Weissenhaus, that win is very near. Yeah, if he wins this game, it might be a completely different event for Gukesh. He might start loving freestyle chess. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, if you turn freestyle chess into your friend, then it can bring you so much pleasure.
And by the way, Arjun has beaten Magnus and Nordebek has beaten Kawana. So far, the youngsters in this round have dominated the old guard.
Incredible. But with it is fighting, at least with rook f3, the king is going to g2. There is no checkmate. Maybe the f-pawn gives counter chances with f6.
He still has little chances, for sure.
Everything is protected, and the f-pawn, as you say, can cause some surprises for black.
Gukesh really wants to find a killer blow, because if he can just knock with it out, this position, then it's all over. But if not, then white will be able to put up very serious resistance. And in fact, counterplay that king on d8 is not so safe as well.
Somehow a few moves ago, it seemed more winning than now.
Yes.
Now you need some good technique.
Well, we have to praise this queen h6, rook f3 kind of defense. Yeah, I completely missed the h6 square. I felt like the white queen had nowhere to go. Maybe it had to go to b5 or a4, then it's completely lost. No, queen h6, and Gukesh down to 7 seconds.
6, 5, 4, queen a1.
What is this? Is he going for rook e1 or rook e2? But white will have plenty of checks.
Now white can give checks.
Exactly.
White can give checks. And this is actually drawn again. But can Vidit find it with 30 seconds on the clock?
Well, he will give a check. The big question is queen f8 or queen d6. Somehow queen
Both
d6
work.
looks, but queen d6 looks more natural, no?
Yeah, the thing is that black king cannot hide on a6 because rook a3 check sometimes can be there.
Queen f8 check happened.
King c7.
Now queen f7 only move.
Yeah.
But what else?
But it's logical.
It's
yes,
there.
exactly.
There was no other check.
Yes.
Yeah, the queen from a1 was protecting back on g7, yes. Incredible. But where does white run? And he has no time. Where is black's king running?
After king c6, b5 check is the key move. And then black cannot escape the checks.
Yeah, because for black, if he goes king c5, then queen c7 and
3
c2.
seconds, he has to move. 2 seconds he played this move.
Yeah, and b5 will be blitzed
B5,
out on the
yes.
board.
But black can also go wrong.
Black can lose easily. King d6.
Now queen f8. And this should be a perpetual. There we go.
He wants to go back to b8, b7 and pull the rook back.
But it doesn't help because
the
d5 is
pawn.
hanging. No, this doesn't help.
Queen f8. Wasn't queen g8 more logical to keep an eye on the d5 pawn?
Well, he wants to move to d6 if the rook moves in between.
Yeah, now the players at least got some time back. Yeah, things have stabilized. No one is really running the risk of losing on time. But those seconds will disappear very quickly.
And I don't think there's much that Gukesh can try at this point. He goes back to c8. Well, that doesn't change anything.
But I think at some point, White can just go queen d5.
And you want to play for a win, yeah?
I just want to play.
I just love playing chess, yeah?
And I think he could already claim maybe at this point. Isn't it the third time this position is appearing? But maybe he doesn't feel a need to.
No, from practical point of view, of course, he should go for the perpetuate check.
But it's so frustrating, yeah, because wow, and queen takes h7 check.
Why not? Why not take this pawn? Oh, he's going for the win.
King d6 now? No, he went back.
But now he can put the rook in between if he wants to. After
Yes, but
queen
g8, rook c8, queen d5.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Is it also planning some queen h2 check and then
Yes,
f6?
wow.
Yes, on the board.
Beat it.
h6.
Fighting spirit, incredible.
Stopping any kind of rook g1, and he says, I have two connected pawns. The knight on f2 is beautifully protecting.
Oh my goodness. We're in for more drama here. Rook takes f2, only move by Gukesh to not lose.
Wow. But we should understand it. Why?
Yeah, because rook f2, queen d4, or queen d1. I mean, and
this is not easy.
Activating.
This is definitely not easy.
And he's down to 10 seconds.
Beat it.
6,
so
5,
brave.
4, 3, move.
And he doesn't play queen d1, now queen h7 check, followed by queen takes c2 is winning.
Wow, but will you be able to find it?
He will
Beat
find
it. He's right there. You can see him. He's right there. He saw it.
He saw his heart. Yeah, without seeing his heart rate, we can feel that he...
He takes a moment to collect himself, just double checking, but he saw the idea. He wanted to go queen h7 already.
But he needs to see it. He's down to 10 seconds on the board.
There we go. And now take this rook and then get another queen. No, he goes for another
queen
check.
g8 check.
Okay, the other moves now as well.
First, he collecting another 20 seconds, giving a check again.
Oh, rook c3 is also there. Rook c3. Yes, he goes for it. Rook c3. Beautiful. Deflecting the rook, and then he can take the queen on d1.
Wow.
And Gukesh is shocked.
What a turnaround. My goodness. Vidit. Being rewarded for his bravery to continue the game.
But wait a second. Rook d2 check, rook c1 checkmate is a threat as well. Yes, we do see that objectively it should be winning,
Queen
but he needs to be
G5?
careful.
He needs to give some smart checks first.
Maybe check on the e file and queen e2.
Stability. Exactly. Yes, that's very professional.
You can even put the queen on the e file and then go f7, I believe, and after rook d2, king g1, and no, king f1,
King
and then
F1 and
put
queen
the queen
E1, yes.
in between. That would be stylish, a stylish finish, but not necessary, I believe.
A little bit too stylish, yeah.
Your nerves.
Queen e7 check. I somehow sense that we should zoom into this game because what we have seen in the previous game and all these dramas continuing with this game. King c8. Okay, queen e2 is the professional move.
That's the boring win.
But a good enough one.
A good one.
Painful one.
Yes, of course.
On the board.
Makes so much sense. Hitting the rook on d1 and f7 is still coming.
And it was very smart to invite black's king to c8, to the back rank, so that the white pawn will queen with check. That's also very important.
There's nothing to do for black at this point.
Down to 5 seconds. But clock is not a problem anymore, the position is. Vidit picks up the second queen into his hand.
Getting ready to promote his f-pawn.
And the handshake resignation. Wow, and we talked about it, yeah, that how important it is to get the first win.
Yes.
And Vidit is the one who strikes back after that heartbreaking loss to Magnus.
Yeah.
What a fighting spirit. And he was not going for the draw, even though before he must have felt it also that he has a very difficult position. And he went on.
Well, Pragnananda is probably technically winning against Jan Nepomniachtchi. We can see that. And Hikaru is mounting a comeback or not. He was better, and he's still better, but Maxim has... Wow, isn't this very similar to Magnus against Nepo from the World Championship for that crazy 6 game? If white plays, for example, some e6, d6, queen e6, we will get exactly the same structure. The 2 pawns, rook, knight against the queen.
Yes, this game will go on for a while, so maybe we can go to the Pragnananda game first.
Which is also going to go on for quite some time. But let's go there first and evaluate whether... How can black win that? It should be winning without too much of a problem.
Yeah,
right?
The problem for white is that the knight on f4 is not protected. Yeah, I believe that with a pawn on g3, one extra pawn on g3 would certainly help. But yeah, somehow, yeah, and the rook b6. Now white is setting up king e5 because then there is no more knight g6. Yeah, the rook takes control of the g6 square, and if that knight has to move, then white loses the fortress immediately. So yeah, Jan is rushing back, but now Prag very cleverly setting up rook g8, king e5 idea.
Yes, because after king e5, king g3 would be the move. So this is why he goes all the way around with the rook. So he's waiting that white is going to be playing h5 at some point.
Yeah, then you get access to the g5 square. Yeah, that's a problem.
But is it such a big problem? That's a question.
Well, I think there are too many problems.
Because I'm also thinking that maybe another idea for black just to play bishop a to b1 and to centralize it to e4.
Very professional. Very nice. But yeah, for the moment, it is actually up to white to find a way to deal with black's threat. Because pushing the pawn to h5, weakening the dark squares, more it's certainly not the idea that Jan wants, but then what?
Well, it's not a matter of white what he
Yes.
wants. It's a matter of things what he has.
Yes. How he can hang on.
Yeah, to fight and give a challenge for black that black will be able to convert it in the most difficult way.
Yeah, but this one I feel it's pretty hopeless. And what about, well, h5 on the board? Yeah, white had to play this, so he's at least able to bring his knight to g6 if king e5 and rook g8. But now this g5 square somehow something bugs me.
But after king g5 now, white just goes knight h3 check.
Exactly.
And then I go back.
Yes, yes. But I don't have to rush with this. I can do your kind of idea first. So, okay, Prag goes look. Maybe there is also some Zugzwang issue as well. It's just so frustrating that white can't do anything at all.
But what is the idea behind rook b1? I'm wondering.
Okay, knight h3.
Now king e5.
He goes look with, okay, now he's setting up d3 threat. Bishop takes e2, d3 is also there. You have to somehow sidestep, yeah, king e1. But now also breaking the construction with d3 looks very tempting. ed, bishop d3, and then there is no fortress, bishop goes to e4, and the rook goes to h2. Very tempting, no? Just d3 on the board.
d3 is very tempting, yes, because the king is cut on the second rank. That's an important part.
This is absolutely hopeless.
But white has to fight until the very end. I don't know if after bishop e4 what he's going to be playing. I believe bishop e2. He's not going to exchange.
Yes.
still tries to survive and keep the knight on f4. Interesting. Bishop c4.
Okay, he wants to go rook h2, king g5. Yeah, he covers the e6 square.
Or just simply king g5.
King g5 and then
knight
king
h3,
h,
king h4,
yeah,
king
then,
g3.
Yeah, no, this is completely hopeless. So knight g2. Anyway, king g5 comes.
King g5. But as we've seen, if you have a winning position, you still have to win it.
Well, but after king g5, you are even setting bishop f7, taking on h5, you can't protect. Yeah, knight e3, bishop back to f7, rook h2, and I'm just collecting on h5. Just to keep it practical. Okay, Jan stops it, but okay. Now black can do whatever he wants. f4 is there.
f4. Knight g2. But there is a trick. If f4, knight g2, bishop h5. So bishop h5,
Knight
g2,
takes
knight
f4.
f4.
Yes, I know you. Yeah. I know you. Watch out till the very end.
But knight g2, bishop d5 is the problem.
Of course, yes. Yes.
Trapping the knight.
Let me just very quickly show. Knight g2, well, actually the knight even moved to d1. Okay, then I'm not going to show anything. Now just move the rook from b2 because suddenly the rook is hanging.
Rook e2 is also quite a good
rook e2.
Yes, rook e2 wins
It's winning on the spot, yeah? This is nice, rook e2. Yes, there we go.
On the board and handshake. What a win by Prague. He's bouncing back, very important. And then all eyes on Maxim Vasilyev, the local hero against Hikaru Nakamura. That crazy endgame, the endgame that actually helped Magnus to win that match against Jan Nepomniachtchi in Dubai 2021.
Very similar. That's just one file to the left compared to that game you're referring to. And maybe we can also just zoom in on the players here.
The crucial game, number 6.
Number 6, yes.
Which practically decided the match.
But it looks like white is really active with the king on a4, and black doesn't really have a good construction. So it seems that white should be able to hold here fairly easily.
But the problem with these positions are like black can shuffle forever and somehow he will find the way to improve. Yeah? And once he improves, it's very dangerous. But yeah, Maxim goes king c4. Okay, king b6. Now rook e4 check, rook d4 is there. Yeah? So black can always get out of this fortress. Queen d3, stopping rook e4 check. Yeah, because this rook e4, rook d4 was a huge threat, at least psychologically speaking. And this is move number 76. Another marathon?
Yes, we might have another 100 move game.
Clearly.
Because Nakamura is definitely not somebody who will end the game before.
No!
Look at that.
No.
But how is it possible? But what did Hikaru think?
It's a draw.
No.
Stalemate. Beautiful.
Beautiful stalemate,
Wow.
but very unexpected.
Yes, wow.
What
That's
a
crazy.
sensational reaction by Maxim. He instant, like he expected rook h6. He was waiting rook h6. I'm going to hit you with queen h3.
But honestly,
Sensational
shocking
stuff.
to me that Nakamura just takes it and takes the draw. Right? He didn't have to.
Yeah, he didn't have to, yeah, but he got frustrated somehow.
He can play rook d6.
And then get this rook d4 in.
Yeah, that is shocking, honestly. He didn't even think about it. He just took the queen instantly.
It's like it's in every corner. They just give a queen there. Yeah.
So let's just...
Yeah, it almost looked like it's like a blunder. I'm going to
Yes,
take it,
yes.
yes. But wait a second, yeah, that's why? How? No, don't take it. Torture your opponent. Rook d6. Hikaru lost the first game. He actually needs to fight back. Why is he allowing a draw like this?
Very, very strange reaction. We were just
Shocking.
expecting to start the game, right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't know what is
Yeah,
going on
because
here.
the point is that in online chess, queen h3 could be a mouse slip. It could happen. But over the board, Maxim with 40 seconds on the clock will never blunder his queen like this.
Well, okay, this round was quite amazing, but before we go for the next round and all these happenings, we are going to a very short break to refresh ourselves. I suggest you to do the same, and we are back in a few minutes.
Line up, get on the track, it's us, no looking back. Your love ain't no race, but baby, if I win, then you win too. I close, there's always lose. Your kiss, I can't wait to taste it. Oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just get you. Let the games begin, games begin, again. Games begin, again. Green light, it's overdue, but right, don't leave me blue. We go mad in this and training. If I win, then you win too. I'll close, then I will lose. Yeah, love ain't no race, but baby, ooh, oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Get you, want your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, need you pulling me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin, games begin, again. Oh, pulling me in. Games begin, again. Games begin, again.
I can feel the walls closing in. Yeah, the hardest part is trying to get over them. If you could see, would you do it all again? To take my time, I haven't decided yet. It's just a Saturday night, I don't know if I should call you. Deep in my mind, I find it's always
Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you.
Paris, the city of art, culture, and now freestyle chess. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. I'm your host, James Dash, and over the next 8 days, we will watch 12 of the world's top-rated grandmasters will compete at the highest level. Freestyle chess is unlike anything the world has ever seen. And who better to bring in this fantastic event than my incredible friends, David Howell and Tanya Sachna.
James, it's great to be back with you boys. Paris is the perfect city for the second leg of the Grand Slam Tour. Of course, Paris has emblematic architecture and incredible art. But the city is also home to iconic chess history, from casual matches in Jardin de Luxembourg to 3 global chess tournaments in the 19th century, to chess cafes that have attracted the likes of Voltaire, Roger, Ben Franklin, and even a young Napoleon.
You're absolutely right, Tanya. Paris has been the setting for some thrilling chess tournaments throughout history, from famous artists like Eugene Delacroix to legendary chess players like La Bourdonnaise and Alexander Alekhine. Freestyle chess is now going to write the next chapter in Paris's chess legacy. What makes freestyle so unique is how we play chess. The players will compete in Chess 960, which randomizes the pieces on the back rank to level the playing field. Before each game, we will pull one of 960 positions, which the players will then have 10 minutes to discuss.
Which forces players to rely on their intuition and adaptability. Every move is crucial. And as we know from the Weissenhaus Slam, drama is guaranteed.
With the best players, creators, and commentators in the world, get ready for the second leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Paris.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 3 of the round robin tournament. And in order to draw the next position, I would like to welcome to the stage France's #1 chess content creator and international master, Julien Song. Please give him a round of applause.
Number 751.
Thank you very much, Julien. So position number is 751. The players will, as always, have 10 minutes. Back to the studio.
Please come because we have the expert who tells you what you need to do.
It's like a mix of the first 2 positions.
Yes. Some more protected squares. Maybe more orthodox this time.
4.
E4, E4, E4.
D4 is bad. E4?
D4? Yeah, not so good. E4 no, some G6, F5.
E4, G5?
Yeah, E4, G5.
But doesn't F4
G5, H4 maybe. G4, F4.
Also E4, G5, F4.
What about E4, E5? You would go with C3.
Sorry, which one?
E4, E5.
before the F5, right?
Maybe even.
Oh, mid F1 first.
Ah.
Here we can take
Sending the
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was. The take on the 5. So if we 5, maybe 93 and C3.
G3 looks very natural, no?
Yeah.
G3 on F4 looks very natural.
Not clear if the knight one's on D3 or C3.
Yeah.
Actually, G3 normally is good, yeah. Covers the bigger pawn. Secreting the 5. Yeah, but it can depend on...
I don't C3 is also good.
Okay, G4, A4 is fine, I don't know.
Okay, G3 looks good.
Also, knight C3 and D3, castle and D4. We can go like whatever, some stuff. We go like this for now. Finally setting some king's game course, yeah, like this, whatever.
But also G3, G5?
No, but I mean, just maybe it's
Okay,
super...
5.
Maybe this is just some nice initiative, you know?
Queen.
But maybe G3, G5?
Queen after. Yeah. Yeah.
We can start with knight C3, though.
But knight C3, knight A6, I think I'm up here.
Knight C3, G6? Why not?
Knight C6, I can go knight G3. And then F4.
But why are we delaying G6 in general? Do you want to play G5 at some moment or what?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, knight C3, G5 isn't crazy.
Okay. F4. 6.
Okay, F5.
Yeah, no queen. Also, I'm not even sure we win the pawn, yeah.
There was
No, you can win. So you can go 5. Yeah. At least you create a weakness, no? Yeah, 5, like, is fine.
Yes.
I mean, like, let's say even like G5, like G3. I think this should be favorable for it.
Yeah, no, but even this I'm not sure about, because bishop on H1 is very bad too.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
this
the case.
Ah, you want F1?
You're H4, you have to play H6. You can do something.
You don't have to play H6, yeah?
But G4 maybe?
What about F5?
Again, more complications.
E5, GH.
E5, GH. Feels easier to play with like
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, 2 bishops in play versus 0.
Maybe G3. Maybe G3. Because G6, G4, E5, F4. Not going to get G5. G3, F5. F5.
Maybe we play E4 now.
Yeah, E4 now. Yeah.
A4? E4?
No, E4. Takes. Oh, you want to play this one? Yeah, G6.
And then you get E5.
Queen for even D5 is possible.
Yeah, also.
Yeah.
There are no.
E4, G5 is tricky.
Should you consider G4?
G4,
G6?
G4, G6, and F4, F5, same thing.
Maybe just one A4 and leave it to black.
Yeah, but A4, A5, okay, A4, A5. I mean, what difference? Some difference.
No, I actually believe that after like A4, F5, you would have to play F4 anyway. Like, I don't think we want to allow F4. So,
yeah,
Why not A4?
Yeah, A5 actually. Yeah, A5, A6. Yeah.
A6? G3?
No, this looks.
Yeah, this. I mean, this is probably okay. This is very deep. This is too deep.
Yeah, knight B7, A5.
I mean,
maybe
it could just be
very.
I have to react, yeah? I mean, I think
A4, A5 is
yeah, exactly. And then what after A4, A5?
I think we have to go like just boring F4, F5, G3, G6, maybe then A4, A5.
Yeah.
Knight C3, maybe.
Is D4?
I mean, D4, D5, right? I mean, maybe the best we have is the double stonewall, but that's kind of...
But actually, D4, D4. Yeah,
93, 96. It's not very exciting.
D5 is
Yeah, G5 also.
And where do I start with the knights?
You want to start with what?
No, D4, D4.
Feels like we should have something.
Yeah, we have a C5 square, yes? Knight D3. Knight D3, Knight C6, Knight C3.
But black will go A4, A5, no?
Yeah,
A4,
A5.
A5.
Why A6? Why not E5? No, I thought just A6 is dangerous, but I could probably take first. Take first. Queen takes.
So we have, even without A6, like we have the C5 square.
Yeah,
we
there's
can
bishop
go
C5,
knight
knight D3, knight D3. Yeah, this is
quite nice.
Yeah, does it play symmetrical?
I think it should.
We are ready for round 3 to start. Best of luck.
So we are going to see a fantastic clash in round 3 between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano. Fabiano had lost 2 of his first 2 games in this qualifier phase of the tournament, which is a very unexpected situation for him. He's not very familiar with this feeling because he's considered one of the biggest experts of freestyle. He knows the new patterns, ideas, and what you have to look after, and all kind of strategies, but somehow things are not working on his way up to this point.
Wow, look at this. F4, F5, G3, G6, A4, A5 in almost all the games on the board.
But
Incredible.
look at this. In every round, we see pawn moves in the first 2-3 moves, right?
Yes. Yes.
So they have a different strategy.
Well,
on this
but
event.
okay, many times you have the bishop on the long diagonal before also. Yeah, so once you have a bishop on H1 and G1, it's very natural that you go G3, F4, and both bishops are already taken care of because they are on the perfect diagonal. Yeah, so you don't have to. You have to prioritize opening up. Now the move A4 is to prioritize opening up the A1 rook, thinking like my king is on B1, perfectly safe. I might not need to castle. Yeah, so there is logic behind all these mysterious moves.
Without going into the details, as usually Nicholas shows us, I want to ask you that whether objectively is this considered what they are doing the best, F4, because it seems like they think that by far is the most straightforward continuation with white to start the pawn push. Is it also considered, you think?
F4 is actually considered equal. The best move was E4, which I'm not sure why they disregarded, but E4 was best. However, the position is fairly equal to begin with. I think E4 was maybe 0.18 or something like that for white, and then G4 was second best, 0.10, and then F4 is already, I think, all zeros. So F4 was not best, but I guess it appealed to them to open up the bishops, and the analysis that they had together with all the white players, they liked the position they would get out of the first few moves, it seems to me. It's very interesting that for the first time we actually have the same first move on all 6 boards, and also really similar positions. However, some players seem to play with d5, or at least I see one, Bachir Lagrave, and the others have a bit of a different approach here. Peter, what do you make of the opening phase?
Yes, well, actually, I see that Vincent against Nyepo is kind of interesting, because White tried to make use of his extra move with knight c1 to d3, and Black reacted with d7, d6. And my feeling is, and Nyepo did it instantly, what is this knight doing on d3 long terms? Because Black might be setting up e7, e5 ideas, and if the pawn gets to e5 and Black gets to push that pawn to e4, then the white bishop on h1 will be locked out of the game. So somehow, with knight d3, and ever since this happened, Vincent is burning his clock. He's down to 7.5 minutes versus Nyepo's 10:44. This is why it's so difficult to face actually Jan in these rapid time controls that he plays instantly, even in freestyle chess.
Yeah, incredible. But maybe we see it for the first time that someone is getting extra time. So he started out with 10 minutes, Nepo, and he has 10:44 right now, because usually the players think that the first few moves strategically, but maybe it's psychological that they just don't want to make such a big mistakes, and that's why they spend some time. I don't know what is a better strategy, to be honest, to play, to rely on your intuition and just play very fast and only later on to think, because I mean, it's as we've seen in the previous rounds, you don't know what you're going to be playing, right? Is it a good move or bad move in move 1 or 2 or 3? And the time element is much more important right now in this qualification phase of the event. But what is very interesting, not only that f4, f5 was played in all the games, but also that in 5 games, a4 was also played already. And only in the game Rapport plays with Black against Nodirbak. Nodirbak allowed a4 because for him he considered it's more important to control the center and play d4 and block the opportunity for Black to play e5. What is also interesting, I believe, that now we have exactly the same bishop pair set up as in the previous game, while the queen was in the corner on a1 as well. Now it stands on a much better place on e1.
Well, I'm already really worried for Vincent in a sense that, okay, you don't have the right to think for so long in such an early stages of the game, because actually it's not a... Yeah, well, if one could argue that, yes, in freestyle chess, every single move is kind of decisive, because if you go on the wrong track, things can go wrong. However, here, and coming back to this that you asked, Judith, that can you play quickly? Well, I think if you are like Jan Nepomniachtchi, that who can play quickly and his quality remains the same by playing quickly, then it's a fantastic strategy. You can't just rush because let's rush. This is the point. Yeah, you can rush if you are Jan, because we know exactly that he's capable of.
Well, maybe only for some players, you want to say, right?
Yes.
But we see pretty big time differences. For example, even Fabiano plays very fast now.
Well, wait a second. Forget everything. What happened? At least the evil bar in Gukesh against Arjun, I see, dropped like crazy. What has happened? Can we jump right into that game?
Let's pick Gukesh against Arjun.
Wow, because Rook takes f3 and...
No, it's some transmission error. Queen
good.
f1 was not played.
Okay, good.
He took back the rook for sure on f3. So this is some transmission error which will be corrected soon. So the last
great.
move.
Yeah, because it cannot be. That's for sure. I thought like it's some fantastic combination. Yeah.
Yes.
There was a knight on f3 and Black took on f3 and...
I also thought it's white to move.
Exactly, yes. It was impossible, but then I didn't... Where is the checkmate? Yeah, what am I missing? Okay, good. that brings us back to Earth. And let's check out, what should we check out?
Let's take a look, Nodir Beck and Richard, for a short time.
The two late replacements.
Yeah, the two replacements, because it's very different than the other games from this point of view, that Richard was allowed to push his pawn on a5, a4, and again his position and piece play is very active, as usually what he's doing. But is it anything special for black? I mean, white can keep the rook on a1, but probably he will be up to castle, which actually king on b1 would fit much better than on c1. So
yes.
Probably he would be more happy to play rook d1 without moving and adjusting the king to the long castle setup. But
and white takes on c6. I just wanted to highlight that I thought like white's idea was to keep that blockading knight on e5, blocking the long diagonal. So intuitively, the move knight takes c6 comes as a surprise.
Or even queen e2 was something I would consider to provoke black to capture on e5. But let's see, what is this? I doubt that black will be castling, or he might be playing bishop f7 and castle short.
Yeah, the same applies for white, that, and white breaks in the center with e4. He might want to play queen e2, bishop f2, and then evacuate the king all the way to the king side.
At the same time, the b2 pawn will be hanging, and that can be captured, but I understand.
Yeah, but you still have to evacuate your king as well, yeah, before grabbing that b2 pawn.
Yeah, very unpleasant it can be.
Yes, and we are talking about these games, and I'm so happy that I played those games myself, and I know that it's a horror. Yeah, just one mistake, your opponent plays quickly, you are done on the clock, your position gets worse and worse. And here we are speaking like you can do this, you can do that. If you are sitting there, then your heart is pumping, you are completely out of your mind, you are very upset with yourself that how did I end up in this position? Yeah, a lot of challenges.
I'm also curious if any time white is considering, for example, to play b3, to kick away the knight on c4. Or he's just going to think about bishop f2 and castle to the right side.
Right side of the board. Yeah, it's for us uncommon to face it like this, but we did hear you guys. There were some people who asked us that please also refer like this to make it more understandable for players who might be new and don't exactly know what is kingside.
Yeah, because from the starting position, it would be the king side would be the left side of the board.
Yes, but kind of as experts, we are expecting that everybody plays kind of classical chess, and once you come from classical chess background, then king side, queen side makes a lot of sense. But yeah, we try. It does not come natural to us, at least for my, I can talk about myself, but yeah, we are trying to please everyone.
Rook f5, what's the idea behind this by Richard? Does he want to go rook b5?
Rook b5, definitely.
Because there is no castle anymore.
Yes.
To the right side for him.
Yeah, he doesn't want it. Forget about it, it's Richard. Yeah, he sees that king and he wants to attack that king before it can move to the other side of the board. And you still need like 1-2 moves and black only needs one.
But it's one move, it's bishop f2.
No, the queen is still on e1.
Ah, sorry.
Yes, the queen is still on e1. Yeah, that's why this rook b5 is so important to be in time. And when you ask, what is this rook f5, I thought, Judith, you are asking, you would have blitzed it out instantly. I have played enough with you, I know. And knight c3, defensive.
I would just go bishop f2 and castle. I don't care that I have like queen on e1.
Yeah, so knight c3, at least the computer doesn't like it, but humanly it's so natural that you try to stop this rook b5 business. So what's in store? How is black? Rook a7, rook b7. Can we do the same business? Nicholas, let's bring you into the game.
Yes, you have the right idea. We want to put pressure on this pawn on b2 still. We need to get a rook somehow on this b file. And the computer wants to do it this way. He wants to first put the rook on a5, which looks strange, but the point is that you need to protect the pawn on a4. So let's say white plays a move like queen e2. Now move the king to c8. It's a bit better placed there anyway, and preparing rook to b8. So if bishop f2, rook b8, now, yes, you can castle, but you do lose this pawn on b2, and black is better. So rook fa5, a very nice move here in this current position to prepare this maneuver of king c8 and rook b8. I guess you could also start with king c8, but rook fa5 is a bit more precise. What did Richard do? He goes queen c8. Also very tempting to not move a rook to the b file, but move the queen to b7 and hit this pawn like this. I think this is a even much more natural approach here. And now the computer wants to see king c1 to be able, after queen b7, to defend the pawn on b2 with the rook. But this is not a move you're happy to play, because then you can't castle anymore. You have your rook stuck on a1.
I wanted to say that it will never happen, but it was just played. Yeah, exactly. But I want to be fair. I just, 2 seconds before it was played, I said, no, it will never happen. And there you go.
Maybe out of lack of alternatives. Yes, because queen b7 was a very strong threat, and black is ready to include all of his heavy pieces here in the attack. I mean, really, a lot of the black pieces are pointing towards the white king. So king c1 was necessary. Rapport is better here, but it's the question if he can really further strengthen his attack. Queen b7, rook b1, up to the tour, finding some defensive moves. And the game is still full of play here. Judith.
Well, Abdusattorov is also a player who is very creative and very resourceful, so I'm not so surprised on his playing king c1. And it was very clear that white has to be reacting in one way or another with the king, either escaping to the right side, and if you don't have enough time, then...
And wait a second, I think there is a game changer in Vincent against Nepo. Did black play the move long castle, and it was the move that Vincent missed? Because what happened here, it feels like this long castle just appeared. Yes, long castle appeared on the board, and black simply ignores the threat of c takes b4, because black has set up a deadly threat with knight takes d2, and I'm very worried for Vincent right now.
Well, and also look at the time.
Oh, my goodness.
It's like Nepo is just really flashing out the moves, and Keimer is thinking a lot, and his position is so dangerous that I don't even know what he can do about that. That threat over knight d2, well, d3 is the only move which he just played.
Yeah, just very quickly I will bring back two moves. We spoke about this, that e5, e4, whenever black gets the chance to blocking out that h1 bishop, that's already huge. And then Vincent played the move c3, thinking like, that's my justification. I don't want to take the rook. I want to get rid of this monster knight on b4, and that's when long castle hit him. That was a shocking move, and it shows the beauty, once again, of freestyle chess. The unexpected moves are coming to life. And now d3...
Look at the harmony for black's position.
Exactly.
Of course, everything is hanging, but still, at least it's very appealing how the black pieces are set up. Isn't this some material loss for white?
Yeah, d3, e takes d3, even gets a double exclam. Well, it was the natural move. So no surprise there. I think the long castle and the whole concept of Nepo was brilliant.
Well, maybe there are some interesting stuff going on. C takes b, d2, knight a7 check. Somehow b takes a5.
Yes, that
on
would
b7
be...
something happens.
But Vincent actually captured back with the knight on d3.
Because after knight d3, he wants to
and
go...
Look, d3, look at this. The music continues. Brilliantly. Rook takes d3, rook takes b4. Yeah, because...
Wow.
Let's just very quickly show that after e takes d3, black simply takes on e1, trades the queens, and gives a knight d2 check.
And takes everything with check.
Takes the king can only move to c1 or a1, and then knight takes b3 check, and the whole house is lost. So white had to capture with the rook on b4. And the fire is on. Knight d2 check, king c2, how do you calculate? And this is what we talked about, that normally this is pure madness, and Nepo is blitzing out his moves.
It's
very annoying.
Probably just wants to take on f1.
And now finally, he will be the one collecting the exchange. Yeah, he was always giving the rook on f8, and Vincent had no time to capture it. Wow, of course, fascinating game. But you never know. At least White has also got out. His life
He's not
got
going to
much
get
better.
checkmated.
Yes, exactly. The bishop on h1 is alive. The knight on b5, bishop c5. At least there are practical chances, but the clock situation, 47 seconds against 8 minutes. That's the problem.
Probably black is going to be playing b3 check, I would think.
And then king d2.
And you have to rook move.
Okay, but whenever you move the rook, then there is some queen f3 idea hitting the b7 pawn, and you can never play c6 due to the knight d6 check. So rook f6 played, setting up some
rook e6.
defense.
Maybe he wants to double the rook on
Well,
e5.
also after c6, knight d6, maybe he takes, and then queen e6, queen b3. And maybe there will be some mating attack there as well. Wow.
And he's blitzing.
He is blitzing, yeah. Still 8 minutes on the clock in a crazy game like this.
It's
this is fascinating.
very frustrating to play
Yes.
against an opponent like that.
Exactly.
Moreover, because he's playing fast and plays good.
Yes, that is a deadly combination if your opponent plays fast and good. Queen f3 has been played, but now c6, yes, as you pointed out, Peter.
Yes, c6 is a problem.
Yes, because their bishop d5 will come.
As well.
As well. That will cause a lot of trouble for white, I believe.
Yeah, so we are talking about c6 and knight d6 check. Black happily will give back the exchange. And then black has this idea queen e6, queen b3, but also bishop d5, creating problem on the long diagonal. c6, bishop d4 played.
Wow.
The only practical chance, but is this really a chance?
Well, after bishop d5, he wants to take on f6.
Queen e1 immediately.
And b3 checkmate is a threat.
Oh my goodness.
And bishop d5 and rook e6.
This is like a
I mean, the
total
speed
knockout.
is just incredible. But queen e1 was the best move.
Very funny position.
Yeah, Vincent is fighting with 18 seconds on the clock for his life. Yeah, it's completely crazy. And but we have already seen the previous game that Richard was rushing. Yeah, so at some point you have to slow down, and this is what Nyepo
Yeah, but you know,
doing
there
now.
is a very strange queen trap. Rook e6, bishop h8, rook e2, and rook f2.
Absolutely. Spot on.
Wow. Wow. Don't do this to me. I was hoping,
Sorry.
you know, that Vincent will put up some fight, but once you highlighted this, I'm really believing that, yeah, Jan will play this.
But maybe after rook e6, there is the option of queen f4.
So the idea, what we spoke about was rook e6, bishop h8, rook e2 check. First of all, it's very annoying because we are always getting checkmated, and after king b3, all of a sudden, rook f2 traps the queen. Oy, 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 oy.
And Nepo has all the time in the world now to calculate all of this.
But sometimes intuitively you play better. In his case, I think it's definitely many times. At least the position he got, by intuitively he got it. But I don't think there is many other options, but he wants to calculate it. Because at first also I thought rook e6, bishop h8, rook e2, king b3, queen d1, king a2, b3, king a3.
Yeah, some mating stuff, but okay, this might not be so convincing. Rook e6 on the board. Vincent will take, rook e2 check.
But after rook f2, he just has to resign, basically.
Yes. No, of course, but this rook f2 is such a big shock. It looked like black will get checkmated, but this is not the problem. The queen is getting trapped with rook f2.
Well, rook e3 is also tempting, but rook f2, and it's on the board.
On the board. A brilliant game.
Yeah, fantastic.
Absolutely.
Really fantastic play by Nepos. Quick and strong, powerful. Phew.
Yeah, tough. Tough opponent. Queen is trapped. Knight a7.
And
Still
king
looking.
d7, yeah. Avoiding any checks, no intermezzos. Knight takes c6.
No resignation. Rook f3, knight e5, fighting.
Yes, of course. If we can fight,
Actually,
we
it's
fight.
a brilliant try.
Yes, it's...
It's a brilliant try. No? Rook
Yeah, it
f3,
actually
knight
works out that
e5.
you don't have to resign immediately in a way.
yeah,
You can
that's
still
already,
play on.
That's already good news. And it's very funny kind of construction that the white bishop from h8 protects the knight on e5. I have never ever seen this. Yeah. So rook f3, knight e5 check, thanks to the bishop. Maybe actually black can consider taking, but no, then white gets chances. So no, you have to keep the queen on the board and then slowly win.
Yes, but this is not something that Jan was counting on, I think. I
Exactly.
mean, after rook f2, you think, okay, I did my job. I'm ready for a handshake. I won my game. I have plenty of time to relax. I go to eat some snacks because it's also not so easy in this today's event for the players.
I feel like he already wanted, yeah, he's shaking his head. He wanted to cash in with the beauty prize as well. Yeah, that, okay, I'm playing for the audience. And then suddenly Vincent comes up with a brilliancy himself and keeps on fighting.
Yeah, you should have put the king on c7 instead of d7. That would have been cleaner. It is still winning, of course, but now the game for sure goes on for a while.
And I think psychologically for Vincent, it's very important that at least he gets the chance to put up some resistance. Yeah, it's not a complete knockout.
Absolutely. I think it's great fun to defend this position. After the position he had, I mean, it was clear that it was kind of hopeless, but now at least it's kind of fun. Well, of course. Well,
how much fun is it really?
Yeah, you have different definition of having fun. Yeah. Yeah, queen f2 is good collecting the pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, basically, we can also move on to another game.
Yes.
It was beautiful. It was wonderful. All the Vincent fans are, of course, very sad. Nyepo's fans are now very happy for sure. It's just a brilliant game by Nyepo, and it highlighted all his strengths. Yeah, this game.
Yeah.
Fast play, brilliant play, and merciless as well.
Well, we have fire on all the other boards because the time question also.
Crazy. It's really hard to decide, yes?
Well, Gukesh against Arjun, because this is a big battle, isn't it?
Yeah, but also Magnus's game is crazy. Actually, it's kind of a normal game-looking position, and it's very tough.
And also completely crazy is up to the turf against Rapport. Completely insane. Like, all the pieces are hanging. Good Lord.
Yeah, it's impossible to pick.
Judith, you can pick.
Let's go for Nodirbek against Richard.
Yes.
Let's go there because like everything is hanging, though there is a simplification now.
And I think Rapport just found the winning continuation somehow. Wow, what a game. What a game.
Yeah, it seems like...
Yeah, I'm trying to calculate the pieces, who is who, yeah. But the problem is that the bishop on g1 is hanging, so the last move after f takes e6 was rook f7 to g7, a quiet little move, setting up the deadly rook takes g1 threat, so white has no time to pick up the rook on a8.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for white, but in that case, black will be having enough time to move away from a8 with his rook after bishop f2, rook a5, material plus for black and kind of hopeless for white, right?
Yes. How do you put up the resistance? Down to 11 seconds. Bishop f2 played, yeah. Okay, bishop f2 was natural.
There was no other option.
And Nodirbek is someone who normally is up on the clock, but it just shows on how quick Richard is. That he was the one who was actually putting pressure on Nodirbek's clock throughout the game.
I don't know if there's another move than rook a5. Rook b8, I don't think he wants. Of course, rook a5, knight d5, centralizing his knight. But the question is, after d takes e6, what is
Well, then
No,
knight
they're
b6 check, knight c4. Can we get some harmony?
And Gukesh has won against Erigaisi, by the way.
Finally. Yeah, this is the first win of Gukesh, I think, in the at least 2025.
Yes.
In the freestyle tour, in the Grand Slam tour. And we spoke about this with him after Weissenhaus already, that I felt like he only needed one win at some point to get going. Yeah, and now he gets it in the third round.
Where to go with the king? This is the question.
Yeah, very tricky. Because a knight on c4 will give white harmony and it will hit the rook on a5, bishop b2.
And it's not only that, but after king c7, knight c4, rook f5 hitting the bishop, bishop b6 comes with a check with a tempo.
Check.
That can be a very useful tempo. But Richard does not care. He says king c7. And I wonder why. What is his plan after knight c4?
Rook d5 check.
Bishop
no,
d5?
I wanted to. But you have time to collect on me. Yeah, no, you just frightened me with this bishop b6 check. But now the g3 square will be available for the knight. Yeah, so you can never trade the dark square bishop for the knight when it moves back to g3.
But I take on b2. I want to eliminate the bishop. Rook takes, and I have 3 pawns over there on the queen side.
Yeah, if you survive, if you don't lose on the spot, then you will have all the chances. Yeah, but maybe the bishop on h1 will be trapped. It's running out of squares.
Well, you have c6.
Yes, still there is c6, but I don't trust it. I don't trust it somehow. Nodia back down to 10 seconds again.
Well, it's going down all the time.
Yeah,
it seems.
He tries to rescue the bishop, yeah? Transfer it, but now rook g2
rook
comes.
on g2 hurts.
That rook hurts. Richie just gives no time for Nodia back.
Though bishop on d3 is quite useful.
Yeah, protecting against the rook f1 checkmate.
Okay, finally he took
on.
But
no, he blundered.
But that was
bishop
the idea.
e3. Bishop e3.
Oh.
He rushed again.
And he found it.
What a blunder.
Well, but that was the idea of Richie. So he keeps on. Will Nodia back be able to handle this with 20 seconds?
But now takes and king e1 maybe.
Yes, and also just giving the exchange. Who knows, yeah? Because black's pawn structure is compromised.
Bishop f2.
Yes, rook f2.
King c1, only move now. But it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. You need to protect the rook.
Well, but it has to cross your mind first. I haven't seen it.
5 seconds.
King e1.
No, wrong direction.
Yeah.
Rook h2 and you lose the full rook.
Yeah, but...
Why does he take? No, c4. White is winning. White is winning. Oh, my goodness. Richie, what are you doing to us? You have 1.5 minutes on the clock.
Bishop h7. And two
you can even
pawns.
take on h7. And then the h-pawn wins.
Oh.
Cannot believe this.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the point. This increment business, you can never relax because the opponent has little time on the clock, because just one mistake, the opponent collects the 10 seconds, there is a turn in the evaluation, and look at this, Nodia back knows that, wait a second, I might be winning here. h4.
What a painful turnover in this game.
And look at this, Richie is completely shocked.
Shaking his head.
Yeah, Nodia back was already showing I'm going to play h4, then he was hesitating a bit, but he just pushes.
Yeah, knight e4 was the plan.
Yes. Knight e4 was the plan. The bishop is rescued, and now the h-pawn and the c-pawn will decide the game.
What a painful story. But of course, Richie is fighting. Fighting on.
But what to do in this position?
This is really crazy, because actually if he loses this game, he will have 1 point out of 3. And by the level of his play, he could have easily have 3 out of 3, and we wouldn't be surprised at all. Yeah, we would just say that Richie is crushing everyone. Yeah, just some one-move blunders, spoiling everything for Richie at this moment.
Yeah.
And it will be actually up to the Turf who moves to 3 out of 3 if he wins this one.
He moves to 3 out of 3?
Yes, yes.
Ah, yeah, because he also beat Caruana.
In the meantime, Magnus won against Fabiano, so Fabiano is struggling further in the tournament.
Yeah, Nyapo has also won his game against Vincent, yeah.
And Maxime has won against Pragnananda, getting his first win in the tournament. We have so many decisive games every single round, and this will be another one, most likely.
Ah, but he... Oh.
No.
Yeah, H8 and C8. This is your territory.
C8 first. I mean, you pick.
Yes. But of course, H8. Yeah.
Oh, what an upsetting story.
Yeah. This is very sorry. I mean,
but we see the fighting spirit is there, and there are huge blunders.
Yeah, and we have one more game running.
All right.
Between Hikaru, who is looking to pick up his first win in the tournament against Vidit.
Wow. End game.
Let's see that position. Take us there. Ooh, too many problems for black, it seems.
Yes, because materially speaking, there is not too much material left, but the problem is the knight on d5 was hitting the c7 pawn, and white is now not only 2 pawns up, but has all the activity.
King c2 pushed back. So rook h3.
But okay, b6 pawn is hanging as well. No, this is completely hopeless.
Yeah, the king is passive. The whole thing is like hopeless.
Rook d7 now trading the rooks is fairly clean.
Yeah,
that's the best technical way of winning it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, rook d7. Yes.
He will play it.
You look at the opponent. Yeah, that okay. What do you want?
Yeah, he'll play it, and he should play it.
He will. Yes.
Yeah, the professional way of winning the game.
Yes. No rush. You know, you have time on the clock. You are winning. Just be professional.
Well, too many pawns extra for white.
And the h2 pawn, yeah, the far passer decides the game.
Yeah, there was a fantastic saving by Vidit in the previous round against his countryman.
Which he even managed to win.
He saved and won.
Yes.
But this time he's not going to be able to turn around and save a half a point.
No, absolutely not. I think this is a moment when you might be even thinking like, why is my opponent continuing? What does he want from this game? Hikaru Jadub the knight on g3. Yeah, this is normal, yeah.
One of the most experienced player in the tournament, Hikaru Nakamura, world number 2.
Yeah, king b3, king a4, black goes king b6, then the black king is also boxed in. White has the more active king, the better knight, the 2 extra pawns. b3 Zugzwang.
But of course, the players are playing it out until the very end, because we've seen miracles in Weissenhaus. There were several games where we thought already, we left the game and said, okay, there is no way this can be turned around. And then we got some surprises. This is one of that we would be extremely surprised if Vidit finds any real resource in his defense.
Yeah, knight's over. Knight f6 comes, and then h5 is played. And then there is no way back.
But as we say, it's never too late to resign.
But it is time to design,
yeah.
Yes. It is time, yeah. There you have it.
And it was just done. And of course, the players have their feelings, emotions, ideas, what they have missed. So we hear them whispering. What?
Not a single draw in this round.
We only had 2 draws in the whole event so far out of 3 rounds. 18 games, 2 draws.
Sorry? So, what do you think, Peter? No draws, what a fighting spirit. Everybody's like playing, but we have quite some blunders.
Of course, okay, but there is so much tension, there is so much pressure on all the players because you know exactly that one mistake at the beginning can cost you to burn time and then it will bite you at the end, yeah, even if you are coming back. A lot of ups and downs, but also some brilliant games from the start to finish as well. The 10 minutes freestyle chess, this is total randomness, pure madness. You can't control it. Yeah, it gets out of control. And it gets out of control with no time on the clock, then you get these results, even with the best players in the world.
I don't know, I have the feeling that things are happening on the board faster than in Weissenhaus. That somehow it becomes crazy.
Well, it's Paris. It's Paris, yeah, after Weissenhaus. The calm, quiet location compared to Paris. Yeah, we see it on the board as well.
And also the tournament gives a different vibe that we have more players, I think. And of course, already before the tournament, all the action started with the withdrawal of 2 players and the replacement, so that gave a lot of spice to the event. But what do you have to say on that we don't have draws? Is the fighting spirit higher, or the players are braver in a sense that, or they lose control?
Yes.
Because this is somehow what
exactly.
I feel, that somehow they cannot grasp the control.
Yeah, but also I feel like the tournament has so many players who are putting tremendous pressure on the clock. Yeah, for example, we have seen Richie. Richie is always blitzing his moves, he's up on the clock. Normally Abdusattorov does the same, but now against Richie he was on the receiving end, but finally thanks to this miracle he turned the tables. Nepo is just too dominant with his time management. It's so difficult to handle these things. I think also Arjun is very fast. MVL is also known to be super fast. So there is this element that, okay, actually we don't try to play maybe the best possible chess, but we go for some very murky kind of crazy position and we play quickly, put all the pressure on the opponent, and then something will automatically happen. You just can't stabilize things.
Well, yeah, it is true that we're looking for some stability of the players, but the fighting spirit is on the highest. But we have a short summary of the previous round, so let's see the highlights of that.
All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you.
And right now the players are having a little rest, just a few minutes before we are going to the drawing of lots for the 4th round, which means that we are going to have the 4th different position. How easy it is, Peter, that to recover this, and then we can also, I can also ask you whether maybe we have a few minutes to see a position, so we can ask Nicholas after that.
Yes, it's extremely difficult, yeah, because you have this constant new challenge, and everything that you learn from that game that you just played is of no use whatsoever for the next game. Yeah, you have to erase it from your system as quickly as possible because completely new challenges are coming with the same limited amount of time. And I believe that those players who start good and they are kind of in relaxing mode, there is no pressure that you need to win because I'm done, yeah, and it's all about qualification, yeah. They can play already much more freely. And Abdusattorov running away now with 3 out of 3, just freshly arriving from Tashkent. Yeah, it's sensational. But already yesterday at the players' meeting, then during the dinner, the way how he came back with, by the way, Rustam Kasimjanov is with Abdusatov here. They came with such speed and with such energy into the lobby of the hotel that I felt like, who will stop him if he carries on to the board? And actually, Vincent was the first victim of this.
So I'm turning to Nicholas, to you. We haven't seen Magnus Fabiano. Do you have something to say on that, or you picked something else?
We can take it through. I mean, there's so much action every single round. It's really difficult to pick. And of course, this was a high-level encounter here between the number 1 and number 5 in the world. But of course, Caruana, having been number 2 for a long time and even played a World Championship match against Magnus. So we're just going to go through it quite quickly and have a look at some moments. I know that, look at this beautiful move here. King from B8 to G8. You cannot go farther distance the king from one side to the other.
Sorry to interrupt, but can we say that this is the first game which kind of seems to be a classical game?
It looks fairly normal at this point, of course. The pawns on E7, D7, bishop on E6 is usually not possible to put a bishop on E6, but it is fairly close to normal. And here, actually, Caruana started quite a nice attack, I believe, at some point. Okay, some mistakes happened, but now B5, and he sacrificed the exchange for the attack. Very strong play here, but I guess this was a moment where he could have played E5, would have been a strong move. With more time on the clock, I think he could have made much more out of this position. Instead, Carlsen was able to take over. There were some mistakes and brilliancies. We see that still on both sides. But eventually, in this mess that really happened here, Carlsen emerged victorious. And, oh, one more mistake, double question mark. And now, but this was the final mistake, it seems. Allowing rook takes d7, the rook on the 7th rank. And yeah, the endgame is not... Black cannot save this endgame. Being an exchange down here, he resigned. Yeah, very tough start for Caruana, losing the first 3 games. Last time he was, I believe, in second place after round robin.
He was running for the first place.
He was running
we've seen them all together, and then finally there's all...
It's all about the start. And today at breakfast, I was talking to Fabiano, and he said, you know, I have a tough day today. I play against Arjun, I play against Up to the Turf, I play against Carlsen. I have more black games because he was the number 12 seed. So this, of course, plays a role. I still absolutely can see him coming back, but of course, very tough start, losing 3 in a row in the beginning.
Absolutely. I mean, it did not happen to Fabiano, I think, I don't know if ever it was the case in his career. Of course, it's rapid, it's kind of blitz games, whatever. What do you think, Peter? How is it possible for him to come back? How can he get over it?
Well, he has to become Caruana again. Yeah? But it's easier said than done, because we know exactly when things are not going well, then you start doubting yourself. You are not really believing already. Of course, we know that Fabi has the capability, yes? So maybe he just needs one good game, and then he thinks like, all right, now I'm back, yeah? But I do recall this fantastic story when I think it was 97 Linares. Kasparov was leading the tournament. Ivanchuk had some very big minus score. He had a horrible event, losing almost to everyone. And then he beats Gary. And then what did Gary say? Ivanchuk plays against everyone like an idiot. Against me, plays like Ivanchuk. Yeah, this is the point. Yeah, so these fantastic players, if they get going, then they can be fantastic again.
Yeah, and it's interesting, of course, Fabiano has a huge experience in everything, in freestyle, in World Championship matches, and recovering, winning 7 games in a row as some years ago in the American Championship. But now he has a very difficult situation because he has to show his resilience, show how is he able to bounce back. Because every game you play, next game, you are going to be playing against another incredible strong player. Because this tournament is a world-class event, having the world top 7 players playing here. So there are no weak players. The weakest, I can call in brackets, that is number 23, 24,
well, 26 at the moment, it's Vincent, who won Weissenhaus.
Yes.
It just shows that it's crazy.
So absolutely, you don't have easy games. So once you start losing, and of course people notice it that you're losing, so they understand that you're not in your best form, so they want to catch the opportunity to win the game, right?
Yeah, and often also you start fighting yourself. Yeah, and already not even the opponent, but you just don't know exactly. You use all your confidence and you look everything like, oh no, I'm not playing good. Why I can't find good moves? And when this kind of, because normally a good player, why does he play good? Because everything comes naturally. Of course I'm going to find the best move. Of course I'm going to put pressure on my opponent. But once you lose games, you lose this balance.
Yeah, so the big question is how Fabiano will be able to come back in this event. It's only first day. But if he's going to be losing some more games, he's going to be in a very difficult position to bounce back. And in this event, 4 players get eliminated.
Yes.
So 4 players is a lot already. So he has to consolidate himself to a certain degree in order to be able to qualify.
Well, actually, I'm now also thinking that the players who are now at the bottom should probably start rooting for the players who are running away with the event. Keep on winning, yeah, no dear back. Keep on winning all your games. It gives better chances for the guys who are trying to fight back.
And now let's go and see which position will be the next, because the lottery started.
Day of chess so far in the last round, all decisive games. After 18 games, only 2 draws. So far, we have a sole leader on 3 out of 3. It's Nordivik Abdusattorov. We're ready now for round 4. And to help me with the draw, please give her a warm round of applause. I would like to call to the stage Anna Kremling. $848. Thank you so much, Anna. As always, the players will have 10 minutes now. Back to the studio.
Bishop, bishop, rook, king, knight, rook, knight, queen.
Which one? Queen, knight, or which one?
This way. First knight, then queen.
No, knight, then queen, or queen, then knight?
No, queen.
Knight and
It was correct, yeah.
Okay, okay. This is correct. Yeah, this is correct.
So
again, same thing. I mean, G4, B3, G4, G3, or something in the center.
G4, G6.
if you're ambitious as white, you push the G pawn, I guess.
I would think so, yeah. Try against the bishop one.
Otherwise, okay, if I get B6, F5.
This has changed, yeah? I think everything else is same, no?
I mean, it's only
Well, with 851, it was very similar, yeah?
2 knights here, yeah? Could sack a bishop there.
Yeah, probably your white should play with G4. If you're ambitious. No, G5 probably.
I mean,
B3,
I think I would play G6.
B3, B6 is just slow, nothing, so.
Yeah, so not sure also.
I mean, if white plays F4, what do you play? White plays F4, move one. Do you play B6 or G6?
G6. Why not B6? Do you will play B3 or B4 anyway, right?
Yeah, yeah, B3 is the most logical.
Why not G4? Yeah, G4, G6.
G4, G6, and then what?
Against F4, we will try to go symmetry or attack with F4?
Probably I would play C5, just because there's no center. And the knights can't defend E4 square.
I'm just worried about F5, yeah?
Like this.
C4, C5, F4 maybe.
Okay, this makes sense.
F5.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, but this should be completely fine. There's nothing on the E or D files to break the center.
I mean, okay, Okay, F4, F5, E3, E6.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it can white be ambitious. Okay, just play some boring position. That's no problem.
Can I go B4 in the first round?
Okay, what changes?
C4. Ah, okay.
Okay, C5.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe white G.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to push the G
G4,
pawn.
yeah.
If you want to try, you have to push the G pawn. What's his white play?
Is E4 possible?
E4?
B4.
But E4, B6?
B6, yeah.
I mean, now I have both diagonals. So it's
F4?
yeah, 4 makes sense.
F5?
G5?
G5, H6. Ah, H6, no.
Why not it?
G5 square.
Ah, you don't want to.
Can white play here G5? H6, yeah.
F4?
Yeah, F4 if you want to go try.
G5 instead of F4.
Wait,
G5
which
is very
one?
unlikely.
G5? H6? F4? Ah, you want to play H4?
Okay.
Okay, that's not right.
This is very strange. I mean, what's wrong with C5 here?
Okay, but C5 and how? What do we do next?
Bishop C7?
Yeah, I thought bishop C7 and B6. That was actually.
Bishop C7, bishop E4.
No, maybe it's
White has to push C5.
C5, C4?
Yeah, C5, C4.
Ah, C5, C4, F5? Oh, then you're going to go bishop C2 and B3.
But okay, what?
Bishop E4. Now bishop E4.
Bishop
F3.
F3.
Yeah, it's not so good.
For black.
For black, yeah. No, but if you go F5, it's no.
I guess G5. But G5.
But G5 now I thought bishop C7 even.
Yeah.
And there's no way for white to push something.
I mean, white can trade and maybe go like bishop D3 or something.
Can I get like queen F3, queen F3?
Queen F3? Wait, first?
Like take queen F3.
B6? Or, sorry, bishop C7 first. Ah, queen A3, B6.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, instead of F5, I start with C4. I want bishop E4.
Okay, yeah.
And then you.
Then I want C5.
No, I think C5 is better.
But if you go H4 first and if G8 then maybe C4 now? Because somehow like pawn on H4 is never, will never survive.
And pawn takes C4, yeah? Maybe.
Yeah.
If pawn takes H4, C4.
Yeah, that's the plan.
G8, C4.
Yeah.
Next result.
I mean, it is like annoying. And pawn moves to G5.
No, G5 is extremely responsible.
Yeah, but G5 is, yeah. But somehow, like previously, I also thought it's like very smart, but it didn't work out. They did something like stupid: A6, bishop E7, B5. Maybe here the same.
What about F5?
H6 with the queen action.
F5.
No, it was like previous game. I mean, A6, bishop E7, and B5. What Prague did against me.
Okay. Or A5 now.
F5, G5?
And bishop E7 and B5.
Sorry, which move after A5? Grab the pawn.
Let's try this. Yeah?
So if I
G5, G6, at least the bishop is not coming to E4.
Yeah. No,
what do I take it?
Take under 6.
And E4.
E4, B6,
F3.
F3, I don't know, G6,
E4,
FG, and
E4, G6, I don't like. I don't like E4.
Why do they?
Yeah,
Why do they care about the pawn itself?
Yeah, no, we shouldn't save this pawn.
Like
C4?
Yeah, maybe C4 and C5, yeah. It's a bit better this way.
Yeah, C4, C5. What if
No, but then
black
queen
plays
G8,
C5?
maybe it's.
Oh, C4, C5, yeah.
Maybe black plays C5.
Then bishop E4, knight D6, yeah.
There's a lot of time.
C4, which you have to try.
No, wait. It's here.
And if you just go for double
Yeah.
get like B3, I mean, so like, true.
So
I mean,
E4, CD, what was the idea?
I mean, you open up the bishop and make a move, like knight B3 or something.
Yeah.
the 5 Yeah, I know. After knight to 5, I mean, e3, or maybe castle.
Yeah, positional is better for it.
Yeah, like somehow, like we have first to clinch. Hopefully. But besides this, I mean, what can I do? White like.
F5 looks like a very reasonable.
I think G5 is close.
A G5 H4 would do.
H4 a bit annoying. So A6, let's say. I mean, okay, out of curiosity. I mean, A6, bishop E7, and B5. A6. Super dumb plan, but I mean, I basically did it. Like
C5.
C5, B6.
C6. No, I was just wondering. Sometimes it's like.
Yeah, could be.
Sometimes it's scary.
But also just bishop A7, bishop E4. I don't understand.
Knight D6. Okay, yeah. No, okay, I mean just like better to safe than sorry. Oh, bishop E4 maybe.
So here's C4. What do we say after F5? Just take in C5, right?
Yeah. Maybe it's not completely unreasonable for black to go.
Take C5 and C6 or something like that.
C6, yeah.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's very slow, yeah. Also,
it's not losing,
the
but
white
it's
also kind of.
But then maybe F4 knight F7 D6.
Well, I mean.
Yeah, I think. Sorry.
I don't like.
But we can only
we just
go
on D4 knight D3. It's good for it.
Yeah. We can only go like
C5,
C5, C6, go D4.
And D2, D4 check. Maybe castle first.
Castle.
Queen E5. H2 is hanging. Queen E5. Queen E5 is a fork though, yeah?
Yeah.
Don't think it matters.
Yeah, bishop on 8 is hardly.
Yeah, we can even like trade knight though.
But Queen E5, what do we do?
No, but I don't like castle. Why?
Yeah.
But I mean, how is this not much better?
In general, you think like take and then some bishop E7 or something. Like, how can we get this
We will
bishop
start
out?
in 30 seconds.
It takes forever. Bishop C2 or something.
Bishop D3 knight.
No, this is just winning. Come on, after D5 is up. D5 is up and it's just winning. No one will go.
We are ready for round 4. Best of luck.
Yeah, this is the position.
So now we see. So I'm curious what will be the outcome. I'm rooting for Fabi because I want him to bounce back, but of course I'm rooting for
Richie as well.
also because he did not deserve it, what was going on in the previous round, that he just ruined it to a draw, but he even lost the game. It was not something that it was fair, but chess is like that, sport is like that. And I see that he's back in business. And what do we see on the boards? G4
yes.
in all the boards. I want to pose a very quick question to Nicholas. What is your evaluation? What can you tell us? Without showing details, I think maybe we stay in the bird's eye view. But is G4 the best move? What the youngsters and the older participants came to the conclusion?
Yes, definitely G4 is the best move. The computer gives an evaluation of 0.50, so quite promising for white and also difficult to handle for black. The point behind G4 is opening the queen, and just like in the second round, the bishop on A8, in the second round was the bishop on H8, cannot be activated yet because it's undefended, so you cannot move the B pawn, and the bishop would be hanging. But of course, we have to watch out for some tactics again, where maybe it can be moved at some point. And this makes it difficult for black because mirroring is also not really possible. We see that none of the players have mirrored, so going G5. Vincent is still thinking, because then white could go h4 and immediately play a strong break on the right side of the board. And this is a tricky position to handle for black. For sure, we see in all of the games, I think already white has a bit of an edge. And we'll see how the black players deal with this. Rapport definitely has a creative approach here, Peter.
Yes, g4, then c5, c4, h5, g5, h4, very much Ricci style, trying to create unbalance, trying to activate that queen from h8 probably to h5. And Vincent took his time. Yeah, he opted for g4, e6. That's kind of a novelty, looking at the other games. And g4, g6, kind of move that was played by Gukesh against Magnus. Then Magnus just follows it up with c4 and long castles. Look at this. Long castle on move 2. Funny business, but I think it's also connected to the fact that, and Magnus blitzes out f4. Your favorite, gaining space.
You see, this is what I'm saying, that now, I don't know, in Paris, somehow the player think that the pawns are the most powerful piece to control space, and only later to deal with the other pieces, how they are going to be developing. Though we also have to highlight, I think, that this is round 4, and this is the third time that we are seeing bishops in the corner and next to it. It was only on the other side, on g1 and h1, but we had a game, I think it was maybe round 2, when the queen was on a1,
yes,
and the bishops were exactly the same on the other side. So it is very interesting, but still it is special that they do move pawns a lot, especially Magnus.
Well, it was also like funny that when we saw the starting position, we did have a small discussion in the studio, and we were sure that g4 will be played. It also immediately appeared on the analysis board of the players. We already noticed that with queen on h1 and with the bishop on a8 construction, yeah, you want to play g4, you open up the queen, you pin that bishop to on the long diagonal, so black is unable to play b6. That's the big problem. And we see in many games that white was able to get g4 and b3 in. Yeah, so white's queen from h1 is on the board, the bishop came to life, and black is stuck with the queen on h8, and with the bishop on a8, it's kind of a very dangerous situation.
Well, and already now it's move 3 in many of the positions, but we see already the first game between Fabiano and Rapport that things escalated, and some strange action is happening there. Do you think we should pick that one, or we should still wait to pick one of the games?
Yeah, I think we can already pick one. Just before we pick one, I would like to highlight this move c4, c5 by Magnus. Also already a very typical idea, because it kind of logs down the bishop on a8, and it invites black to play c6. Yes, you open up the bishop from b8, but your bishop will be buried till the end of the game on a8. So it's a strategic move. It also takes away the d6 square from black's knight. It's a very tough situation for Gukesh and for many of the players who are playing now with the black pieces.
Do you think it's Magnus's strategy? I'm sure he was working with Peter Heiden-Nielsen, his old-time coach, on general strategies like this, that, okay, maybe the first several moves in many of the starting positions is the best way, so you have to look in that direction?
Well, definitely he already has some patterns, but it's more like also you are adjusting to the situation, and once you know the motive, then you can ask the question, is this the position when this motive might come to life? Yeah, I think that's very important. And there we see. Black was kind of provoked to c6. Look at the computer's evaluation. Already says like white is clearly better. And humanly speaking, that's the biggest problem when, humanly speaking, we understand that black is worse. Yeah, that white is clearly better. That's the problem, because sometimes computer gives some obscure kind of line how you can get maybe even a winning advantage, but we don't understand anything here. Simply the fact that black's bishop on a8 will be buried forever, and white will definitely get the chance to push the b pawn, and then his bishop on a1 comes to the game as well.
So maybe let's go into this game for short. And I will ask Nicholas, what can you tell us about this game between Magnus and Gukesh? Is it so bad really for black, what has happened so far after white is having his pawn on c5?
Well, it is fairly bad positionally, as Peter has highlighted. We can just take it from the top again to understand how we got there. g4, opening up the queen, restricting this bishop on a8, not allowing it to come into a game. g6, now c4 is a strong move because you control the center and you also prepare moves like bishop e4 in many cases. And now castle, it seems like it was a bit too slow, but already here it's difficult to suggest something because if you play c5, then after bishop e4, there's an awkward question how to defend this pawn. Yes, you can go knight d6, but the knight is not well placed here and the bishop can just drop back. Maybe there's already b4, because with bishop e4, I'm also defending the bishop on a1, allowing moves like b4 or b3, and this is also very difficult for black. Castle, now f4 was played, gaining more space, f5, takes, c5, and I believe the players had this kind of position with the king on d8. They had it in their analysis already, and Carlsen was saying, this looks really good for white, and he's absolutely right, because here, let's just see how the game continued, knight d3, d6, knight f3. The computer is already giving a plus 2.5 advantage, as if white is almost up a piece. And in a way he is, because of this bishop on a8, as Peter has highlighted. The bishop really does not get into a game anytime soon, even if you play b6, which also is a move you are very careful about because it would weaken the king and the rook is already ready on the c-file. Even then the bishop is quite restricted by the pawn on c6, whereas white can play like bishop c2 now, b4, and opening up this bishop. Nice center control, the knights are well placed. This looks horrible for Gukesh and just a dream opening for Magnus here. Peter.
Yes, it looks horrible, and we know this motive, yeah, this c4, c5. You highlighted, Magnus said in the analysis, team analysis, that yes, if we get that position, that's fantastic. We don't have to worry about it. And I also feel like whoever from the players got black now in this game, they feel a little bit cheated. Yeah, that why when we are black we get this position, when we had white then there was nothing in the position, or at least we did not understand. But in long terms, normally it equalizes out. Yeah, so this is the only consolation I see for the players who are playing with the black pieces. Now let's take a look at someone who might have solved some problems, at least according to the computer. And that is Nodirbek, a player with 3 out of 3, playing against Speedy Gonzalez, Jan Nepomniachtchi. What's in store for us there? Nicholas, do you have the game? Do you have some thoughts to share with us?
Yes, we can also take a look how Nodirbek handled this opening differently from Gukesh, because it was quite similar, at least the first 2 moves. But instead of castle, now Nodirbek played c6. And here you could have also gone c5, actually. Would have been a good move. But
after c5, probably Jan wanted b6. Yeah, he can try to undermine, no, the pawn structure.
There's a direct b6, which eases a bit of the problems with the bishop. So f4 was good by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Now f5. And actually, yeah, he missed the opportunity to go c5. He just did not play it here. This was the only difference to the Carlsen game, because if c5 castle, we would end up in the same position like Carlsen Gukesh. And instead, he went e3, and this was a bit too soft, apparently. Also, bishop d3 was a good move, preparing b4, protecting the bishop, but c5, just very strong move. e3, now b6 was played, and bishop c2, e6, b3, knight f6, and now knight d3, queen g7, castle, bishop c7. Yeah, even now after c5, actually black is a bit better. Queen to g1. This is the current position. But you can see black has solved his problems. I mean, the position is very symmetrical, but black was able to open up the bishop and
activate the queen also.
Activate the queen, queen h6. Already a small advantage for Nordebek. But as you said, Peter, if the tournament starts well, then just suddenly everything falls into place somewhat. Even if you get a worse starting position here with the black pieces, just like, by the way, in round 2, Nordebek was also on the side with the black pieces where the white position was very promising, but it just all seems to work out for the youngster from Uzbekistan, Judith.
What I'm wondering, looking at your analysis, and also when we were watching Magnus's game, that it seems that in this position, when you have your bishop on A8, B8, and the rook on C8, castle is not necessarily advisable too much at all, because after castling, you take away from your own possibility when you move away with your bishop on B8 to play B6 or B5. And I think this was Nodirbek's secret in this game, if I may say. Of course, I understand that C5 was possible earlier for white, but still, I don't know how much he understood it and did it deliberately, or so he could prioritize that he develops with his other pieces, and it's not going to be beneficial for him to castle on the left-hand side of the board, right? So this was very important for him, I think, that he can activate his bishop. And the king on d8 is not necessarily worse, standing worse at all. And we see in 4 games still that it was not moved. So what are we having?
Well, actually, I think that because, yeah, there are big battles. However, the Magnus game had really heated up. It was boiling from the beginning, but I do see also some counter ideas for black. There is a pin along the white king on d1. Yeah, knight e3 check might be some kind of an idea. We see the Evelbar claiming white having a almost decisive advantage, but I would like to take a closer look at this game. Bishop g7. Magnus is going
for material.
Hunting that rook. Is that so natural? Is this the right way?
Yeah, let's go to the game, Carlsen against Gukesh.
Yes, let's get it in a close-up. Yeah, black sacrifices the exchange. Queen takes f4, of course. And where is white's king heading? Yeah, that's kind of my feeling. I would really love, okay, I'm going to give you the exchange because I don't care about the material.
Well, it's not that you had too much of a choice.
Yes, I didn't. So I'm pretending that it was part of the big picture.
And okay,
yes,
the rook is yours. But what black has in return?
Yeah, well, what I'm saying that long terms. Do I have long-term compensation? And if ever those bishop comes to life, but the big question is if they ever come to life, and we know that usually in sports, if doesn't really work.
Knight d3 played by Magnus.
Yeah, knight d3, queen d6. Yeah, bishop takes f8, rook takes f8, and b takes c6. And this is the moment of truth. If black has to capture back with b takes c6 and the pawn structure will be spoiled forever, then it's very bad news. So can black try to... Yeah, no, he can't. Yeah, I was speculating that is b6 a move or not.
Knight e5.
But knight e5, yes. So bc, queen g2. And now maybe even some queen g7, queen e5 regrouping might hurt black tremendously.
And if Magnus wins this game, then he's progressing and he's going to have 3 out of 4. While Gukesh won his first game in freestyle here in Paris, and he had some great opportunities which he missed, but he's going to have only 1.5 points out of 4, so he's struggling again in his game, and I don't think in this position he has really any practical chance.
Yeah, and look at this.
Am I too cruel to say that?
No, you are not. You are just telling the truth. I'm, the dreamer. Yeah, I was trying to highlight that there was a pin on the d file, but what happened in the last couple of moves? White grabbed the exchange, plus he got his knight back to d3, beautifully protecting everything, guarding, destroying black's pawn structure on the queen side. Or, yes, on the left side of the board. Yeah, black is not trying to activate the pieces with knight e6. Queen f2 was played, probably making sure that bishop c7, bishop b6 will not happen due to queen takes a7 problem.
Well, probably still that's the best to try to give up with bishop c7, queen a7, bishop a7, then bishop b6 is the plan.
Yes.
But it looks very sad. And it's a kind of position, I think, where you don't want to resign yet, but it's frustrating to play it as well, because you understand that you don't have much counter chances in this game, and you don't have too much hopes against the world #1 Magnus.
By the way, because I was thinking that, okay, this pawn sacrifice is interesting. Let me just, yeah, bishop c7 played as well. But after queen takes a7, bishop b7, the problem is that the move bishop b6 can be simply stopped by bishop takes d5. We simply give up our beautiful bishop, but we eliminate that knight which supports the bishop b6 idea. And then black has zero counterplay, and the pole position just falls apart.
Well, but still, to give up that white square bishop, you're also not necessarily so happy.
Yes, but otherwise you get bishop b6 and you get counterplay, because you will be kicking my queen. Also, the rook is hanging on g1.
But it's possible for him to play queen a4, bishop b6, and you just move away with the rook, right? And then once knight f3 to e5 appears...
If you have good nerves, and apparently you have, yeah, then you can do that. Yeah, I'm already... I have had too many battles, and I don't know. I feel like there is a threat like bishop b6. I want to eliminate the chance of that move, yeah, by going bishop takes d5.
And you're right. Magnus also captured, eliminated that knight. But actually, he did it before taking on a7. Interesting.
Wow. Okay. Well, actually, it's very similar. But yeah, let me try to get the current position.
So actually, after bishop b7, rook b1. That's the plan.
Yes, rook b1, yeah, it's not the same position, yeah, after...
Yeah, rook b1.
c5.
c5.
Black is still alive, actually.
Yeah, c4 is coming, some counter chances, right?
This is not over by any means.
I mean, it looked much worse 5 moves ago.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, it does not mean that Black has huge chances to save the game, but at least he's not losing immediately.
Yes, c5 played.
I mean, let's say if I would dream and put my knight from e6 to e4.
Okay, so now you are a dreamer already, right? Very nice.
No, but I can already have hopes. 5 moves ago, when I had my bishops on a8, b8, I had the isolated pawn on c6, rook on c1, attack by white, then I couldn't visualize the realistic.
Well, I asked the question, are we happy to take that exchange, yeah, with bishop g7, bishop f8?
I was happy with taking exchange. I was not happy to give up the white square bishop.
That was the...
Yeah, that's the only thing.
That was the thing, yeah. Wow, okay, so now Magnus is taking his time. What's the clock situation?
Well, he went down to 3 minutes.
He actually went down, yeah.
Gukesh has more time, which is unusual. Usually he's the one who is behind in time.
Yeah, there is some dynamic. Yeah, there is something to play for with Black.
And now White has to show it, right? That he has to win.
To prove that why I gone exactly for this position. Yeah?
I mean, it would be great to play rook g1 to c1, but that's not the castling kind of move.
Yes. Magnus made a move. It's rook c1.
Rook c1 back.
Rook c1, yeah, targeting that pawn.
But was it so fantastic to play rook b1 then, in the previous move?
Okay, he provoked this c5. Probably he's doing great, concretely, yeah, because he's hitting the c5 pawn.
Bishop d6, defending.
Yeah, but now with the black bishop having had to move from c7, why is this board not updating? Sorry, I'm just angry with the technique. Okay, rook c1, bishop d6. What do we think of this? Still, okay, if white is not winning quickly, then there are scenarios
maybe
black
knight
can
b2.
Get counterplay. Strategical.
No, he played king e1. I thought to regroup my knight.
Knight to c4,
knight
yeah?
On b6.
It felt very nice. Knight b2, knight c4. King also b6 square, maybe knight a5. But yeah, Magnus opted for king e1. Yeah, he goes the other way.
Is his plan to go king f2, you think? Or what was the real reason behind king e1? Is it standing really better than on d1?
Okay, maybe it's better, but it doesn't feel decisive, yeah? It's unclear.
I go king d7, I show off with my rook on a8. I come take your pawn on a2. I mean, black has no pawn for the exchange. After king d7, maybe he will. Unless you can go knight e5.
And the body language, what does it signal us? Yeah, Magnus leaning back. Is he leaning back because he thinks that this is so good? Or he's leaning a little bit back because of frustration that I had something more, I'm not happy with the way how things are going? No?
No.
No?
He doesn't care about what has happened. He cares about the fact that he's still much, much, much better.
And you think that he knows that he's still much better, yeah?
Well, he should be much better. You don't think so anymore?
No, he should be, but this last couple of moves, he spoke about this, and it's psychology involved. This is a kind of blitz game now, yeah? They are both under 3 minutes. The emotions play quite a big role at how much you like your position. And yeah, Gukesh goes king c7, sets up rook a8, so we are expecting queen a5 check.
I wanted king d7, but after king d7, rook b1 was the problem.
Yes. And also some knight e5 check.
But maybe after king c7 again.
Now you want to shuffle back rook b1 and then queen b6 check, yeah, against rook a8. And then you can't even play rook a8. Then also rook g8 checkmate is coming.
C7.
Knight g5 is a very strong move now. After point of knight takes g5, knight takes c5.
c5.
Wow. Well, this is very tough.
Very unpleasant.
Unless Magnus was looking forward to, yeah, because Gukesh was taking a lot of time for king c7, and you somehow sense that king c7, king d7 might be the two moves black wants to play.
Yeah, there's also knight g5, rook. Well, knight g5. Oh, no.
Rook a8?
No, rook a8.
Simply takes on e6 and knight c5.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
But that you still have to win. Rook a7, knight e6.
But Nicholas, maybe we can also get to your board because for some reason mine is not updating.
Okay.
On the board.
Yes, knight g5 has been played. This is the move we were just discussing, the strongest move, and now white is clearly winning because the knight on e6 is deflected from defending the pawn on c5. So if black takes the knight on g5, white doesn't take back, but goes knight takes c5, and that is absolutely crushing. White is crushing through here with an attack.
Yeah,
there seems to be no defense.
Yeah, what Nicholas highlighted, yeah, that knight takes g5 is simply met by knight takes c5. White opens up the c file, gets access to black's king, and there is no defense. Bishop takes c5, runs into rook takes c5, check, winning the queen and the game. So how to fight after knight g5? Is there a way to fight at all?
Well, it's getting harder and harder for black.
Well, breaking news, for the very first time today, we got the heart rate of the players. At least I haven't noticed before. Gukesh, even in a state of shock, yeah, or maybe he already kind of got used to the thought that he will lose this game, but he's just 70.
And Magnus is excited.
Yeah, Magnus is excited. Normally he's calm, but now he feels like, okay, I'm having a crushing attack. Why should I be calm? I don't need to be calm. By the way, Caruana has won his game against Richard Rapport. So Fabi bounces back. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave seems to be winning against Vincent.
Pragnananda is winning against Vidit. So we'll see another round with many decisive games, most likely.
But yeah, all eyes on Gukesh. He's down to a minute.
Well, it's hard to continue the game.
He played something.
He played something.
Rook g8.
Rook g8.
Yes.
Yes. And Magnus took on e6. Knight e6, queen e6. And now it's the question. How do you wrap it up? There are even ideas like rook c5, bishop c5, queen takes b7 somewhere.
But it doesn't work
yes,
yet.
Not yet, yeah. You
But the
have to.
simplification is good because king b8, queen e5.
Oh, nice one.
Queen e5, rook g8.
Yes, exactly.
So king d8 only move, I believe. And that also looks not very promising. But that's the only move. Right now, it's on the board.
And king d8.
King d8.
Well, I mean, it's just one pawn, right?
Black did not stand better than this any time before, right?
No, but it's the beautiful harmony. The dark squares.
Well, it's still fighting opportunity for
Queen a5
Black.
check.
This is not over.
Not, but why not? Where do you
King
go with the
c8.
king? King c8. That's a good move.
No, e8 is good.
No, king
This is
c8,
good.
then I take and queen f5 check.
Yes, exactly.
You take it
But
within
now you
But
can't
king
win
e8,
another
queen
pawn.
b5 check.
And then king d8 again.
And the bishop is hanging, and you can still balance like this.
Yes, because
I
there's a
can't
checkmate
believe-
on g1.
Yeah, king e8. Queen b5 check.
King d8.
And he finds it.
Of course, yeah. Lukash will
There
find-
was not much of a choice, right?
Well, yes, after another move you lose another pawn, so that's too much.
And rook g3, was it rook g3 or what?
Rook
was-
g3 is played, but not the best. Black is getting more and more into the game again.
But it's a beautiful move. I want to highlight, yeah, the dark squares, the control, the harmony.
It's like you don't give up the tension, right?
Yes.
I don't take it. I want to exchange it in my circumstances.
Yes,
the
please
way
take
I
on
want.
g3, and then the knight can land on f4 as well. In the future, it will be protected. It's an aesthetical move.
Gukesh is fighting back,
Queen
trading on
e4.
g3, going queen to e4, setting up a perpetual.
Centralizing the queen, very active. He has great saving chances.
Yeah, now suddenly there are all these perpetual ideas with queen h1, queen g2.
I mean, no matter what will be the outcome of the game as a result, Gukesh was fighting very well,
Yes,
and Magnus
absolutely.
completely misplayed it.
Well, he's still winning, but yes, he has made his
Queen
life harder
e5,
than it
of
needs
course,
to be.
yeah, queen e5.
But he lost extra energy to convert this the proper way, right?
Yeah, I mean, as long as he wins, he'll be happy. But
Yeah.
if he doesn't win this, he would definitely be upset.
Probably he will win because queen h1, king f2, queen g2, king e3, he comes
Yes.
up, king f4, he takes the tour with the king.
He keeps enjoying himself. Everything
Yeah.
on the dark squares.
Yeah, he thought this out that he's going to be controlling the black squares, and one day the knight is going to be showing up on f4.
In the meantime, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wins his second game in the round robin against Vincent Keimer. Vincent is struggling so far with 1 out of 4.
And Nodirbak has a promising position with the black pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and they are very similar in time also. So Nodirbak is on his strike.
Yeah, Nodirbak
Winning.
is very dangerous.
So far, nobody could stop him.
And also we have a very interesting Arjun Legacy Hikaru Nakamura game. So strategically speaking, so difficult to evaluate. Now the computer jumps as big, but exactly at that moment already computer corrects itself. It's just crazy.
Bishop e4 played by Gukesh.
Yeah, well, many things have happened. Only that my board is not really updated. So queen b8 check, king d7. I have to put all these moves manually. Knight c5 check, king c6, knight takes e4, f takes e4. We get a queen endgame. Well, for normal mortals, queen endgames are always tricky. Maybe because Magnus is the biggest specialist in the world, he always wins all these queen endgames that I'm never sure of. So he's somehow very confident. Queen e5 makes perfect sense. Isolates this pawn on e4, forces black's queen on h1 to stay tied down to the pawn, and he just wants to push his a-pawn. Any chances for black to survive?
I wouldn't give too much percentage for black to survive against Magnus. I mean, I think it's very hard to imagine that black can give some perpetuate check at any point. Queen on e5.
Yeah, the construction.
Standing.
Yeah, white's construction. The pure harmony is there.
I mean, Magnus maximized, optimized the pieces where they stand the best. Queen on e5, defending the g3 pawn. Excellent.
Only
Attacking.
5 seconds for Gukesh. He runs with his king away towards the other side. Yeah, he just doesn't want to be in any checks. But yeah, the pawn structure, that's the problem. And Magnus's vision, yeah, that he felt like, I know what I'm doing. I'm following my strategy. And it looks quite impressive, I have to say. a5.
Checks. Queen h2, king e3, queen h6.
So giving up a second pawn.
Well, he wants to take on d2 probably, yes?
Yes.
So maybe
but queen f4? No, he takes.
He takes. Maybe queen b5 check and a6.
Queen b8 check first.
King d7.
You have
queen
to go
b5.
king d7. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no other move than king c8, a6.
Yeah, where do we hide? You have to find a good spot. Is there a good spot?
a6 will be on the board. No, queen b6 check. He wants to take the pawn on e7, queen c6, queen e8. I did not expect it.
Just cashing in. Maybe let's zoom on in the players because I can't actually get the moves.
Let's zoom in onto the players because things are happening very fast.
And there we go. Queen takes e7 check.
King a6.
Well, just queen e6 check. And you cannot take on a5 because of queen d5.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's the problem.
It's not much fun with black, I admit.
Yes.
Magnus plays king f3.
It's even difficult to avoid any kind of queen trade happening somewhere.
Probably he'll go king g2.
Or e3, yes.
e3.
No checks.
Well, not too much chances, right? The only chance, the maximum chance what black has is somehow to give it check with queen c7
Yeah,
after
checkmate,
queen h7
yeah.
and stalemate.
Yes, the stalemate is the only chance, but there is still this h7 pawn.
In the meantime, Hikaru beats Arjun. Big win for Hikaru Nakamura, who was struggling in this game at some point towards the end, but the weak white king decided everything. And up to the turf on his way to win yet again against Jan Nepomniachtchi. But we can stick with this game.
And Pragnanda has beaten with it.
This looks like another all-decisive round. Wow. Incredible.
But Gukesh is still hanging on.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's just a matter of time. White can start going with his king forward. He just enters and keeps on pushing the e-pawn. He might not even need the a-pawn. It's just for destruction for the moment.
H5?
H5, yeah. Please take it. No, we're not going to take it. We're not going to
That
blunder
will be
the
not-
queen.
That will be not exactly the move.
Yes. And there we go. Magnus, because the queen on e5 protects all of white's pawns, yeah? Beautiful queen. Protects the g3 pawn, protects the e4 pawn, and protects the a5 pawn. And now white can just start marching with his king, enter, and win. Queen e2.
After the game.
King g5, queen g4, king h6. Now queen g7 check is a big threat, trading the queens. How is black playing? How is he? Where is he hiding?
H4.
H4.
But this will lose
Queen
another
e7
pawn.
check.
Yes.
And then g takes h4.
Yes. And you still cannot take on a5 because of queen g5.
I
so
see a draw. I see a draw.
Really?
G takes H. I mean, with cooperation. But I thought
There are
he
no
goes,
more stalemates.
No, I thought he goes king H a8. And then after gh, queen f4, king h7, queen c7.
Ah,
yes.
But queen g7.
Queen g7
We
still,
don't
yeah.
have to. Yeah, and the handshake. Yeah, it was very bad throughout the game.
So let's jump to the other game. If we can zoom in immediately to the game between Nepomniachtchi and Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, because there it's great action happening with some very exciting mating.
But actually now it gets technical.
Yeah, it becomes a draw.
And
Or-
Nyepo is smiling like that's the maximum you had? I might hold it.
Well, no, he will hold this for sure. Yes. He cannot
And smiling. He cannot stop
He
himself from
cannot believe
smiling.
that he escaped
Yes.
from a completely lost position.
Yeah, he had a very difficult game. But of course, Nodirbek will try it, and he tried to create a pass pawn.
Yeah, but
Blocks.
now Jan will probably sacrifice one of his pawns and then open up the bishop.
But the question is, do you have to sacrifice, give up one of the pawns or
Yeah,
not?
he decides no, I don't need to.
White also has to understand what are the dangers, right?
Yeah, but okay, king c6, king d5, king e4, going towards the king side would be tricky. Yeah, king c6. And if you go against king d5, king dc, then after bishop f5 check, king e3, I go the other direction, king c4, and then I try to push the b pawn. Yeah, so that's why I was somehow tempted to give a pawn and then push my pass pawn. But okay, probably Jan thinks that it's a dead draw anyway.
Okay, so what is he up to? A4 and A5? Or king B4 first? Because it's a bad corner, apart from the fact that it's pretty drawish. Yeah, he goes A4.
Yeah.
So black can't afford himself, after A5, to exchange the pawns. He has to push B5. That's the only practical chance. So let's see. How can black try to win?
Yeah, king e4.
King e4.
Of course, putting the pressure. Also, the body language signals from Nodirbek that no, it's not going to be so easy. I'm coming after you.
But actually, he can go simply A5.
Yes, b5 and a6. so-
A6.
yeah, just fix.
Bishop C8, king B4, and king A5. But he goes king B4 immediately. Why to rush? He can play A5 in the next move.
Bishop d7. Okay.
A5, A6.
Yeah. Jan
the board.
pushes a5. And b5, a6 might be also a little bit scary for black. Yeah,
And look at that.
You don't want to get stuck with a weakness like this, even if it's not important.
Of course, he goes b5. The fighting spirit is there.
Yeah, he collects the pawn.
He has 3 out of 3, and he had a winning position, a very, very promising position, so he doesn't want to give it a draw.
Yes.
It's not enough. He says, okay, I had such a great position. I don't allow you. I don't want to allow that you escape in this round.
And Jan is going after the a7 pawn. Bishop c7, bishop b8.
King d5. Bishop b8.
King c6. Well,
Okay,
this
wants
is
to play bishop c8.
yes.
Is white playing king a5?
Then bishop takes a6. This is the idea.
Oh, so wow.
This is the idea. King a5, bishop takes a6. Yeah, so Jan just gives up the pawn and relies on his f pawn. He pushes f6, bishop h4, and thank you very much. I have the drawish construction. You can't do anything.
Nadir's back. Brain is ticking. Do I have any chance? Any chance?
And Jan is waiting.
He goes around.
Yes, but
king e6.
he can always protect with bishop h4. And you can never do anything, because when you go with the king too far, I'm going to push f7.
Well, you could have played f7 already.
Yes. And Jan is staring at, like, what do you want?
How disappointed Nadir Bek is. Now f7.
Yes,
no,
f7.
not f7.
No, he even doesn't want to play f7.
Well, why not?
Yeah, he's waiting for this, that then he pushes f7 when it finishes
I thought
the
he's
game.
going to tease him and play king c5.
At first, yeah. Draw agreed. So finally we got a draw. What a game. What a fight. And what a lucky escape for Jan.
They don't discuss after the game? Ah, they...
Well, I think Nadir Bek is too disappointed, no?
Okay, so what do you think about this round? It was full of excitement, but only one draw still.
Well, it was also one of these positions where after g4, white was putting real pressure. So looking at the scoreboard, that black got 2 wins. It already feels a lot. And Nadir Bek also had a chance. So it was almost, black was almost making 50% out of this starting position, where after g4, clearly white was in the driver's seat and was pushing right from the start.
Absolutely. Nicholas, can you show us just briefly how Fabiano won against Richard? Because it was a very crucial game, I believe, for him. How he bounced back. He did not do exactly the best time beating Richard, but he had to come back.
Yes, no, we have some time to take a look here together. So g4, best move, c5 was a good response by Richard. And after b3, he actually had a chance to stop white from going c4, opening up this bishop, playing c4 himself. But he missed this opportunity where after b takes c4, you would actually not take back this pawn, but just play the position, play f6 or bishop d6. Of course, also a difficult concept to grasp, just sacrifice a pawn here, not to allow this bishop to be developed so easily. So actually, this is why white should have played c4 here instead of b3. But let's see how the game went. h5, g5, h4, all right. Bishop f4, quite creative play by Richard Rapport, as we know it from him. Bishop e4 takes. He grabbed the pawn on h2, which Caruana sacrificed. Now castle, bishop back, knight to f3. White puts emphasis on quick development, doesn't care for this pawn so much right now. queen back to c2, e6, d4. So white is a bit better here the entire time. Knight b7 was maybe a bit too much. He should have recaptured this pawn on c5 right away. Knight b7 sacrificing a pawn. And now rook g1, b5, king b1, really going for the attack. But the king is fairly safe here with the pawns and the bishop. And there's not a lot of harmony. The king is on d8, the queen is on h8. And this really came back to haunt Richard. Eventually, queen takes h4. Here, he should have traded queens. The endgame is not great, but maybe still defendable after knight c5, rook g4. There were some more misses along the way. Let's see, maybe the last critical moment, I guess, was around here. King f8. King f8 led to a clearly lost position. Now knight takes d5, a wonderful strike, which probably Rapport overlooked, since after knight takes d4, there's the move bishop takes d4, hitting the knight. White wins another pawn, and this is just too much. Knight takes b3. The tactics don't work out here. Knight takes c7. And this is where Rapport resigned, because after knight takes d4, white takes back with this rook. And now after rook takes c7, the rook is lost on h8 and black loses. So white is just up a piece. Here, big point for Caruana, who finally gets on the scoreboard. Now all the players have at least won one game, but there are 4 players tied or at the places 9 to 12. And by the way, just the first 8 qualify. So all of these players have to watch out, Judah, but still very close together so far after 4 rounds.
Absolutely, and this was a very convincing victory for Fabiano. It's his first victory, so probably he's bouncing back, and we'll see in the next 2 rounds of today. How is he going to be able to continue? Is he going to be winning more games and having the winning streak? Anyway, for the moment, we're going to go for a very short break, and we're waiting you back in a few minutes.
Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
A smile comes across my face, even though I have no idea what we'll find. When I'm with you, it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 Show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what, you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Beautiful weather outside, the sun is shining, and people are outside, while here in Paris, right now in the Grand Slam of freestyle, here everything is boiling. Completely. What is fire on the board? Absolutely. We just had, I think, 3 draws out of 4 rounds, and this is going to be round number 5. And this is what the standing is right now. Abdusattorov, who came in the last second, he practically arrived to the technical meeting and for the opening ceremony. He is killing everybody until this point. He had a very promising position in the last game, which we just witnessed against Nepomniachtchi. He has 3.5 out of 4. Magnus is 3 and Vacher 3. But we are just about to start the lottery, so let's move on and figure out what will be the next
champion,
position.
Rustam Kazimjanov. Give him a round of applause.
826.
Thank you so much, Rustam. Position 826. The players will have 10 minutes. Back to the studio.
This one would probably a 44 D4 basically. That's
Why
it,
not?
right? Ah, you want to go for C4?
Well, I think that anyway, everybody wants to play D5, I think it's D4. Or maybe anyway D5.
Okay.
Anyway, D5.
What? Okay.
Against D4, just D5.
Here, this is.
So knight on D3 will be nice.
Yeah. If you get the advanced structure, the sign on D3 should be very
That's it,
strong.
D4.
No, but I think generally advance is most of the time
F6.
very strong. F6?
D4.
D4?
Takes and knight G6. D3. Bishop B5.
Here, we should be
Maybe something more
okay,
yeah,
this
not
could
threatening
be
anything.
something.
Yeah, not threatening anything, yeah.
Yeah, I guess this is
Yeah, okay.
No, this isn't.
But at least it doesn't feel it.
Can E4, E5?
E4, E5, E4, I think it should be very, very good.
Yeah. I just think that this is kind of the...
No, but this is...
boring to get right.
I mean, knight goes to D6, no break in the center. Easy.
Oh, wait.
Aha. Knight G6. With...
Okay, let's see.
Queen
D5 and...
knight D6.
No, but this is D3 and... This is asking for too much.
Okay, then E5 maybe.
E5, D5.
Ah, but then what has D4?
Yeah, exactly.
Now D3. But this is actually good because it feels very weird, yeah? Okay, we're gonna do this.
5?
No, 5.
This for a second.
Ah, yeah, also. Yeah,
No, I think you have to play
I
this.
mean, knight G6 is first. No, but queen D5 and... I mean, is black getting the
also,
pawn
I
down?
don't know after ED how exactly you're intending to play, but
So play E6 and then
Yeah.
that's not the F6, that's no next move.
But why not queen d5?
F6. For white or black?
No, for black.
For
F6
black.
is an empty move.
Yes, this should be no.
Whatever, knight G3.
Yeah,
okay, anything.
Yeah.
Can why not queen d5?
Yes.
Okay, e4 d5 does not work.
Is this so good? Queen d5, e5, knight f4? I mean, it's black action. C4. No, I mean, yeah, it's nothing. It's just complete nonsense.
e4 e6
But I mean, I thought the advance is e4, e6, d4. I mean,
that's
d5.
E5. So it's knight going to d3, b3. It should be very
If
nice.
e4 d5 queen h5 e6.
Sorry, what? Ah, queen h7, knight d7.
Queen h7 knight g6. Queen g8 queen h4.
Wait, what? Wait, you're going for...
No, I want knight e7, no?
No, but I have f4, f5.
Yeah, f4. f4 queen h2?
f5, knight d7.
Knight e7.
Can we talking about this? Yeah?
Yes.
No, it's actually not, it's not so clear.
But why not d4 d5 just e5?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, because of e5, f6 like this.
No,
So this
should be winning, no?
How?
I agree, it should be.
But it's not.
We... How much?
No, I mean,
f4.
Call me.
f3, queen h2?
Knight G3. Force you to take this.
So it's better to have the pawn on f4, no?
Okay. So you want this.
Knight g3.
So, okay.
Queen g1.
Queen
5.
Knight E2 first and then F5.
No, knight e2 queen h2.
No, but why go for this?
Maybe we win here, no? So now. f5. Queen. Just take one. Yeah.
No, this might be.
I'm not sure. King J also it's only a piece, yeah? No, but okay.
Knight turn queenside castle.
No, but a pawn castle at knight F5, like I don't know.
Yeah. No, this should be winning.
Okay.
Oh,
sorry.
It doesn't look that great. But
Yeah, okay, this is good Scandinavian.
fine.
Yes. So this is C4, Queen of...
Okay, what if we try the same?
Yeah, C4 is critical.
Check.
Bishop D3.
And then retreat,
H5.
yeah.
You can't retreat.
Oh.
Oh, there's no H5. What am I talking about? You just lose the rook.
Oh, yeah. But we can, like, grab a tempo like this, yeah? Queen D6
No,
attacking.
but I don't think
Queen H2?
giving the tempo. I mean,
Ah, okay. You see your...
What about
if I go
F6?
Yeah.
But are you sure though this pawn?
No, but
I'm not sure, but this is the only way to kind of
maybe we
justify
go
it.
to
No,
D7.
otherwise
We don't care about the H2 pawn. We play F6 here.
Yeah,
Bishop
Bishop
D6.
D6.
Because you should take and...
maybe, but then this is complete nonsense for white.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so maybe e4 is not.
Okay, so but otherwise, okay, let's say F4, G4. Okay, G4 we can just mimic. A4 we can just. Okay, if A4 move 1,
But why do we have
just
to mimic G4? G4 does nothing. Just play D5, right?
I don't know, just whatever. Like, go
Okay,
play
so
knight
D4.
G3, prepare knight G3, bishop G2, just another concept. Like, and then D4, E3. I don't know, some. Okay, let's say D4 move 1.
D4.
Okay.
So 5, let's say knight G3.
So if A4 we play A5? Or we,
I think so, yeah.
A4, E5, yeah, better to meet.
This looks fine, no?
Just knight G3, maybe. I mean, he wants E4, yeah.
Yeah, we can play knight D6, I guess.
Knight D6.
You can even play E6.
I mean, maybe F5 there.
I don't mind E6. This would be a
E4?
Yes, but this would be a...
Always take some queen H4 ideas, yeah? But then, okay, this is crap.
No.
Free, yeah, here is crap.
No, I thought taken bishop C6.
Okay, what's wrong with knight D6? Just...
Fork knocks.
This is fine for black, no?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a game.
So F3 we can even go F5, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, makes
so
sense.
F3, 5, E4, then takes F4. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry,
It's fine.
They'll
F3, F5, like knight D3. And
maybe
knight
G5, yeah? Maybe G5.
Oh, wait, another G5.
This looks nice. I don't know. It feels like black is also has some chances. E4, F4. Is this not good for black?
Why did we take? on G3.
We don't. This, I just missed knight c4. So.
No, knight c4 knight c4 is also cool.
Okay, yeah, this is good. I think e4 is good too.
Okay, let's check a4, d5, yeah, like...
Okay, I am kind of curious if white does take c4,
Yeah.
like how do we just...
This one, what are you?
Okay, so do it. Maybe then we can go e5 even, yeah?
Queen e5. I saw
Yeah,
that.
I know, and then just keep on like, knight
bishop
b6.
Yeah.
Then knight b6.
Okay, but this is a really... I don't know.
I mean, that's cool. Why not?
Bishop d6 is it?
A bit too ambitious, but who knows? And why didn't develop anything? Yes, first to finish 5. 5.
Yeah.
Or 95.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this knight is not in interplay.
Yeah, this looks good.
This looks cool, yeah, at least like there's some fun.
I'm not sure. I mean, imagine something like this.
You could also play f6.
Like here, white takes. Then you go back. And I'm not sure it's that great.
Okay, this is 2 pawns, so this is a bit...
Yeah.
this is a bit too much. 2 pawns is...
h5?
But it's...
No, but wait. I want mate.
Ah, Maxim is coming for a wait.
Knight a4.
So this is why I
C3.
always include if.
Yeah.
c3?
Even maybe here if4 was good, yeah, for goodness sakes.
Knight c5. Yeah.
Bishop, whatever, bishop a3.
Okay, this is...
Yeah, too deep, yeah.
Oh, just read the side.
Freestyle.
Takes his own recall.
We are ready to start round 5. Best of luck.
So we are seeing round 5 of the Grand Slam in Paris, and some players are having a great tournament, like Abdusattorov already has 3.5 out of 4. But there are other players like Fabiano who is struggling and fighting. He has only 1 point out of 4. So let's see what is up to in this round. Again, 5 games started the same one move, e4, d5. So-called Scandinavian in a classical game, but here let's figure out what is really happening. And I would ask Nicholas if you can say, while we are observing the bird's eye view, is really e4 the best move of white strategically?
E4 was actually not in the list of the best moves. So the best moves according to your computer were knight g3, but the position is roughly equal. But knight g3 was best, then a4, a4 immediately pushing a pawn on the side of the board, which is typical in freestyle chess if you have a rook on a1 and the king on b1, and then d4 and then f4. So this is what the computer liked best in the starting position. e4 was not one of the top moves, and it seemed that the players prepared for it, playing the, let's say, Scandinavian defense here, e4, d5, that we know from classical chess. And we have a response by Nakamura going e5. How did the other players go ahead? We see Keimer play queen h5, immediately going for the tag. And also it seems like Gukash went e5. But it seems to me that this is not the best way for white. Actually, after e5, black is already clearly, or it's already better. This just goes to show the analysis maybe for the black side was better here as they get good positions early on, Peter.
Yes, and we see such a big change compared to the previous round. Yeah, where white just played the move g4, and it was clear that this is the best move, and black is under trouble, under a lot of pressure. While here now, black kind of equalized very comfortably in all the games. Vincent somehow ran into this e4, d5, queen h5. He blitzed it out, and then with it blitzed out e6. Was like a shocking novelty, basically to Vincent, and then he slowed down and he took e d5. I think it was a sacrifice that Nepo highlighted, that black can just ignore the h7 hanging pawn.
Well, it's quite unexpected, kind of, that he just gives up the pawn. Or
Yes,
is after
because-
e4, d5, it's a blunder?
Because
So
it
queen
looks
h5?
like it's not just a pawn. It looks like black is losing material because queen takes h7 hits the rook on g8 and the knight on h8.
But probably that's why e6 was a must,
Yes.
right? Though maybe f6 was possible, and after queen h7, bishop f7.
Yeah, but in any case, it was part of the preparation.
It's funny what you're saying. Preparation in 10 minutes.
Yes, because normally you cannot really cover everything, but this one was covered because it was dangerous. Yeah, the first question was, is queen h5 winning or not? And there was an answer that no.
You know, I was wondering, I don't know what you think, that if they would not have this opportunity, the players, to stick together and analyze together, would we see on every board different starting move?
Absolutely.
So
Completely.
maybe there is another option not to allow them
Yes.
to talk with each other, because this way somehow probably it's a psychological thing. It's very typical that if there is a group of people and someone does something, the other one eventually follows them, right?
Exactly.
So this seems to be working here also, that everybody is going to that direction. If the other one plays, okay, it cannot be so bad, so I'm not burning myself, I don't make fool of myself,
Yeah,
right?
if it's a classical game, then you have time to later do over the board, then think 5-10 minutes and go a completely different direction. But here, of course, yeah, you are already biased, and Vincent actually bites into that poisonous pawn. Okay, show me the money. Queen takes h7. The rook on g8 is hanging. The knight on h8 is hanging, but suddenly black gets access to the e7 square. That was it all about by going e6. Knight c8 to e7, beautifully protecting the g8 rook. And it's a gambit. Pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, but we have a pretty balanced round for the moment. There are no craziness happening already after several moves. And we can say that maybe this round is the most stable kind of round. And the Keimer-Vidit game is the most exciting for the moment. What do you think, Nicholas, about that position?
Yeah, I was just chuckling because when you said it's the most stable, let's see how it looks like in a few moves, right? It can go so quickly. And we do definitely have some imbalanced positions. The most balanced right now is between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. This looks quite symmetrical and, boring, I would even dare to say, for freestyle chess standard. But we do have, as you guys point out, the pawn sacrifice by Vidit early on, giving the pawn on h7 for quick development. And this was an idea, yes, that Nepomniachtchi highlighted. And he said, well, if white takes that pawn, okay, he's just way behind in development, just like in classical normal chess. If you move the queen around too much in the beginning, you neglect the development of the other pieces. So he definitely has some compensation for it. Where would you like to dive into, Peter?
Well, I would like to highlight one thing, that while many of the games are slow, look at the action in Rapport versus Nepo. Nobody wants to think. Both players are rushing, and I think they are at least double ahead of the number of moves than the other games. I just find it very intriguing.
Yes.
Maybe we can go there. At the same time, I want to highlight that, of course, the big guys who is in the front, like Magnus, Abdusattorov, Nepomniachtchi, Nakamura, I mean, they are in the front, right? But there is a huge fight, especially between Fabiano, Keimer, Rapport, and Vidit, because they have only 1 point up to this situation of the tournament, and they have to win. They must score points in round 5 and 6 to be in the fight for the qualification. So let's see the position between Nepomniachtchi and Rapport, because Rapport is a player who started well in game 1, and after that he lost 3 games in a row, very unexpectedly.
Painful games, yeah, because he had a very good opening against Vincent, then he was winning against Abdusattorov, up on the clock in both games, and then he lost that. The game which went wrong was against Fabiano in the previous round.
Well, he met him in the wrong time.
Exactly, yes. Certainly. And now, what do we make of this? And again, let me just highlight Nyepo's clock situation. 9:25 in freestyle chess. This is crazy, because if he can keep a certain level, a very good level, and being able to play so quickly, I believe that it's so annoying and so difficult to face him, no?
It is very difficult, I think, to play against someone who plays so fast and good also.
Yes.
That's the most annoying about it. But for this, he has to have a good day, self-confidence, relax, the mindset perfectly set. So, because this is what happens when you're in good form, right? Somehow you put the pieces onto the right square. Like now, bishop on d6 stands beautifully, attacking the f4 pawn.
Yeah, everything, the whole vision. Yeah, he's changing structures. He played symmetrical, but he was the one who got his knight to e4, so the knight was traded on e4. Let me try to bring that up, if possible. Wow, and it's working. I'm very happy. Now, all the technical issues that I had are seemingly solved. So d4, d5. Very uncharacteristic opening for Nyepo, because normally he's looking for double-edged situations. And there we go for some stonewall kind of action with f5.
Well, you know Nepomniachtchi quite well, right?
Yes, I know him well, but that's why he kind of surprised. Okay, I was praising the technology too much. It slowed down. In any case, I want to see that how this how the symmetry was broken. All right, things are getting heated up. White got the knight to c5. Black is creating counterplay on the right side of the board, on the king side, as we call it. And then takes, and eventually that knight landed on e4. This is what I wanted to highlight. Yeah, that black was in time to get that knight to e4. 2 moves later, and then we get the trade on e4. Later on, takes, and that's how we get this structure. So I feel like this whole, and you remember, Richard played knight bc, knight c5, and captured on e4. So 3 moves, and finally black just played, he just wasted 2 moves with the knight to get to d6 and e4. And it's working in his favor. So what's happening? All right, the moves are not coming. Come on. Please. No. No, too much finesse, too much strategy in this game. The computer says, no, Peter, what are you talking about? We have tons of action on other boards and you are fooling around with finesses. In any case, Young got a slightly better position, and unless some dramatical change happens, Richie is not in good shape.
Well, he just took on f4, forcing like a change of the position, which was maybe a bit rushed. And that's always the question with Nepomniachtchi. When is maybe the moment to slow down a little bit and think about the position some more? And it seems to me that this time he didn't really find the moment.
But he's looking for counterplay, yes.
Yeah, he's looking for activity, dynamic play. That's typical Nepo style here, going for the second rank. But now after bishop b5, actually, white is okay, because after c6, he has the intermediate move, queen h4. Yeah. And maybe this is a move that Nepo missed, which can easily happen if you play your moves within seconds. Then you can miss such moves. And if the rook moves, then you can maybe bring back the bishop to e2. And white has a lot of potential here with the 2 passed pawns on the right side of the board, which could become very dangerous. So the position is equal. But definitely Richie is fully back in the game if he finds the move bishop b5 here. Also after bishop d1 it's not terrible, but he does play bishop b5 the best move. And, well, this is definitely a position where anything can happen still. The 2 question marks you can fully ignore. This is wrong. And the position is around equal now.
Yeah, and if white would have several moves to play, now that the black square bishop is exchanged, rook a3 will be possibly be activated. And of course, as you mentioned, the G passed pawn, actually connected passed pawn on the king's side, it can be very dangerous for black. So black has to be extremely precise in the next few moves to be playing a sound game, right? Because it can get very dangerous in a fraction of a second for black. And before it seemed to be that...
yeah, he had everything under control, yes.
But bishop b5 is a nice move. And probably it was something that black was not expecting. c6 on the board, queen h4, of course. King on b8 is a little vulnerable. I mean, some kind of checks can be given on g3.
Yeah, this was the move that Nepo missed. Yeah, like Nicholas highlighted. It's the game changer because now suddenly the rook has to move and then white's bishop won't be in any trouble anymore. Nepo insists on trying to trap that bishop on b5, trying to take away all the squares, but he's playing a very dangerous game. His rook is also a very funny piece right now.
So what is going on after rook d2? Is white going to be playing queen e1 and rook d4, bishop e2 and trying to trap the rook?
Queen h6. Queen h6 played quite quickly. Yeah, trying to trap that rook.
And probably after rook d4, immediately c3, not wasting time with bishop e2.
So now the queen targets the rook. And if rook d4 comes, then all of a sudden, white plays c3.
And if black goes back to f2, does Richard wants to repeat moves with queen h4, or does he have something better than that?
That's a big question. Because knowing both players hate draws, but if you feel like it's called for, then what you do? It's a big dilemma for everyone.
But can white play for something more at this point?
Because the bishop is in trouble.
Bishop is in trouble, so white cannot bring the queen to e3 because the h2 will be attacked, because queen f4, queen g3, queen c7
But I believe that what happened earlier in the game gives me the feeling that Jan is very upset if he has to repeat. Yeah? Okay, he does it. Richie is happy. Yeah, he's rushing with queen h4. And
I'm not sure he's happy, but he did it very fast.
Okay, but we also talk about this, that Richie lost 3 games in a row.
Yes.
So actually stopping the bleeding, making a draw is not a bad scenario at all for Richie. Sometimes just calming your nerves down, getting some points, and then you get new energy for the next games.
He could play rook f1 instead of queen h4, actually, to keep the game going, if he wanted to.
But maybe he wants to test his opponent, Nepomniachtchi, like, show me, do you want to force things? Okay, go out of the repetition.
Well, for Nepo, a draw is certainly a good result. I mean, he is on...
We'll see.
He is on a plus score at this point, +1, which is not that good, but with 50%, or maybe even with -1, you should be in the top 8. So a draw of black would be a decent result for him at this point. But let's see if he wants to play, or also if Richie wants to play. Maybe
Richie's up on the clock.
Yes.
For the first time in this tournament, I believe Nepo is behind on the clock. Maybe because he already kind of settled that I have draw in the pocket with rook d2, and I'm looking for... Well, that's another question, yes.
And no.
And he goes all the way back to f7. Fighting spirit.
Well, maybe he will regret it.
Yeah, and f7 also looks a bit awkward.
Well, now it's a psychological moment, right? If Rapport would be having 3 out of 4, maybe Nepo would not ignore this repetition of moves. What do you think?
Maybe it could be, but on the other hand, yeah, also we spoke about this, that for Richie maybe draw is not bad, but a win would be much better, yeah? So it's not clear if he's unhappy, but he did burn a little bit of time, so bishop e2... the reason he moved back the rook to f7, so that rook f1 is not an intermezzo, yeah? Like against rook f8, maybe rook f1.
But not only that, but after queen c7, rook
h7. Yes.
Very interesting idea.
Attacking the h2 pawn, that can be a problem for white. Nice idea.
Yeah, beautiful idea.
Oh, a first draw was agreed between Up to the Turf and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
So it's perpetual check, yeah, because there is no other agreement. So it had to be 3-fold repetition.
The players cannot offer a draw before move 40, but there was a 3-fold repetition and then a draw can be agreed. Good result for both players. They are both in the lead up to the top with now 4 out of 5, and Maxime 3.5 out of 5. Both players have not lost a game yet, which is surprising given how many decisive games we've had. So both are definitely on the way to qualify for the knockout stage.
Yeah, we should also probably be moving from this game. We have looked at it. It's interesting. And definitely HC on the board. White kind of stabilizes the structure. There might be some more dynamic game. Any suggestions, recommendations?
Now I have to wait just a moment. He just invited Queen D8 check into perpetual, but it was immediately refused. What is happening? What just happened?
Did both players miss Queen D8 or is now...
I'm pretty sure that...
yes.
This is insane.
Because now suddenly the bishop on E2 is again in a bad situation. Bishop D1 is only move. It's terrible. Rook E3 you don't want because it feels very strange stepping into all these breaks.
Yeah, after Rook E3, Bishop G6, and E5 or C5 comes to the next move, I guess.
What happened here? And Rook E3 played. Oh no. I'm really feeling that Richie has lost it. The inner balance is lost. Yeah, he's nervous, and with freestyle chess, if you are not balanced, then you are not able to control things.
But he played very fast. He was not even thinking.
Yeah, both players must have missed Queen D8 check completely. I mean, if Nepo had seen this, then he didn't want to draw, so he wouldn't have just allowed this.
But wait a second, then we should show it, no? Because we are talking about two brilliant players missing a move.
Yes.
Like this, we talked about this game for quite some time, and then we are missing out on something very... And E5, double question mark by the computer, but it's so tempting. I think Nepo thinks that he's winning with E5.
Yeah, let's bring it back. I can just show what just happened briefly, so everybody is up to date.
And
so this was the moment where we just were like, okay, let's see another game. And then this happened. In this position, well, black has some moves like C5, Rook H7, and black is better. But instead, Nepo goes for the double attack here, which looks very tempting. Allowing, though, Queen D8 check, which is an immediate perpetual. Queen takes A5, Queen D8, and immediately white can make a draw and should make the draw here because otherwise he's worse. But Rapport immediately responded with Queen G3, going for the queen trade, allowing the rook once again to enter on F2. The rook is quite strong. Now Rook E3 was played, and now E5 was apparently not the best continuation. A move like Rook H2 or King C7 or maybe preparing C5 was stronger. E5 and now C3 is another miss. What happened here? D takes E5. He should have sacrificed the exchange apparently, and he has great compensation for it. Not easy to evaluate, but once again it feels like both players are rushing a bit too much here, playing too quickly, and after C3 takes King C7, now it is definitely black who's much better here, and Nepo might go on to win, but we might also be in for more surprises here, Judith. This was quite a surprising sequence of moves.
Well, indeed. Of course, win for Nepomniachtchi would be great because he's securing even more his way up to the qualification and be in the top 8. So let's look around what is going on the other boards.
Well, I feel like Hikaru and Magnus' game is heating up. Magnus getting some initiative, so I would really love to get into that game because that's a fantastic encounter. Two brilliant players against each other. And whoever loses actually will lose his comfortable situation. Yeah, they both had a good start, but if one of them loses, it won't be so much fun. And the last move was a long castle, a castle to the left side. But look at this, running into this open A file. Yeah, white was forced to take C takes B3, and now the E4 square is weak. But yeah, the players are rushing with their moves. So what's the clock situation? Hikaru up 30 seconds. What is your feeling? Black has the initiative, but how much initiative does he have?
Well, black definitely has a clear initiative. White will be playing probably knight E3, but black is going to be blockading on D5. But probably also D5 has to be considered by white. And after Queen E5, Queen D4, somehow trying to simplify the position. And white is missing only one tempo, playing knight E3, stabilizing his position. it's a crucial moment, I think, whether he goes d5 or he goes knight e3, because after knight e3, black, I suppose, will be playing knight d5. Also, h takes g and queen d6
Yes,
would be possible
exactly.
to look on the queen side and attack on g3. So it's white who has to be careful much more after all kind of tactical opportunity by black.
I had the same thoughts, yeah, like against knight e3, this takes queen d6, and then you never know exactly. The queen appears on a3, and also knight d5, but I still believe that white should play knight e3. You have to activate that knight, and we are told like the knight is the best blockader. You bring that knight to the center, and it gives you some stability.
Because also after d5, maybe queen d6 can be something that black has to consider, because knight e3 for the moment would be probably not possible because the g3 would be hanging. So knight e3, of course, on the board is the most solid move in this position.
Knight d5 played, the professional move, our very first instinct. Yeah, that's against knight e3, you play with knight d5. Look at the heart rates. This is already looking like a real fight. Yeah, 125 against 110. These are humans. Yeah, showing human reaction.
And now I think maybe rook a2 is a threat by Magnus, because... and we'll see how Magnus will be reacting.
And Magnus is posing after g takes h4. He is certainly looking at option like rook takes a2, queen a2, knight takes e3. It's a very tempting positional exchange sacrifice.
But also knight f4 may be an interesting move to regroup it to d3 to make it quite unpleasant for white. There are quite a few options for black, tempting options, but rook a2 is something definitely what I think black has to check.
Wow, but Hikaru actually spent quite some time on knight e3 and then blitzed out g takes h4, right? It's
well, he was ready for knight e5, probably.
Yeah, he was ready, but is he really ready? That's the big question.
We will find out.
Rook a2 on the board.
Rook a2.
Of course. You can't resist this. The temptation is too high as a great player. You want to sacrifice. This is Tigran Petrosyan at its best. You sacrifice, and then white has to watch out. How on earth did Hikaru allow this?
I'm not sure Hikaru wanted to get this.
No.
Though I'm not even sure how bad it is for white, because after all, he has an exchange up, and there is no mating problems for white to...
Yeah, the problem is more strategical. Yeah, rook e1, queen c6 check played. So, wow, now you have to decide, where do you go with the king? King b1 runs into knight d5, setting up knight c3 fork. King b2 locks out your queen from the game, and the c2 square is unprotected, so there is some queen c2 check, which might win the game on the spot. So be careful, this is a very tricky situation. Are we playing rook c2? Can we sacrifice the rook back? I want stability.
Well, that would be, I don't know.
Too much.
I don't know. Rook c2 is an interesting idea, I have to admit. But black is a pawn up. Takes, 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 and g takes h4.
Ah, yes, you are. Yeah, actually, you are pawn up. So I can't play. But then this is a very dangerous position. And how much time?
And
Hikaru goes for it. Yeah, it's desperation because it looked like there is no other way. Maybe computer saw something. I was terrified. I was horrified.
Now queen d5 is also a possibility.
Yes.
Queen d5 is definitely much more unpleasant for white and stronger objectively because you keep the queens on the board against the weak white king, and that to defend that with 1 minute on the clock, even for a masterful fast player like Nakamura, will be very difficult. Also the strong e-pawn, queen d5
on the board, yeah, a g5, somewhere some rook e6 also.
But now maybe queen d4 first. Rook e6 also interesting.
Rook e6 looks also very powerful, yes.
Yeah, very tempting. But the problem of Magnus, yeah, he has how much time? He has like 2 minutes, yeah, but he has so many tempting options. Yeah, sometimes it's so much better to have just one.
Well,
no?
I think he's happy with his position.
Yeah? Okay.
Having the opportunity to choose with almost double the time than his opponent. And he goes back.
He plays it very carefully. Yeah, he just picks up the pawn on g5.
Or e3.
This was probably not his best option.
Yes. But I think it's the typical that he plays against Hikaru. There is this respect. Okay, I know that Hikaru is very tricky. Let me collect that pawn on G5.
And also safety. I mean, once you collect the G5 pawn, maybe he's not as good as if he could have been with Queen D4 or Rook E6. But at least it's him who is
and he can never lose.
And he can never lose.
That's the point.
This is also a good thing.
And he still has chances. Yeah, E3, Queen D3, but now so Hikaru kind of grooved in. I'm going to set up a blockade with Rook E2. My king is safe. I'm going to hold this. I'm not going to lose this. And it's 35.
But it's not going to be a fun thing to play.
Yeah, no. Now C5 is a threat. Suddenly, Magnus, very sneaky, very tricky.
Yeah, B4 you need to play more or less, but
B4?
Not a move you like to play.
Oof.
It's not the first move comes to mind.
Well, what to do against C5? You cannot take an E3 because of Queen F2,
Well,
by the way.
King C2.
King C2, Rook E6.
Let's just highlight that Rook takes E3, runs into Queen F2, check, winning the Rook on the spot and the game. So that's why Hikaru goes King C2, but it runs into Rook E6.
Yeah, but King C2 was the human move.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. But Magnus somehow combines all these ideas. Yeah, now activates that Rook. Rook is heading towards the C6 square. Very safety. Rook E2 played.
Black is coming from all sides here. This is so tough. So tough. Queen F1.
Queen F1, yes. It felt like somewhere Queen F. It might be over. D5.
Not yet. D5's only move.
But okay, Rook A6 and then Rook A2 check.
Oh man, this looks horrible. But yeah, somehow White is not completely lost yet. He needs to play D5 though. Only move. D5, Rook A6, Queen takes E3 and pray.
I was thinking about that.
Exactly, but I didn't know if I'm not losing, but I don't see anything
Rook
else.
A2, King D3, what a pin.
Yes. We're going to see this.
Play it.
Yeah.
Because what else?
Yeah, so I'm just showing with arrows. Yeah, Rook A6, Queen takes E3, Rook A2 check, King D3. That's the position we are talking about.
Queen D1, Rook D2, Queen B3, King E2.
Balancing on the edge.
Yes.
Living on the Edge. One of my favorite songs back then from the Get a Grip album of Aerosmith. Amazing stuff.
Well, Rook A6 he needs to play because otherwise, yes, he plays it.
Yeah, Hikaru is about to pick up the E3 pawn.
Yeah,
he's fighting for his life with 38 seconds on the clock.
He needs to take. He needs to take. What else?
Well, he's maybe thinking about Rook E3. And
he does it. Yes, that was the wrong one though.
So how is it winning for Black? Rook A2, King C3, Queen F6 maybe?
And B6.
And Queen C1, check King B4.
B6. And yeah, this is too easy for Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus is about
too easy. It just makes a lot of sense. You go B6, the king is in so much trouble here.
Queen D4, Rook D2? Or how do you win after Queen D4?
Well, hey, you still have to checkmate somehow. That's true. The computer just wants to go King B7.
On Queen D4?
Yeah, King B7.
Yeah, Queen D4 on the board. I was sure that it will
King
be played.
A7?
No, B7.
King B7.
Zugzwang or what?
No, just improving the king first. But you can also...
Zugzwang, not Zugzwang. Rook on E3 can be moving.
Yeah, but maybe then the position gets worse, yeah? Who knows?
I'm still trying to figure out what King B7 adds to Black's attack.
Well, the point is that there is no, it's prophylactic about any checks or whatever, yes.
Yeah.
Well, Queen A3 is also strong.
Okay,
but
Queen
I think he's
A3.
just repeating moves.
Can he even?
Well, he goes back Queen C1. Ah, you mean, no.
Or King C6 is not the main move?
King C3, yeah, so King C4, yeah, King C3, yeah, maybe he's just repeating, you're right, King C3, Queen C1. Yeah, King C4, there's Rook C2.
Yeah, but
and
very...
Queen A6, right?
Yes.
Very unpleasant question, and Hikaru down to 10 seconds, he has to decide, where do I go? That's why Queen A3 was fantastic.
Well,
5
Magnus
seconds.
is doing this, giving the
Goes to
opportunity
C3.
for decision making.
Played with 3 seconds on the clock. King C3. Hikaru fighting for his life.
Yes.
It's also kind of crazy that it's not losing by force, or at least not...
Not easily, at least.
Yeah, with such an open king and with the queen and rook attacking that king, seemingly nowhere to hide, but...
By the way, Kawana has beaten Gukesh and Nepomniachtchi has beaten Rapport.
Wow. So Fabi is back.
Fabi's back.
Yeah, -1. That's already
Absolutely.
excellent. That's already good. Yeah, Queen C1 check.
Check, check, okay.
All right.
So now you cannot give a check on C1 again. Already Hikaru could claim the threefold, so he has to do something else. So rook takes H2 or Queen A5 or B5, something like this. Rook takes H2 looks good, right? Just eliminate this pawn already.
And setting up Queen B2 check as well.
Exactly. King B7.
Yeah, finally. So Magnus sensed it, but according to the computer, it was not the perfect time for it.
Yeah, it's also winning. I mean,
yeah, it
how
looks
can
good.
you defend this position? What do you even do, right? Queen C4.
But now,
Wait a second. Now the rook on E3 is also loose. Oh, if this Hikaru goes on to save, that will be a save of the day.
check. Rook D2 probably, and Queen H1.
King D4, so the king runs.
Rook C2.
Wow, very unpleasant.
Very nasty.
It feels deadly. Humanly speaking, it feels deadly.
This is deadly, yes, it is indeed, actually.
The good queen has to move. And this is horrible. Yeah, Queen A4, you can't survive this.
Still, black has to play accurately, check, and probably taking on H2 or check first on G2.
Yeah, check first. The problem earlier was that after Queen D2, Rook D3, Queen F4 was a checkmate.
Yeah.
So he couldn't correct the rook position.
Yes.
King D4.
Rook D2 and Queen D5. But there is Queen E4. So Rook D2, King
but Rook
C3.
D5 is the way. Yeah.
But okay, Magnus also under 20 seconds. So for the first time, he's behind on the clock and the seconds are ticking.
He will take Queen H2.
Rook D2
Rook
check.
D2.
This is the best move. King C3, Rook takes D5.
And he will take with the Rook. Yeah, if he already played Rook D2, or might he repeat once
Rook
just
D3.
to collect the 20 seconds? Rook D3 now?
No, but then Queen F2.
No, yeah, it's... Yeah, let's zoom in. Rook D5 on the board. Rook D3 blitzed out by Hikaru. And Rook C5 check.
Oh, yeah,
That's it. Right?
Shaking his
King
head.
D4.
Queen F2.
D4.
Oh,
Yeah, King B4 run into Queen E4 check. That was the problem, losing the Rook.
Queen H2 is also not a bad move.
But now the hand moves gesture. Yeah, that's
Rook
it.
C5,
Designation,
Queen
yes.
E5.
Yes.
Yeah, Hikaru very upset. And Magnus says, yes, but I have won the game. And in a beautiful style, yeah, this Rook takes A2. Hikaru
Rook
should
takes
have
A2 was...
never. Yeah, it's the move of the day, basically.
Yes, yes. It was still objectively equal, but so difficult to defend. All right, we have one more game going. So Vincent wins against Vidit. Big point for Vincent, because he played against somebody who's also down to 1 out of 4. And we have one more game remaining. Pragnananda against Arjun. Irigazi, let's go there.
Wow. And it's a crazy position. Black has total domination, but white is an exchange up. So who is better and why? We certainly love the exchange sacrifice. So I'm someone who would pick black here, but the players, how much time? Wow, and Prague is down to 15 seconds. Rook G8 played.
It's pretty stable for white.
Yeah, the knight on D3.
And stable for black, yeah?
Very stable for black, yes.
We can agree. It's a stable position. Can,
oh my goodness.
Yeah, how do you play? Yeah, and with 1 second on the clock, Prague sacrifices the exchange, goes knight e5, is trying
but
to...
this endgame is unpleasant.
Very
takes
unpleasant.
D4. What does he want?
Yeah, takes D4 and C3. Breaking. Just in time to
Rook
break.
A2.
Oof, and King B1, D3.
But you go King D1.
Oof, okay, but then check and D3. No, wait a second.
Yeah. No, but
wow, okay, all
King
eyes
B1
on the
works.
players. Takes. Because what does he want after D4?
Well,
I thought
C3 works. Rook A2, King B1, D3, Rook E3.
But King B1.
King B1, D3,
King B1,
Rook E3.
King B1, yes.
Oof, Rook E3, what a save.
Yeah. But Rook G3.
And the heart rate, 137 for Prague.
Now King D1 he needs to play more or less.
What about C3? Then simply King D7,
No,
King
C3
E6,
is lost
right?
after King D7.
Yes, no time for it.
You have to play King D1 here.
And again the seconds, down to 10 seconds.
And after that, King D1, King D7, King E2, King E6.
Yes, he plays it. And then Rook F1.
He played the best move. He played the only move. Bravo, Prague. King D1.
Still not.
Okay, but yeah, he wants to go King E2 and then activate the rook as quickly as possible.
King D7, Rook F1, yes.
Yes, forget about pawns, whatever, that rook needs to be activated.
Now D4. But
Well,
the
probably King E2.
Yes.
Rook G2, King D3, Rook D2, King E4.
King E4.
Yes.
Stability. Yes, King E2, King C6. Yeah, Black's king is running to D5 because then White's king will be checkmated on D3 with Rook D2.
Now E6 only move.
Be careful with this construction.
E6 only move, but how difficult is it? Well, after Rook G2, you need to be ready.
He will play. There is no other move, yes.
Rook G2, Rook E3. Wow. Wow.
Oh, and to discover this with 3 seconds on the clock.
Oh my goodness.
You should get a Nobel Prize.
Will he play it? I think he realized it.
But then Black
he
is
realized
in trouble.
It. Now, after Rook G2, Rook E3, White is winning.
Yes.
This is a
so he has to take then on G5. No, he has to take Rook G5, but then C3.
He realized it. He realized it. 5 seconds.
He needs to move.
2,
He move.
1.
Oh my God.
Wow.
1 second.
No, okay, no.
Oh
This, I can't take this. Oof. Oof.
But what a beautiful solution by White.
Yes. Well, I'm not sure if it was planned from far ahead, but it definitely
But
worked.
Arjun, make a move.
Oh my goodness. Okay, now it's a draw. Okay.
Yeah, handshake. We congratulate Prague on this fantastic save and this fantastic find at the end, but just don't lose on time.
Yeah.
Out of shock.
Absolutely. So this was our last game of the round, and we have 2 draws in this round.
Well, it's not a draw, it's a heroic fight. Wow, with 3 seconds on the clock to find this King D3, E6, Rook takes E3 idea. Then I think, Nicholas, you will have to show it for our audience.
Yeah. So what an amazing round we had again. Nicholas, do you think you can show us just how it was happening, this game, a little bit
the whole
brief
game? Yeah, sure.
summary, because we missed out some of the things.
Yeah, there's just so much action every round, and I think we barely looked at this game at all, to be fair. However, it was also a fantastic fight. And early on, Arjun took over. He had a good opening. He had a clear advantage here. This is already much better for Black. And also, if you look at it, you see it is much better for
It's
Black.
a dream French, right?
It is a dream French, yes. The king is already a place on the left side of the board. C3 was maybe a bit too much here. There was no need for it, or maybe you could prepare it first. But also after C3, he was better going into his endgame. And this also just looks horrible for White with this pawn structure. But somehow, let's see how Prague got back into the game, giving up a pawn for some some harmony, but not quite there yet. Bishop g6. This apparently was a mistake. Instead, he should not have allowed knight b4 here or a5. He should have played a5 himself. So bishop g6, a5, knight d7, bishop b4. Still much better for black. It's pretty much the whole game Arjun was pressing. And then here he allowed some counterplay. And eventually he gave the exchange somewhere. Let's see where this happened. Now actually white took over a little bit with all the activity. Now white is clearly better.
Wow, so he lost the exchange. He didn't sacrifice it.
He lost the exchange. He had to give it. And white was clearly better here, but black had some compensation. And yeah, the knights are just beautifully placed here. Knight e6 apparently still gave white a clear edge, but difficult to play, of course, with seconds on the clock. And I think around here we saw it. The rook came in, and it's difficult to play. And Pragnananda, without maybe the need to, he gave the exchange on g6. He just wanted to simplify, but it was really tricky. I mean, here also king d7, king e6. Not easy, but he found some only moves, and then the key move was to go e6 here, deflecting the king from defending. After rook g2, actually c4 would also hold. You have to defend against this checkmate. But rook takes e3 actually wins it for white because of the d takes e3, e7. You cannot stop this pawn. Rook d2 check, king takes e3, and then you just have to avoid this. But you play king e2, and that's it. And white wins because rook d4. Well, you do win the queen, but okay. This pawn and game is still lost after c4. Or barely lost, yeah?
Yeah, beautifully lost, yeah.
So after e6, with 2 seconds on the clock, Arjun played rook takes g5, and now they liquidated, and it was a draw. What a fight. And every round, like every game is pretty much a fight. I mean, we saw one draw one game which ended early in the draw today due to a perpetual, but so many decisive games, so many great fights, and it has only been the 5th round of 11 in the round robin preliminaries. One more game, one more round. We will see today, and we're looking forward to it, Judith.
Thank you for showing this game. A lot of excitement, I must say. Though this was also a game from the middle, a kind of a classical game it could be. But as we see, no matter how good your position is, the defense is extremely strong, even with such a short time control. So let's see the standing now, because it's getting more and more interesting. And this is what we have. And Magnus Carlsen, after round 5, he caught up with Abdusattorov because Abdusattorov made 2 draws in the last 2 rounds. So they are 4 out of 5. Then we have Nepomniachtchi because he won against Rapport. It could be a perpetual check, 3.5 together with Maxim, with the home court player. So Maxim is playing extremely stable. He was making quite a quick draw in the last round against Nodir.
Well, it was some crazy fight with perpetual check. We don't know exactly what happened.
Yeah, but it was kind of a quick game, so
yes,
they
quick.
could recharge with energy because it's a lot that they're playing. Nakamura suffered a very painful loss against Magnus Carlsen, and they are tying there with the 3 of them, Nakamura, Erigaisi, and Pragnananda.
And here we see how important it was for Prag to save this game, because he's in the mix. Yeah, just if he would have lost and he would be done to sharing with Fabi and Vincent, it would be a much more scarier situation.
Absolutely, and we see Fabiano still only 2 points at the same time. It's not only because he won his final 2 games, so he just started extremely badly. I don't know who is the next victim or the next opponent he's playing today, which is going to be the last game of the day. And Vincent doubled his point in the last game, which was essential for him against Vidit. So for Vidit, it becomes more and more difficult. But of course, we still have 6 rounds to go from the qualifying part. For Richard, it's a struggling already for 4 rounds in a row that he, even very good, much better positions, he could not convert into victory, and somehow he's struggling a lot. So for Vidit and Rapport, they definitely have to start winning. And then, of course, Vincent, Fabiano, they can be there. And Gukesh also has to try to catch up. He was after 2 rounds, or 3 rounds, he had 1.5.
Exactly, yeah.
He won in game 3.
Yeah, he lost 2 games in a row now.
Yeah, which was extremely painful for him to lose against Vidit.
Yes.
And the lottery will be starting very, very shortly. And what do you think? Fabiano will win again?
Whom does he play? That's a big question.
Nepomniachtchi.
Wow, okay. I'm not sure, but maybe finally Nepo will get his match. Will this super fast play also work against Fabi? That's a big question. Well, Fabi might have the class to punish Nepo for a very quick play. That's what I'm saying.
Well, for Fabi, it was very important to switch the wind.
Yes.
When he won against Rapport, and actually he won pretty convincingly. There was not much chance for Richard to play in that game. So it is kind of a very interesting comeback for Fabiano. And if he's going to be winning, then I think he's back in business, and tomorrow he will be there to qualify.
He's Fabi. He's already Fabi.
Well, this is what happens with the big guys, right? That I mean, Magnus does this many times, or did this many times in classical tournaments. Like you have to, in Vaikanze or some longer tournaments, in the first 3-4 rounds, he makes a draw, maybe even he's losing, and then once he starts winning,
there
you
is
can't
no way.
stop
Yes,
him.
exactly.
So this is the secret of the big guys, that even if they lose and things go bad, eventually they become angry and they say, okay, now I can't do this anymore. Though it was a very hard situation for Fabiano. What do you think about Nodirbak, that he made 2 draws? Is he happy with that, or he's such a fighter that he's complaining and he's frustrated that he didn't win in round 4?
Yes, he was very frustrated. Yeah, that was. I don't think that Nodirbak is a type of player who has the winning position and then thinks about that. I'm having now +3 on the scoreboard. No. He wants to win. He wants to maximize his chances by getting every win that is possible. So that hurted him. He did not even want to get into conversation with Nepo, which already showed that he's so furious at himself. In such situations, you are furious at yourself, not at your opponent. And he just wanted to get away. This last game we haven't seen because it was short. We don't know exactly if he forced the draw and he was happy or...
left. And to draw the final position for today, I would like to welcome a special guest. He got his ticket to today by winning a prize at the Blitz Society event 2 days ago. Please give a round of applause to Sahid Sharma.
The number is 60.
60. Well, we haven't had many low numbers, so very well done. Something new. Thank you so much. The players will have 10 minutes. Back to the studio.
Wait, am I white or am I black?
Italian or London? Italian or London?
How long?
D4. D4. H3, H2. D4 is fine. Okay, no, it's fine.
D4 is tricky.
D4? What? E4?
I have a few. No, it's fine.
Bad. Okay, we shouldn't. Okay, but D4, D5, D4. Yeah, we should.
We should take
yeah,
96.
Let's maybe C6, yeah, or yeah.
96 and some F6.
You can also check.
No, but D4, D5, E4. You can just take and go Queen B5 check.
Yeah,
No, I don't. Queen B5. Yeah.
Queen B5,
93, 96.
Yeah.
Queen e2, f6.
Also,
Hmm.
and let's say d4, d5, f3.
No, I said e4 is.
E4, e5.
Why not d5?
d5.
Yeah, d5 is interesting.
Pushing the rook too early.
Okay, we can also get the knight.
Okay, let's see if now c3.
e4,
c3 to,
I mean e5.
Too smart. Because if I like white plays d4.
I don't understand. Queen b5 is not good. Okay.
D4 is always tricky, yeah?
Knight d3?
No, I mean
No.
pawn.
Pawn d3, queen b2, knight b3, c5.
No, but I say queen b5 is surely fine to black, yeah. And if e5, also queen b5. What do you want?
Yeah, probably.
Actually, that was
Or
my
knight b
intention.
or knight
Like, I was
b6.
even trying some very positional concepts, but
Makes some sense, yeah? So, you don't
Knight
have
b6,
c4.
yeah?
No, b6 is
Okay,
fine.
but-
No, no, b6 is
no, but why not? But
Why not queen b5?
nice.
yeah, so here, queen 2, let's say.
Queen b2.
Queen b3. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, to go knight c b3.
No.
But knight e2, you have no. And the next move, knight b3.
Oh, okay, maybe that's.
But okay.
But I still. This looks very good for black. Yeah.
Here, maybe b3, no? I mean, I'm not sure.
But I still don't understand what's wrong with queen b2. What's wrong with just this? And knight b3, knight b6.
There's nothing wrong with it, scared. F3.
And knight takes d5.
Okay.
And bishop b4, queen a3.
Yeah, okay.
G3.
f6, and then you have c5 here, this diagonal.
Okay, but it's a bit.
Yeah, you know?
Okay, but do we need queen b5?
Knight b6 looks quite solid, though.
Yeah, knight b6 and
Knight b6.
Yeah, knight b6 is a more solid move.
If I go b3.
b3. Okay, this. This could be annoying. C4,
d4. d4.
Can we go d4?
d4.
c6.
e5, what do you do?
There's queen b4, maybe. C5.
No, c6. c5. 5.
That's too much, yeah?
Okay, so d5.
This looks a bit too much.
c6.
Okay, but this doesn't look too great, right? For black.
No, I don't like
knight
this.
e2, you know, just
Yeah, this does
Can I
not.
f5 somewhere? Yeah.
ED, f6. Try to take with the bishop.
But okay, let's say if white goes, for example, first move like knight b3.
f6.
Okay,
Knight b3, I move one.
Move knight
Okay.
b3, move one.
d5. b3.
Yeah, d4. I mean, c6 that could be.
yeah.
Yeah, just you don't
And then-
really get up.
then-
Bishop f5 also.
Yeah,
That's true.
maybe even d4, d5, queen b4 right away.
Yeah, maybe that's the first.
I mean, queen b4. No, but wait.
But I don't know if we want.
Yeah, because this is knight b6.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what the difference.
Okay, knight e5 white is better, at least a little bit better. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, e5 you have to do. But queen b4 is.
I think the bishop or something needs more.
Yeah, it was a bit different, yeah. I think, yeah, you're right. There was. But the bishop wasn't it good?
Maybe it was.
I mean, at least the knight on c8 was. This is like Singapore.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
Even f3.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe knight b3. I mean, because at least knight a5 stops knight c7. Or knight c7.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Reverse.
At least it's good stuff.
So,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is very good.
I mean, we're losing time actually.
Yeah.
Other first moves. I mean, d4, d5 looks promising.
Maybe f6.
c5? d6? d4? I don't know. f6, c5. Promising for it.
Okay, c5 we probably have to check again. Yeah. What about
d6?
d5?
Yeah, can do that.
And queen c6. CD4. Yeah. No, this is not good.
This is game over.
Yeah. No, but knight c5 dc4 then.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we looked at with the knight here.
Yeah, it's just a pawn. D4. D5.
Yeah.
No, I think D5 is not working.
I mean, queen c3 is also.
I mean, the question is whether this can be played, right?
Yeah, CD. Bishop e4. Yes, but then I will gain so many tempies. Okay.
This feels very dangerous. Yeah. But bishop d5. I mean, it feels super dangerous.
Bishop d5, bishop f5.
Bishop e5 maybe.
I mean, white king says something.
How about
bishop e5?
Bishop e5, you said.
I don't know, maybe f4 is just like crushing. But
not really, because we could. But knight d3. No.
So tell me in general, why not b3? Like, what's the downside of b3?
No, but we still go for d5, right?
Yeah, but it feels like the queen.
Gentlemen, 2 minutes to the start of round number 6.
Yeah, but this is very good.
Not clearly, but.
Why is that so long?
Yeah, I mean, I prefer with queen on c3, but.
But look at bishop 5 now. Looks nice. Right?
e4.
Bishop 7. Not so clear.
Yeah,
probably.
I mean,
probably a bit better after f3, but
eventually twice here. I mean, but it's not such
Vissza kell szereznie magát.
So, we see the final round of today, number 6. The players went through on a very tough day. They started to play at 1 o'clock, so they are playing for 5.5 hours already, nearly 6 hours that they are here in the playing hall. And they are getting ready to start the final round of today, game number 6. Some are having a better mood, some less. A lot of decisive games we've seen, and let's see what is the fighting spirit for game 6.
The handshake by the players.
Let's see if the players will have a gain on all boards, 1 c4, and we are getting there. 4 out of 6 so far started with c4. Opening up the diagonal of the b-bomb.
Caruana Niepo already blitzing out some Slav defense. Yeah, look at this. Black breaks in the center with e5.
I see an orange question mark there. It seems to be a logical move. I don't know why the computer says it's a problem.
Of course, and there is also the very interesting Magnus Carlsen against Pragnananda game. And c4 knight a to b6. So Prague is worried that white pushes the pawn to c5, and then the knight on a8 gets stuck, and also the knight on c8. So he's rushing with the knight to action.
Vincent is thinking in move 1, and
Yes.
it's only a 10-minute plus 10-second increment, time control.
And look at this. In Vasil-Lagrave rapport, we see this c4, f6, c5 idea, yeah, that the two knights are logged. How it will influence the game, that we don't know, because the knight can come out, for example, c6, knight c7, and then you jump. I don't think that it's so effective as in Magnus's game against Gukesh, because that bishop on a8 and bishop b8, one of them had to be dead. And I don't see this danger.
Well, in 2 games we see knight, or 3 games that knight came out from the corner a8 to b6. It was interesting to see that Pragnananda was, after his move, turning around, checking on the other boards what's going on, because in freestyle it does matter to get the information how the others are reacted. It's a little something that proves you that, okay, I played knight b6, other also played knight b6. So,
well, actually, also we have to highlight, yeah, that we talked about the youngsters team. So this means that Vincent going c4, knight b6, b3 in that game. In Magnus's game, it's c4, knight a b6, Magnus against Pragnananda. And Vidit Abdusatolovic c4, knight a b6, b3, d5, c5 on the board. So it's some kind of a battle between teams. It's not an individual event all of a sudden.
well, in the opening phase of the game,
Yes.
right? Yeah, they somehow play very similarly. Though it's very interesting. Yes?
And the old guard, I just want to chime in, Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi, they took a different approach to the first few moves. I believe both played c4, c6. So this time the team did not agree completely, it seems like. And then Richard Rapport just took a completely different approach, going 1 f6. So we do have some different opening moves this time for sure, and resulting in quite different positions already.
Well, the strangest position, I think, is between Maxim and Richard. I mean, you have your king on f8, and then you play e5 and f6 just to open up the bishop. I don't know. It looks a little vulnerable, that king. And also pawn standing on c5, blocking, as you pointed out, Peter, the a8 and the c8 knight from coming out. So it looks, at first sight, that white has a nice initiative.
And what is Magnus doing? He went c4, knight a b6, b3 on the board, okay. And Prague is taking his time. d5. It almost feels like this game got blocked or something, yeah? But yeah, knight's in progress. d5 played as well by Prague.
And now it's a question how Magnus will react. Is he going to be pushing c5 or capturing on d5, as Arigaisi did?
Wow, look at this. Magnus spent more than 3 minutes for the first 2 moves. It's interesting. I think probably Vincent holds the record so far today, but Magnus is also. But what I like, whenever Magnus takes his time, it has a point. And look at this. Strategically, he is going for the cd, knight d5, d4 position with the queen on e1, guarding the c3 square, trying to grab the initiative and the center with e4. And all of a sudden, if he gets d4, e4, f3 in, then bishop on b1, bishop on g1, everything will be perfectly harmonious.
And he will castle short.
Yeah, well, if he even gets the chance to castle short, he might be winning. I don't know. It's a very dangerous position for Black. Black needs to do something very quickly. We see also Arjun playing in very similar style with cd5 and then f3, setting up this e4, d4 ideas.
But it's very interesting the way Gukesh-Nakamura game develops, because it seems to be a very normal position, though I understand that the knight's on a1 and a8 and the bishop and b1, b8 is not so common, but still, it's kind of a middle game, classical game position, don't you think so?
Yeah, d5. This is the unbalance. If white would have captured d, fe, it would be total symmetry. It was kind of funny. And d5, a5 blitzed out.
What's the idea of a5? I don't understand why he went there, because he cannot come to a7 with the bishop.
Yes.
Was it against queen b4 or something
Or
like
b4, knight b3, maybe one, but it's strange, yeah, kind of. Well, and it was almost instantly blitzed out, yes. Wow. Or maybe some frustration from the previous round, yeah. Hikaru just lost this very tough game against Magnus.
Also, Abdusaturov plays it very interesting. Very aggressive. Look at the pawn push he does. d5, e5, f5.
Yeah, but in this regard, I have to say that what Vitit is doing is slightly strange in my mind, because it was exactly the same like Arjun and Magnus, and they both captured cd5, which looks so much more tempting, fighting for the center like this. And after c5, he did allow black to get the center, but he's going against the weak pawn on b7, so that was his idea.
Well,
this knight a5 business.
With black castle is not the move.
No, you can't castle.
Ah, I have still the queen on e8.
Yes,
I
yes.
also always think that I can just castle.
Yeah, you are a very happy person. I see you, yes.
I free the c8 square and then I just jump over any amount of piece.
And look at this. We were asking the question that why did Hikaru play the move a5, and then Gukesh thinks and takes it. Queen takes a5. And now the big question is, Hikaru has to show what he... But actually the question was more like, why black wastes a tempo on a5? Because I assume that queen a5, knight e4 somehow will work in black's favor. The knight on a8 is hanging as well. Maybe let's tune into that game to have a closer look, because that's very intriguing. What is Hikaru up to?
Gukesh Nakamura.
Yeah.
Let's see what is up to.
Because white has just captured this pawn on a5. And Hikaru is thinking. And in order to understand why we are so intrigued, let me just bring one move. Let me step one move back. The question was, Hikaru blitzed out the move a7, a5. And we immediately debated that. What was the idea? So after queen takes a5, knight takes e4. Brilliance. Brilliance is sacrificing the knight.
Sacrificing the knight on a8.
Queen takes a8.
Though it was not doing much, so we have it or we don't.
Yeah, knight takes f2, getting the dark squared bishops. Yeah, knight takes f2, knight takes f2 and e4. There you have it. I'm very worried for white. This is a lovely piece sacrifice, also a positional piece sacrifice. I'm always loving when we sacrifice something, not for delivering checkmate, but to get the domination. It's just to highlight the piece coordination. Also, if black gets time to play f5, protecting, fantastic stuff.
I think Nicholas has something to tell us.
Yeah, it's just puzzling what happened here, honestly. I mean, now, of course, the position is very promising for Hikaru, but as you pointed out, he played this move a5, and he played this move in 8 seconds, as you said, Peter. He played this move in 8 seconds. There were other good moves available, like bishop g6 or bishop h5. Black is better. So
but wait a second, we should get your board up.
Yes. We should see it, what I'm talking about first. Thank you. So if you can show my board, that would be amazing. So coming back to this a5 moment, yeah, he played a5 here after 8 seconds. Instead, bishop g6 going after e4 pawn, or maybe bishop h5, where great moves for black. Black is better. After a5, actually, white is better now. He could play a move like knight b3, keep developing, and we were really puzzled by this move a5. But now it worked out perfectly because Gukesh takes this pawn. And I don't know. I mean, you can tell me what you guys think, but do you think in this 8 seconds Hikaru calculated this line of knight takes e4? This seems crazy. So after after Gukesh took on e4, now Hikaru takes on e4, And this works perfectly. He gives up the piece because of the knight takes f2, knight takes f2. He has e4, opening up the bishop to threaten to take on h2 and win the queen. But he also is threatening to go e3 and e2. So white cannot deal with both threats. And black is going to regain the material. We'll have two beautiful bishops in this open position. Is much better. It's also a position that really suits Hikaru's style, very dynamic, a lot of calculation. And he's in excellent shape, but it was just a5, such a puzzling move to me, Jude.
But what I don't understand, why Gokash was playing so fast and capturing it.
Yes.
Because I'm pretty sure that that he was also not calculating really further, right? And he just took it, grabbed it, but of course, he and all the players are quite tired already, like they're kind of dizzy with all kind of different starting positions. But
Wow.
He's a calculator.
Hikaru's left the board.
I have the dark square bishop. I'm having a wonderful competition. What else do you guys want from me? Yeah, let me walk around.
He goes for a little walk.
See what's going on the other boards, right?
Yeah, wow, okay, it's fantastic stuff, but maybe also we have to catch up with other action, or do we, it's a fascinating position, we can also keep on analyzing. After all, black has sacrificed the piece, and there is no evident direct checkmate.
There's no checkmate, but he will go e3 and regain the piece, yes.
He will, yeah? He has to?
Yes, he has to, yes.
Okay.
I mean, he doesn't have to, but e3 makes a lot of sense, yes.
But I think we can jump into some other games in the meantime and come back if something like... For example, Fabiano game against Nepomniachtchi. Look at that. This is a very strategical position suddenly with the bishop pair for white, the compensation for white, focusing on the misplaced pieces, which was given from the start of the game, the A8 knight and the C8 knight. Maybe we can pull that game up between Fabiano and Jan. Very interesting pawn structure there. F5, G5, H5 pawns. H4, very logical continuation. But of course, finally, black is bringing the knight from A7 to C7. Why is it a question mark according to the engine?
Well, because engine doesn't know how we human function. Yeah, the knight was out of the game on A8. We have to activate it at all cost. We cannot allow one more tempo to happen on the king side without that knight. Fabi goes H take G5, so he is in fact saying, okay, please do your business with knight E6. I'm not afraid of it. Will he react with queen E5? That would be the natural reaction.
Well, knight e6, queen e5, knight g5 cannot work because exchange and bishop h4, right? Winning the piece, but rook
yes,
e8.
that would have been a fantastic motive. Let me maybe try to show this because it's beautiful. So if black takes, rushes, capturing back the pawn with knight g5, then all of a sudden, after the queen trade on e7 takes, we simply skewer the knights, and black is losing a whole knight for no compensation. What a big trick. However, of course, Jan said, thank you very much. I wasn't born yesterday, so I'm going to go rook d8, setting up the ideas, but it feels very good for white.
Yeah, what can white do against queen takes g5 would be the next move for black.
Yeah, queen g5. Yeah, this is what Jan is setting up.
So what happens on bishop f5? Is it rook f5 and knight d4?
But then
possible?
queen g6 check.
Queen g, no, e8 is hanging.
Yes, that's the problem. So actually, I'm now slightly puzzled.
So bishop f5, knight g5, queen e7, knight e7.
Also, bishop f5, knight d4, how is that kind of... Yeah, bishop f5 played. And Jan just picks up the pawn with knight g5. Okay. I was thinking like even maybe knight d4 was a fancy move. Was it too deep?
Well, probably I would just capture it and then defend bishop h4.
Just like that, yeah?
Well, your knight on c8 is still...
but it might head to f5 or g6.
Well,
but it might. Exactly.
Dreamer.
Yes. What else remains as commentators? Yeah, we should be dreaming. And
There's not much of a choice for white, I think, though he might be thinking on bishop takes c8, queen e5, bishop e5.
Yeah, the next moves are very important because if white takes on e7, then knight takes e7, and then knight f5 comes very quickly, and there is also a fork with knight e3. Yeah? Knight f5 hits the bishop on g3. So yeah, Fabi needs to come up with a smart plan.
And once again, Nepo, very quick. 8.5 minutes, 5 minutes ahead. He started with 10 minutes. I mean, they do get 10 seconds per move, but still, he is very fast and position is around equal. So he's doing all right.
But actually, the 10-minute time control can be, if you're not used to it, I think it can be kind of tricky because it's not a blitz that
And
you
it's
just
not
flash
rapid.
out. I
Yes.
mean, according to Nepo, it's a blitz. But normally, so you can't play so fast because then you can burn yourself. At the same time, you cannot play slowly because for that, for sure, you don't have time.
Exactly.
So it's very difficult to balance it out, when to think, and which is that 2-3 moments of the game when you can spend a minute
Yes.
or 2 or 3.
I have to highlight now that the qualification, chess.com suddenly gave 50 minutes for the players. And I think it changed the dynamic completely. For example, for Vidit, I think this extra 5 minutes to get the control at the beginning of the game is extremely important. With 10 minutes, you have to be also super experienced. Yeah, you have to know motives because otherwise this guy just eats you alive. It's so difficult to fight because they are fighting against each other. We see this guy makes a mistake, the other guy. Try to play against one of these players, you will lose all the games. You will not make a single draw. Yeah, that's how tough it is, and that's how strong they are.
So which bishop will Napolmiachi take? E5 or C8?
Good question. There are arguments for both. Because the bishop from c8 can potentially target the
But I
weakness on
think
c6.
you have to take on C8. No, after rook E5, bishop D7 and F4.
Yeah, it somehow bugs me. Yeah, so rook takes c8 is maybe an option because
Nicholas,
in
what
long
is
term-
best? Which one to take?
Well, it's a matter of taste. You can take both because in the variation, rook takes e5, bishop d7. Maybe I can just show it. Bishop, rook f6 is still possible because after f4 I can go rook e7, counterattacking the bishop on d7, so that if white takes on g5, now first trade the rooks, and this rook endgame would actually be promising for black. So instead, after rook e7, white will need to take on c6, black takes. White takes the knight, and this should also end in a draw. White is up a pawn in the moment, but the pawn structure is not so promising. Also, white is fairly passive, so this would end up in a draw.
But wait a second, guys. Let's forget about all these finesses and head back to Hikaru, because is he dealing checkmate? I see a queen on h2 and the bishop on a7 combo.
Yes, and the bishop coming to h5,
To h5
is
as
just
well.
too much.
This is just such a powerful performance by Hikaru that we have to.
Yeah, and I'll start with this a5 move, which just in the end worked out brilliantly for him.
Yeah, I'm having the game up, so we can jump in there. Wow, what a game by Hikaru. And also, sometimes I'm kind of shocked by the naiveness of the young guys. Yeah, that because they are calculators and they know that sometimes computer takes those things. For us old guard, we just say, no, maybe it's good, but I'm certainly not capable of calculating, and we automatically dismiss things that the young generation actually calculates and then falls into something that happened to Gukesh right now.
Well, A5 was a provocation by Hikaru, or that's how it seems. And Gukesh was taking it, went for it.
And the really bad news for white is that he's not even a piece up. That's, yeah, do you really believe that these A2 and B2 pawns make any difference to the game? It feels not, and knight on A1, bishop B1, certainly not.
That's the big problem.
Yeah, bishop F5, okay, trying to activate the bishop, but...
and after bishop H5?
Well, also rook E8, I don't know, it's somehow, I just don't believe in any defensive resources here.
But I don't see a move after bishop H5, isn't it over?
Bishop H5, yeah, just like this. Okay.
You need to go G4, yeah.
Yes, at least I'm having G5, otherwise I'm getting checkmated on G1. Yeah. And then you can still do rook e8. You can actually do rook e8 like this.
Bishop
you
E6,
can do
rook
it like,
E6,
yeah.
bishop G4.
Yeah, no, it's horrible. Hikaru will just create another masterpiece. Yeah, just the way how he sacrificed this piece and all his pieces started to dominate. Incredible.
Well,
And
it reminds me of a martial attack.
yes,
Isn't
exactly.
it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So bishop f5 is the current position. And what people tell you about that, whose fault is it? It's Magnus's fault. Yeah, he just beat Hikaru. And Hikaru got really upset that no, this hurts. Let me do that to my opponents. And he's delivering amazing stuff.
Yeah.
No defense. Rook e8 or bishop h5 and then rook e8, the combination of both moves, followed by queen g1 checkmate. So the only exit for white is the king e2 move, and that's why rook e8 occupying the e file, and the same applies for bishop h5, is devastating.
Well, game still continues after bishop e6 or rook takes e8, actually. Because I always have this bishop e6 resource. Still somehow.
But if I start with rook e8 just here immediately, then what happens?
Rook e8 you should start, yes. And
without any fancy business.
And then, yeah, it will be tough.
If we can show Nicholas' board.
Yeah, of course.
So there we go into depth of all these kind of moves of rook e8 and bishop e6.
And we have a move, by the way. It is rook e8. This is the
e8,
strongest move, Nakamura. Taking the time to find the final touches here to this really brilliant game he is playing. Rook takes e8, rook takes e8. Now it is a checkmate threat, so you have to put a bishop on e6. This was Gukesh's idea behind bishop f5. And now actually you can play a very cool move, king h8, preparing again bishop h5.
Oof, that hurts.
Potentially.
King e8 is nasty.
Yes.
Let me see, let me understand. What happens if I just move the knight, then bishop h5, and if I go g4? Oh, bishop
g4.
No, but king h8 would not be possible.
Oh, no. Okay,
yeah, king h8 is from another planet.
He took on e6, but now actually the king is running and it's not totally over yet.
Rook e6, double question mark. What was better than that?
No. This is wrong. This.
It still looks very promising for black.
Yes, rook takes e6 was correct.
You would think that black was giving mate already 5 moves ago.
Exactly.
And now the game is still going, right?
So Gukesh can be happy to have survived all this scare.
So is it only that king c2, rook takes d1, and capturing the g2 pawn?
Yes.
Oh, that's boring.
But effective. The knight on a1 is very far away. The bishop is winning the battle against the knight with different side pawns.
But it's boring, you have to admit. I mean, just
or
like
professional.
that,
Maybe it's the 6th game of the day. Yeah, Hikaru might feel like, you know what? The old wisdom of Botvinnik, don't go for mate, just win a nice endgame. No? We don't believe in Botvinnik anymore?
We want to see checkmate, honestly.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So yeah, rook d6, king c1.
But actually, I got the information that there was a mistake, that Gukesh was on the wrong side of the preparational board.
Really,
and
yes?
he was on the black side. He thought he plays with the black color.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, well, it's game 6. Anything can happen, I think. I mean, small mistake, small detail.
Oh.
Wow.
That's unfortunate.
And nobody highlighted it, yeah? Or who normally the player should take care. Everybody's losing his mind by this point, yeah? Oof.
And I guess
in this position, definitely would want to be on the other side.
But wait a second, then where was Hikaru analyzing? With the other guys? I don't know. Yeah, it's a funny question.
Very strange, yeah?
Yes, very strange. We will have to check the recordings.
We'll have to check.
Wow.
Well, everybody knows that. Okay, we have another game, we have another position. Just focusing, trying to get familiar with
Wow,
things.
and Pragnanda also in a lot of trouble. Look at this total positional domination. We don't see it, but we can also bring... This is now lost its spark, yeah? Hikaru will win this, we trust him. we can maybe move on to some other game. But Magnus, with this pawn structure, yes, black is fighting, but it will be such a grind and no time for Prague as well. Yeah, 40 seconds against 247.
Wow, what a normal position between Magnus and Pragnananda.
Yes. This is the normal squeeze, yeah? Classical squeeze.
Yeah. Very difficult position for black.
And Richard is in a lot of trouble if we can trust the computer. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, he's 3 pawns down. We don't need a computer to see that. Noliebek is fighting back because it was a strange kind of construction, but now he's calling the shots already against Vidit. Fabiano is probably squeezing against Nyapo. Vincent is having a very big battle against Arjun. Nice
Vincent
compensation.
is looking good. Very active pieces.
Very nice compensation.
It would be very important for him to score another point here.
So which game do we pick?
I would be happy to pick Magnus's game, actually.
Okay.
To see how, just to get a little taste of a classical way of position, an ending, grinding, whether is it going to be, does Pragnananda has any practical chances?
I also feel like after all this crazy madness and all this action, yeah, we had fantastic day. This is calming our nerves a bit down. Yeah, quiet endgame, white is squeezing. We understand what's happening. Yeah, Prague will fight. Yeah, he's setting up this G6 computer. Doesn't like it, but on the other hand, bishop from D3 was eyeing the H7 pawn. You can't activate the king because of this hanging pawn. G6 is a very natural human reaction.
But hold on, maybe E6 now. Oops, some tactical.
Wow, wait a second. Yeah, king E4, double question mark. But of course, nobody tells Pragnananda that this was a double question mark move.
Blundering a pawn, right?
E6 wins a pawn and
wow, well, Magnus would have fallen from the chair. This is freestyle chess. Even in a quiet endgame like this, there is pure madness. Unbelievable.
What a checkmate.
Unbelievable.
After takes bishop C6, my God. Can you point?
Let me just show this because, excuse me for everyone.
I think Magnus realized it, that E6 was possible. So he just went E6 in the next.
There was the chance to play the stunning E7, E6 with the idea that if the D takes E6, bishop C6 is kind of a checkmate, or you have to give up the knight for free, and you can just design the game. Unbelievable shock it would have been to Magnus, but he survived this. And after king f8, he pushed e6 himself, as Judith highlighted that probably to his horror he had understood that what I have done, so let me correct that mistake.
Yeah.
The computer got so shocked that he does not want to react to the checkmate. Yes, okay, good. Now we are back. So e6, a4.
But Prague is fighting, and actually now that he's going to be able to regroup his knight after e6 to c8 and d6, things are not so simple anymore.
Yeah, he played the move a4.
It was so appealing to the eye, right? That
yes.
White has such a space advantage, having his pawns d5, e5, f4, and the better bishop on d3. E8 is just a defender. But now a takes b3, knight c8. Not so easy.
Not so easy, yeah. With knight. Okay, he will maneuver his knight, trade that monster knight from d6.
Well, at first, f5 comes to mind.
Yeah, but then the bishop opens up. At the moment, the bishop on e8 is kind of dead, yeah? I don't want to... I'm somehow tempted to go for some knight g4, knight f2, knight e4 route. Eliminate that knight from d6. Do I have time to do that, or it's dreaming again?
Well... Knight g4, knight d6,
yes.
Knight f2.
And then some c4 counterplay, but okay, c4 is double-edged. I'm not so sure. Wow, Vincent blundered and he's losing. Well, actually, I could almost say he lost because this is hopeless. Wow,
yeah, but he had a good position,
He
right,
had such a
before.
lovely position, yes. He just blundered horribly. And Magnus taking his time and plays the first line of the computer, bishop e2, a super deep prophylactic. He steps out, he's setting up the f5 idea, so he's inviting knight d6, f5, gf5, knight f5, and then we trade the knights. And he eliminated all this bishop g6 option.
And
Wonderful
Nordebek
touch.
has also won, by the way, and Hikaru. We should point out.
Yeah, well, that wasn't a surprise. Wow, and Prague down to 3 seconds. He goes for knight d6, but knight f5 will come. Yeah, Blitz is out by Magnus.
And Fabiano is also going to be scoring the third win in a row. That's fantastic for him.
Yes, 3 out of 3. Wait a second. Did... no.
No, it looks like the remaining games will all be won by the white player.
I think we should zoom into the players
Yes,
in this
let's
game.
zoom in, yeah, because there's nothing to analyze. White is going for king e5, d6 at the right moment. Let's zoom in on the players. Bishop g6, king e5.
Will black play bishop c2, or he wants to go b4?
He was b4, but bishop b5. Magnus can hardly resist himself.
But isn't it
it's over.
bishop b5 and d6 and it's over?
Yes, I have the same feelings. On the board. Yeah, this bishop e2 was such a finesse. Unbelievable. Small little moves that make...
Prague goes down in time.
Yeah, bishop e8, now the bishop moves back. Now he goes d6.
Yeah. And game over.
That's it, yeah.
But it was very difficult to hold it. From practical point of view, I think it was almost impossible against Magnus. I mean...
yeah, but he had this fantastic chance with
the
e6 all of a sudden.
That will be painful and hunting him.
Yes, definitely. That not only he could have held the game with e6, he could have taken over, and that's it. And I think now Prague tells to Magnus, I had e6. Yeah, look at this.
He realizes.
That's the effect it would have had, yeah, in the game as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he saw it too late, he's saying.
Yeah.
He saw it after he played king f8.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it was a very crucial game for Pragnananda because he's fighting for the qualification. That's clear.
All right, let's see the remaining game. Karana against Nepomniachtchi, where Karana is on the brink of victory.
I told you guys that I believe that Fabi has the class to fight against Nepo's incredible fast
So
play.
let's zoom into the Caruana Nepomniachtchi game because the others have been finished. 5 victory, 5 decisive games, and we are not far away to see a 6th one also to be decisive. But let's see. It's not so easy maybe because if, let's say...
well, if you can trade everything, then it's easy.
But he will take with the bishop, because
Yes.
if the rook takes, king
Then
f7,
king f7.
king e6, king d5, and probably it's a draw.
Anyway, king f7, he gets
Anyway, it's not
chances.
going to be easy, because the white king is completely on the wrong side.
Yes. And he will have time to go king e6, king d5, and the b pawn will give...
It's actually already a draw. It is actually already a draw.
Wow.
He had to take with the bishop right away. Ingenious defense by Nepomniachtchi with this rook f7. Ingenious defense setting up this trap. Just when you think it's over, he pulls another trick out of the head. This is crazy.
Absolutely. And Fabi cannot believe it.
What a frustration that suddenly you see the king on d5 being so active. But what about b4?
Yeah,
and then
b4.
king e3, king c4.
Yeah, it's counterplay.
The defensive skills of the players is amazing.
Yeah, this level is insane.
I'm not even sure that it's winning.
No, it is not.
It's
It is
not
not.
winning,
It has
yeah.
not been winning since he took on e7 with the rook. He had to take immediately with the
With
bishop.
the bishop.
Yes, to keep both rooks on
Yeah,
the board and
and,
not
keep
allow
the
the
king.
activation of the king.
Beautiful example of that.
Yes.
Not allowing, never allow the king to be active in an endgame.
So are we going to see rook, bishop against rook as a final game
It's not
of
so
the
easy to
first
get
day?
that, you know,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. We might not even
Rook
get it.
b6, b2, rook b8, and then bishop f6, yeah.
Yeah, and Fabi very disappointed. Yeah, he goes bishop f6.
He has to go bishop f6 and rook b8 because rook g3, rook b3.
Oh,
yes.
That would have been very
Move order
unfortunate.
counts.
That would have been very unfortunate indeed, yes. All right.
Yeah.
After we saw rook and knight against rook in the first round of the day between Carlsen and Vidit, now we in the final round we see rook and bishop.
But rook g3, why not rook g3, rook b3?
No,
No,
anyway.
because rook c6,
yes.
rook c.
But at least then we would have got rid of that pawn immediately.
Yes.
Like this, it will be 40 moves to
No,
collect
but
that
now
pawn.
rook g6, I think.
Okay, king f4, king f5. He will anyway.
Yeah, it's we will see bishop, rook bishop.
Yes,
against rook.
but only after 30 extra move.
Lepo is smiling.
Nepo is smiling. This will be a long evening.
But he's always smiling in critical situations.
Well, especially when he has escaped. He knows
Yes.
he was losing.
Exactly.
If Fabi takes on e7 with the bishop, he would just lose. So, but now he still has to work to finally make the draw. Rook and bishop against rook is a draw, but it definitely offers more chance than rook and knight versus rook. And we saw even that Magnus was able to win against Vidit earlier today.
But okay, there it was connected that we had very little time in all the game. And here, Nepo is blitzing. He's over 3 minutes already.
Yes, he has plenty of time. That is the main difference to Vidit's game. And White still has to win this pawn, first of all, which is not so trivial, as you can see. Not so easy. He wants to put a bishop on e5, king on d5. This makes a lot of sense. But maybe king c6 now? Or one move later?
Okay, rook h4 you can do, yeah.
Rook h4, yes.
Board. Playing the same Cochrane defense, yeah?
Yes.
So here, let me know from the Dvorsky book.
It's very difficult to even win this pawn to
You
begin
studied that, no, Judith? Because you use that Cochrane against Nisipian all the time. The pinning.
Yes.
The pinning defense,
Yes,
yeah?
yes, yes, yes.
I remember because in one of the training camps, you and Zoltán Almasi were looking at endgames, and I was kind of laughing that why are you guys looking at it? And then it turned out useful.
Yeah. No, those theoretical endgames, it can be very useful.
Nepo is rushing. I think Nepo has now an idea. He wants to finish the game with 10 minutes. So he's rushing so quickly with all his moves. He doesn't want to spend a single second. It's kind of very pleasant also from the side who wants to torch. And look at the body language of Fabi, that where is the fun if my opponent is defending so nicely and comfortably and seemingly enjoying himself?
I had a feeling that he's not going to give up his pawn. He doesn't want to play rook and the bishop.
Well, I mean, if you can try to hold on or make it even very difficult to get it.
Fabi is very disappointed.
So bishop f4, and then get
rook h5, bishop e5, yeah?
Yeah, something like this, yes. Okay, he waits, but now there's checks. I like the king on e6.
No, king gets back to e4. I had this very similar endgame against Lupulescu. I was holding on with the pawn, and I did not want to get rook bishop against. And finally, I held on so long for the pawn that he offered the draw out of frustration. And I was very relieved. I was very happy. It was Hungary versus Romania in 2017 European Team Championship. Rook d5. So the king will move to c4. Then rook e5.
Mm-hmm. You can see the frustration.
Yes.
Fabi knows if he had just taken with the bishop on e7, not with the rook, he would have easily won because it didn't allow the activation of the black king. Instead, now he has to even find a way to win this pawn. And even then, it's a draw with perfect play. But to even win this pawn is already quite difficult. If it's even possible objectively, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a big question.
I think if black plays correctly, you cannot take the pawn.
Well, but what drives me crazy that I know that there is this theoretical position that if white has a light squared bishop and black has a pawn on f7, that's a fortress. That's the official fortress against rook bishop. You have a black pawn on f7. You can protect it with rook e7, king g7. They can never touch you. But it's a special position. So basically, if that pawn is not on f7, there is a pawn somewhere else, then it's officially not a fortress. Otherwise, it would be in the books as well.
Officially, it's not a fortress.
Yeah, this is kind of the... Because I think I had the pawn on f6 against Lupu, and I was very worried that it's not on f7, it's on f6. So maybe I'm going to lose it. But with king g6, rook e6, similarly like here on pawn is on c5, against the dark square bishop, it was holding on. Yeah, rook has to get from behind. Yeah, rook b8 check should be given. That king from b5 should be kicked away.
But then what?
Then what? Exactly. But it will happen, yes. Rook h8. Of course. Out of frustration, you're definitely going to give this check. And what next will be another question.
We're already down 27 moves. So if another 23 moves are played without a pawn move or capture, then Nepomniachtchi could theoretically claim a draw.
And I know the feeling. I was counting. Oh, yeah. I want to reach move 50 with my pawn on f6. Yeah.
Yes.
Ah, wow. Rook e7. Okay, smart. He's going king c2, bishop d2, bishop e3. No.
He's not. He's just repeating. What is he doing?
Wow, okay.
Okay.
What a save by Nepo, yeah? He pulled this last trick.
Wow, incredible. Yeah, if you have a winning position, you have to be focusing until the very last moment.
Yeah, but what a devilish trap it was. Unbelievable.
Of course, both players has their ideas to share. They are whispering, but actually everybody finished their game already.
Yeah, this is the habit of the players, yeah, that, you know that.
Yeah, in the playing hall they are whispering.
Fantastic.
So let's see the standing after the last game finished, because it's very exciting. And I'm pretty sure all the players got tired, no question about it. And we've seen also here there were quite a lot of mistakes. Well, Gukesh was unbelievable that he really ate this pawn, which was poisoned. So this is, let's see the standings. Magnus took the lead, well, together with Abdusattorov, and kept it after round 6. Maxim from home. He's 4.5. He's number 3 right now. Nepomniachtchi had a great save against Caruana, 4 points. And Nakamura with Eric Gaisi, they are sharing 5th and 6th. And the rest from 7 to 12, they are in the danger zone, we can say. For Praggnanandhaa, it was a very important game which he lost, and he could have saved it against Magnus. Fabiano, he was so close to finish his 3rd victory, right? And then Vincent, very unfortunately, he ruined his great position, and he stands with 2 points, very much in the danger zone for tomorrow. And Gukesh, he started pretty well after 3 rounds, but things went very much on the downhill for him. And for Rapport and Vidit, it's not their tournament at all, unless tomorrow they start having a winning streak.
Yeah, they need to. The point is that, okay, the last 4 is eliminated, which means that 2.5 points is the one that you have to catch. So they are like 1.5 point behind Fabiano and Praggnanandhaa. 5 more games to go. There are still chances. Yeah, if you get the rhythm, if you start winning, but the point is you need to start winning, and in order to win, you have to have a good sleep. But how do you sleep well if you are on -4? Yeah, those are the questions. But we have someone.
We have a special guest from home court. Welcome, Maxime.
Hello,
How are you?
Judith.
How was
Hello,
your...
Niklas. Maxime, great to have you here in the studio. Congratulations on a great day. You did not lose a single game out of 6 games. Great performance, 4.5 points, I believe, out of 6. Yes. Very solid. How did it go for you? I mean, it's your first appearance here in the tour. Just share your feelings with us.
It was a tough day. I mean, of course, a great day, but very tough. It just, a lot of wisdom. You have to analyze the position a bit before the games, and they roll, and it's still not enough time to figure out the intricacies of such complex positions. We did get lucky on a few occasions. We found with our camp when we were analyzing, also a lot thanks to Magnus, we found a lot of great ideas. Also, Jan was very productive. And first 3 games, it was very tough. I could have lost all 3 of them.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. And then, but it went well. I actually scored 2 out of 3 from these positions. And then the second half of the day went much smoother.
Right. Maybe we can take a look at some critical turnaround moments in one of the games, if you want. Which one was maybe...
I think against Hikaru was really fun. Round 2.
Round 2. Let's go there. So this ended in a draw, actually.
Yeah.
Yes. This ended in a draw.
This one, yes.
This with the ending, which we'll get to as well.
So but this is where we. Okay, the opening is fun, but there's obviously many mistakes from both sides.
Where would you like to take us?
No, basically the moment where it all happened, like before. Yeah. So this is a draw. I was not sure, but before.
Oh, earlier. Okay.
Yeah, earlier, like move 4. Basically here.
Okay, so how did you even get there? Yeah, we didn't really follow this so well. So here you're losing.
Yeah, and I try a last trick.
Bishop d2 is the trick.
Yeah, but I knew this was lost. Like after king b3, there's b5, so king a3.
Yeah, let me just show this for the viewers. So now there's the checkmate threat. So you would need to go rook f3, but after rook h2, you're just not queening anymore. So king a3, check, king a4,
knight a6 is very nice, because if I queen, knight c5, king b5, c6, and b5.
b5, king c5. Oh, this is beautiful.
Yes. Wow.
This is beautiful. Not for you, though, but yes.
So I tried b4.
b4. And now it's C6. Checkmate in 5 moves.
With c6, yeah.
c6. You saw this during the game?
No, I didn't see c6. But...
you felt like something is in the air, yeah?
Yeah. I just thought rook h3 wins, actually.
So let's just see what happens here. C6.
No, it just made.
You just made with b5, yeah? So it's actually not too difficult.
Not too difficult, but
Hikaru only had maybe seconds on the clock.
What it is still good. AB...
So let's just, you expected rook h3, yeah?
Yeah.
And this position
just
here.
a winning endgame.
winning endgame here after knight takes b4. Yes, this looks very convincing. And instead he took on b4. This is also winning.
After c6. But suddenly...
now c6. Once again.
And I don't know the exact the difference is now after rook b8, knight b8, king b4, I don't attack the rook on c3. So it's again...
But only move is b5 now, apparently. Still
but knight
king.
a6 would win as well. Like technically, rook d5, knight c7. At some point, you collect the pawn on e5. Here, I managed to exchange my pawn and.
So after rook a3, king b5, rook c3. So now he played c6, but the rook is on the wrong square.
Yeah.
So that after rook b8, you gain a tempo.
May still be winning, but then
but rook d3 now gave it away. Rook e3.
But
rook
it becomes difficult,
Yes.
So anyway, this was fun.
We were a bit shocked by the end. I mean, you find this beautiful stalemate trick, and he just takes it immediately, right?
Yeah, I thought he could play rook d6, but at the same time, I think he was a bit on tilt from the course of the game. So.
Understandably, I mean, he missed the mate in 5 and some chances. So this was a big save for you.
Yeah,
and then some of the games you won, was there like a big turnaround as well, or?
Yes, the very next game against Prague.
So the round 3 it was then, right? Yes, here, yes.
Oops.
So if we go here, I think also this one we didn't follow so much. There was just so much action. Round.
Well, no, even before, because this already is okay. Yeah, here. Okay, bishop b7 is very tough. But
bishop takes b7.
Oh, bishop b2 was winning. Oh my god. Okay.
Very complicated.
Learning new things. Yeah, it was just the moments before that were like.
Here bishop takes b2
instead of
queen a3.
Instead of queen takes a5, just pawn takes b5 was.
Oh, very good for white. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I thought I have some small chances, but I couldn't find.
Okay, we're getting the info that we have to come to an end. It was a long day, so thank you very much for joining us, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you
for the second day. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Well, today we had a great day and fantastic fighting. So many decisive games. Incredible attacks, incredible defenses, I must say. Nepo was very special in this. Magnus had a very slow start, but after that he was just winning all kind of games. What do you think about today's games? More people, more games, more fighting spirit, more decisive games. After 6 games, what do you think? Who has to come back tomorrow and who will come back?
Well, yeah, there are so many things to talk about. The event is fantastic. We already saw, like in Weissenhaus, we have seen it all. And then in the very first day, we are overblown by action. Yeah, just some incredible, crazy action. What a fighting spirit by the players. What kind of insane action we have witnessed. And Fabiano losing the first 3 games. And then Fabiano becoming Fabiano and then striking back, winning 2 games, and then he was about to defeat Jan Nepomniachtchi in the last game, and then all of a sudden this incredible save from nowhere from Nepo. It just shows on yet, what a tough event it is. Yeah, how difficult it is to win a game. Yeah, even if you play brilliantly and it looks like, yes, now I'm almost there, and then nothing is happening. There are players who are safe. Yeah, like Magnus, Nepo also after saving this game. Maxim, it was lovely to have him in the studio. But there was this game, and I see that Nicholas always puts this board. Do we speak about the move of the day? Because we did mention it before, and I think we have to toss the last words to Nicholas before we end the show.
Well, you have about 30 seconds to show us the move of the day.
Let's do it. So this was the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen, and here Magnus unleashed a beautiful exchange sacrifice. He got a lot of compensation for it and attacked the white king afterwards, and he hunted down Nakamura's king, and this was the start of it, and just a beautiful strike by Magnus. Judith.
Well, thank you very much for sharing this. We had an incredible day today at Paris on the Grand Slam second leg. First day of the qualification, 6 exciting games, and I would like to say goodbye in the name of my partners, also Peter and Nicholas. We were enjoying quite a lot, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. Same time, 1 CET. We are going to be joining with a lot of actions to happen. Bye.
Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? All I want now is you.
Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out. My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong.